So this is a compilation of all my videos, episodes with Erica the Gets It Gibbon. Now they're about 4 to 5 years ago, so some of the stuff we talk about may be out of date. Stuff could have happened since we talked then, so take everything in these series as a grain of salt. But otherwise, enjoy. And if Erica, if you ever see this series, you feel like editing her a bit, feel free to, because I know I can't do it. All right. Everyone else, enjoy.
A long show?
Yeah, give or take.
Cool. Awesome.
Alright, if you just do it, it'll turn out okay. Hey everyone, welcome to season 8 of Talking Time with Caffeine, the only podcast where I see a guest, I talk to a guest, and the guest talks back. Speaking of guests, I got a brand new guest, and you yourself guest.
Hi, my name's Erica. I go by Gutsick Gibbon on YouTube. I do anthropology, things like that. I love primates. It's kind of what I've done my research master's on. So hopefully we can have a good time today and just do a little talking time with caffeine.
Oh yeah. So, how did you get your channel name?
I've always liked doodling, and I of course do enjoy primates. So I was just doodling a little gibbon, and he was just kind of ill, I suppose. And I drew him holding a little cup of tea, and I was like, oh yeah, people drink tea to settle their stomach, and so I was like, he's sick to his guts. He's a gut sick gibbon. It's not a very interesting. Honestly. So.
Yeah, mine's not that interesting either. It's just city I grew up in, year I graduated high school.
Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. Vandalia, is that, what state is that in?
Ohio.
Don't mind me asking. Ohio, okay, that's what I thought. Because I've driven up to, like up through Indiana when I'm in the United States, so I've driven all the way up through there, and I have passed Vandalia before, so I was like, I wonder if it's the same one. But there's also one kind of south, like in Missouri.
Yeah, and there's one in Illinois too. So it's like
yeah, they're all over the place. It's okay. My town name is Columbus.
Is what? Sorry, you break that for a second.
Oh, no problem. I said my town name is Columbus, so it's not super original either.
Columbus is the capital of my state.
Yes, yeah, there you go. Yeah, Ohio.
So
our states are some politics going on, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not really. Don't like politics that much, but unfortunately, it's the world we live in.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of politics either. That's why I'm just like, yes, there is indeed politics happening.
But speaking of that, you recently had a debate with old Kenty.
Oh yeah, Kent. Yeah, he's quite a guy. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I had a great time on Modern Day Debate. James is awesome, and I did enjoy my time speaking with Kent. But he is. It gets kind of frustrating, because he I'm sure you've seen plenty of his media, and he tends to go over the same points.
Yeah, my last 4 guests have all debated with him.
Yeah.
And so I was asking for you, like, could you write note cards, basically what he's going to say, and respond to them, like the same, like
What? I mean, yeah. I mean, the thing is that with Kent, I prepared for that debate discussion, whatever, by just consuming an incredible amount of Kent media. His debates were pretty much as far as I could go. Whenever I tried to dip a toe into his independent material, I couldn't take it. You got to be like, hey, Kent, that's not really correct. But I could have honestly just watched one of his videos, I think, and I would have gotten the gist of it, because they're all the same.
So what was your topic that you planned to do?
Yeah, human evolution. I was just like, I minored in anthropology in my undergraduate education.
And how many times and how many times did he like go off topic?
Oh my God. I mean, it's incredible how he manages to just completely dodge the question and just get back into this idea of comparing two completely like opposite ends of the tree of in order to conceptive evolutionary theory seem as crazy as possible. That's why he does, you really think a dog is related to a pine tree? And it's like, well, yes, Kent, but there are a couple of steps in between there, just a few. So sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, and you brought up the Big Bang too, probably?
Yeah. Well, actually.
Really? You didn't?
I think he actually keep it somewhat, at least Earth-centric, at least in mind. But you're right. I've heard him in several debates completely. The topic will be like Noah's Ark, and then he'll bring up the Big Bang. And, you almost want to be like, hello? What is going on here? Dude!
Like, am I in the right place?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've seen one of my favorite actually debates that Kent has been involved with was the one with King Crocoduck, just because that was it was explicitly like cosmology and astronomy stuff, which is.
I think your wife would come in and out because your camera's like freezing. I think we lost her. Yeah, I think we lost her. Ow. It's me.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I lost.
Welcome back.
I know. Thank you. Yeah, I was saying his conversation with King Crocoduck, like astrophysics, and a top with physics in general. So to hear King Crocoduck like go through and explain, these concepts, and Kent constantly being like, could we go ahead and explain that for the average audience member, because he doesn't understand how the speed of light works, was very enjoyable.
Yeah, my first interview, I think besides the one I remember the most was when my guest was Bill Ludlow before he passed away. His interview with him.
That conversation is so good.
It's like populations have kids, not individuals.
Yeah, and in my conversation with Kent too, we're for some kind of cop out or something. He's like, evolutionists, they don't like the fact that I call them on the carpet on that, so they've changed it to populations evolve. And I want to be like, have you even opened the first page of Origin of Species, right? Like, it's always been populations that evolve, never individuals. But Kent kind of likes to consider himself, the young Earth creationism coming in and forcing evolutionists to adapt his zingers, which is incredible. So, but yeah, it was an interesting conversation, I would say. I had a good time, if feeling a bit a bit like he avoided some questions, you know?
Yeah, I think it's like when we talk, it's like he hears that Charlie Brown teacher voice. Wah,
Yeah,
wah, 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 wah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's and I've talked to people before. Far be it from me to judge someone on their sincerity. I have no idea what's going on mechanisms of Ovind, but I find it very hard to believe that he's been told so many times so many of these concepts, and to the point that he'll even say, "Oh yeah, I understand the law of monophyly," but then he has no ability to show that he actually understands the concept because he still asks the same questions. You'll never see a dog produce a non-dog. Yeah,
Like you got that right, can't you? Well, you're right.
yeah, you're right.
Who this is going to?
Yeah, and oh man, yeah, he. You'll find too that a lot of people who are big Hovind fans kind of like to repeat the same general, I guess, isms that Kent puts out. Could a dog ever get to the size of Texas? Could a dog ever get to the animals as big as an elephant, like an elephant? And you're like, oh, Kent, buddy, like it's the epitome.
Some animals have gotten pretty big, but like some mammals got pretty big, but like for mammals to get that big, that means that birth probably had to take like forever.
Yeah, the gestation period, what it's feeding on has to be able to bring up dogs because it's everybody loves dogs, but this idea that you're going to get a dog as large as an elephant without having the natural pressures that would give it kind of the morphology required to hold that much weight.
Yeah, either natural selection or even artificial selection.
Exactly, but he's very keen on asking these questions to you that take 10 minutes to explain sometimes. Like if you want to do it justice, but in a debate that's so short, it's kind of it's a great tactic if you want to make yourself look like you're giving the big zingers.
Yeah, it's, one of my older episodes talking about that. We called it the Hovind. He does the Hovind hustle. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's totally me. My deal is being annoying. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I know if it's my internet or your internet. But anyways, yeah, we called it the Hovind hustle. But anyways, and a lot of one of his things and a lot of craziness things is what? This is a fun. This is a great episode season premiere. And he's coming in. Hello, everybody. Technical difficulties. Fun technical difficulties. So how you all doing? Audience isn't here. So wait for the get back. Mm. So let's see. Next week I'll be interviewing Atheist Pastor. Hopefully, and it's a little bit better. So that was her Wi-Fi right now, or my Wi-Fi, not my Wi-Fi. I have line internet, but hopefully it's better next week. Yep, there it goes.
Oh, thank God, I'm back. I had to move location a little bit closer to the. I shouldn't have any problems anymore.
Awesome. You got a wire this time? Or
Yeah. I had to go down to where it originates. The Wi-Fi kind of originates in my house, and just like I guess I was just in a weird area. Usually, but to the rule, I suppose.
I guess I'm just cursed.
So have you? Yeah. So have you watched a lot of Kent's material? Then a lot of his debates.
Like I said, I watched his with Bill Ludlow. I watched his with Aaron Raw.
Yeah. How was it talking to Bill?
That's pretty good.
How was it? I really wish I'd gotten the opportunity to meet him.
He's nice. I wanted to go to see his museum and hear his lecture in person.
Yeah, that would be incredible, wouldn't it? That would have been so awesome. Okay, so what's your favorite primate, not including humans?
Favorite primate. I guess if I had to pick one, I guess like howler or scroll monkeys.
Those guys are awesome.
Yeah, and like us, their tail actually works.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we really got the short end of the Catarines got the short end of the stick with those little limp, crooked tails kind of at the end. Barbarian attacks lost them completely. They don't even work.
Yeah, we're just a bunch of dry-nosed primates and tailless old world monkeys.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I would love to get the opportunity to hear the howler monkeys like out in their natural habitat because they're so loud. They've got kind of like the throat pouch similar to some of the gibbons or not gibbons, siamangs, which are really wild when you see like a bullfrog and cross it with an ape, but then you get a gibbon, or a siamang, which is I love it. I love that.
Oh yeah. So it's what if you've watched Aaron's systematical video series.
Oh my gosh, his videos are incredible. He's a phylogeny guru. I mean, I like to think that I know a decent amount of family and genera and order name, kind of the history outside of the primate order, but he puts everybody else to shame. He's got it like also for lack of better terminology, but so systematically linked that it's so easy to follow. His systematic classification of life series, and I've kind of pitted around a little bit in his Explorer project. Really, really cool.
Yeah, I did that too. I want to see if I can find all the way from beginning to us. I got lost a few times around on the path. Like, I had no idea there are that many nameless clades between certain things. Like we don't have names for them yet.
Yeah, and the wild thing is just how many groups that we have, that are almost there. We don't tend to see them very frequently either, because they're microscopic, or they live in environments that we tend to not think too about. Very unique groups like onychophorans. They're velvet worms, part of Panarthropoda, and they look like these squiggly little squishy worm plushies with legs that spit out these incredible gooey webs to capture their prey. And it's like, man, how come no onychophorans state velvet worm? Those guys are awesome.
Yeah. I didn't I didn't know there was so many between mammals and amniotes. There was so many different links there.
Yeah, and how many we've lost. You and I were talking the other day. We were considering how many different just incredible groups we've lost to time that we'll never get to see, and so many of them are so uniquely weird and bizarre. I love temnospondyls, these big monster-sized like Coolosuchus that just lived in Australia, and they basically filled the niche of crocodilians and were somewhat ambush predators with these big teeth, and they're just these big salamanders. How cool is that?
Yeah.
I'm kind of a fan of the amniote to mammal guys out in the Permian and Carboniferous, just kind of trembling around.
I made a joke about that one time. Yeah, I made a joke about that one time about how in the Permians the synapsids were in charge. We were the big guys. We have a war going on with the diapsids, and they took over for a while in the Mesozoic. We got back at the Mesozoic. We took it back.
Yeah,
and the Civil War.
The question is too, if humans and really mammals in general were to kind of experience a devastating blow similar to the dinosaurs, would it be the avian dinosaurs that rose up again and down?
I think the question.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird to think about. I could see birds though, kind of. I could see the avian dinosaurs just coming back around like a boomerang. A constant battle between the descendants of the mammals and the descendants of the avian.
Yeah, I always wondered what the human Homo sapiens was split into, how we were split in what our descendants would be. Like Homo sapien, maybe we'd be Homo sapien Earthians and Homo sapien Martians.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's some really interesting speculative evolution.
Also, man, there's another joke about that, like a creationist joke, where there's a Martian creationist on Mars, and he says, "If we came from Earthlings, how come they're still Earthlings?"
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a lot of them don't like the myth that we're monkeys or primates. Like, we're not primates. We're not animals. We're humans.
Yeah. Honestly, my anthropology professor, actually, he was my professor for several different classes, but he specifically taught evolution, and he very specifically kind of started off the year by being by really drawing that line in the sand and saying, all right, we as modern day anatomically modern Homo sapiens, are we a part of nature or are we apart from it? And obviously the conclusion we reach is, well, we're always going to we're dialed up to 10 in the cognitive ability primates, that we're out here doing our best and kind of doing a poor job of it. But I think there's a lot of dignity and beauty in that perspective.
I think our closest cousins was tree shrews or klugos are our closest cousins, the primates.
Yeah, living probably tree shrews. But I think we generally kind of take that route mostly because of the genetics, but also because Purgatorius, which there's kind of a little bit
You did a video about that.
work on whether it did.
That was your last video that you did, wasn't it? Purgatorius.
Yeah. So and when I was looking into it, it generally seemed like the literature right now is like, yeah, we're giving it to it. Purgatorius, protoprimate, maybe not, for sure, a plesiodapid yet, but it's the ankles. Like, oh yeah, those are very, primate-like. We are going to plesiodapus, or rather that Purgatorius is indeed a plesiodapiform and is thus the first of the primates. But, that might change. I kind of tend to buy it, though. I mean, but it matches the molecular clock divergence time. It looks very, very similar to the closest non-primate.
So do you focus on all the primates, or just one, like, branch of them? Hi again.
I kind of like this like hero's journey thing that we get from like the unassuming tree shrew like Purgatorius rising to the top. This ascent of man. But I don't know. I kind of blame Hawkins within the Ancestor's Tale and the like for being like the beauty, the wonder.
Yeah, I've read that. I have that book on audio I have that book on ebook, and I have the book on Audible too.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I like the original book better because unfortunately the audio book is it's a bridge, so it cuts out half the stuff.
Yeah. Well, man, the text it's a big boy text. I mean, I would imagine if you were listening to it on audiobook, you're going to be listening for quite some time.
Oh yeah. It's like, but I like the journey where you go back in time, like on a trail, like meeting everybody. Hey, everybody, how you doing?
Yeah. I like too how it starts with it kind of starts where we are currently and moves backwards. That's an interesting way to go about it, because so frequently we see that we start with our single cellular organism, Luca, and then we diversify into. Think by kind of reverberating where we are and just how we fit in.
Yeah, speaking of, I know it's beyond your. I know it's your opinion. I know it's beyond your study, like way beyond. But do you have an opinion on the trees, like the 3 trees or the 2 trees? You think we're within the Archaea family, or like separate from it?
Yeah,
different opinions about that.
Yeah, admittedly, it's been quite some time since I've kind of looked into early life in general from my abiogenesis kind of directly afterwards, and how we see a diversification. And I can say that I think I've been looking into a lot about like extinction events and how we know that extinction events occurred and things like that, just because I'm doing a series on it. And it seems like early on, since one of our first big known diversification events kind of happened after Snowball Ediacara. One of them. But I think it's kind of hard to gauge where those early kind of roots began, just because we don't have the whole picture yet. I think we can.
And plus,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And plus, gene transfer is a thing back then too. Like hey, our first, I guess that we first sex.
Yeah,
and some of my genes.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So I'll give you some of my genes. You give me some of yours.
Yeah, well, tit for tat. That's kind of the nature of the beast, I guess. And then one day someone was like, "No, wait a second, hold on. What if we do this a different way?" I don't know. What are your? I wish I could give you a more educated answer. Unfortunately, like you said, that's not really my field.
I like to think that I would like to think that all eukaryotes are part of the Archean family. Be like, that means we're still the law of modified. We're still Archean. That means we're still Archeans then.
I think there's, as far as I remember, I think there's pretty good literature out there for archaea being, archaea and bacteria both kind of emerging at the same time, with eukarya kind of popping up quite a bit later. So I don't know. I think that's a great question to ask. I think it's a really necessary question to ask. I just, I would suggest
someone keep your curiosity going. That's how you learn stuff. You don't set your way like.
Yeah, absolutely.
You stop growing.
Yeah, and that stuff too. Every time I try to get into like abiogenesis and stuff like that, I always have to be like, all right, let's sit down. I really got to try to soak this in, because biochemistry is not my favorite subject in undergrad. I didn't necessarily do poorly in it, but I probably could have done better. So I always have to like refresh my memory on the nature of how biochemistry kind of works.
Yeah, I've been curious about that too. Whereas, like I was curious about RNA and DNA. We think RNA came first, and I was reading it up. It was like how, like, both RNA and DNA have three similar letters. Only one of them is different.
Yeah, and the question is, what's interesting too is that those that utilize DNA also utilize RNA. So it's like, it's kind of, lends itself to the whole, not that's certainly what helped lend itself to like RNA world, and this idea that, well, since things that have DNA also have RNA probably came first. It's somewhat intuitive, but yeah, RNA is weird. It's got one base, huh?
Also, because does that mean viruses are our distant cousins from bacteria?
Well, that's good. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I don't know why we necessarily have to treat life as kind of a binary, like things are either living or they're not living, and I think we tend to treat it that way because, like, okay, well, as far as we know, you're alive or you're dead, you're animate or you're inanimate. But what are your thoughts? What do you think?
Well, I missed the 5 seconds of your conversation because you blocked out again. But yeah, I agree. I think living, non-living is really the final line between it.
Yeah, I kind of lost you that time. Wait, can you?
Yeah, I hope you have your interview tomorrow.
Okay.
You don't have this bad difficulties.
Oh no, I'm really sorry. Usually I don't have these kinds of problems. I haven't had these in the past, and I'm like right next to the router, so it shouldn't be kind of being misbehaving this poorly. But
you have like a line you can plug in.
Well, I see. I'm living at home for like the holidays, kind of, and if I kind of jack that cord from my dad here, he's a radiologist, so he does readings from home. I don't want to like bust him if he needs it,
Hey, sorry, I know you're reading this X-ray right now or whatever, but I need this.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so spotty here. I'm, hopefully, I don't know what the deal is, but tell me your thoughts.
Like I said, I think we might be connecting to the virus a little bit because like maybe like RNA split into two directions. One RNA line became viruses, one RNA line became DNA, and that's the bacteria and archaeans.
Right. Yeah. I mean, as far as the authority to speak on that, it's almost like as far as I know, that would be just as probable as anything else. lit better. I probably should have checked into the lit better. Okay, let me get into. Okay, you said you like synapsids. Who's your favorite synapsid?
I think I like what I like the first one I ever learned about as growing up was Dimetron. Dimetron.
Yeah, the Sail fan guy. Yeah, that guy's awesome. Yeah, I think that Dimetrodon, it almost seems like they go back and forth on whether or not Dimetrodon, because I think it's a genus.
Yeah,
Dimetrodon is like,
I do wonder if he was just our cousin, if he was our grandfather.
yeah, it's one of those things like similar with the hominids, right? Where it's constantly this big gradient where it's like you can get the general trend of what our ancestor probably looked like by seeing our like currently is maybe just maybe Dimetrodon, but if not Dimetrodon, probably someone quite similar.
So too bad we can't get DNA from fossils. That'd be cool if we could do that.
Oh God, yeah, the young Earth creationists certainly are making some claims that we can indeed, and that's what makes fossils so indicative of a young Earth. But I mean, I had some friends on the other day. I'm kind of editing the video together now, but we were talking about. Do you know about the soft tissue fossils, the work of like Mary Schweitzer and all that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So they on like pulling these big branching blood vessels, and look, there's red blood cells inside of them, and it's like, no, not quite. Those are framboids. They're not red blood. They're not platelets. As much as you might want them to be, but they're seemingly very big fans of basically saying, oh well, there's no way that there can be any kind of
we all fossils came in the flood anyways.
Oh my God, yeah, I know, and they just happen to sort like that, huh?
Yeah, I had a speaking of, nothing to do with biology, but I had like a crisis on my channel a few weeks ago. Yeah, science was the reason I got out there. It was more like history because I asked him, the flood happened 4,000 years ago. How come there was Native Americans in America like 10K years ago? He's like, oh, because the archaeologists aren't lying about it, or they're not wrong. I'm like, I don't know, I'm not an archaeologist.
Oh, Vandalia, you have no idea. This Egypt as a portion of my anthropology minor, and the population the population growth rate is so wild to have to fit in between essentially like Nakata 1, which is like the first period of recorded Egyptian history, that when busted up on Mount Ararat. I mean, you have so little time. I think it's something like 200, 400 years to have the entire population of Egypt like in place and actively building monuments. It's not great. And then the thing is to get to those levels, you have to invoke a crazy high population rate, but then something from quickly, or else we'd be, in the multi-billion level of population of people worldwide now. So it's like this weird dynamic where sometimes it's really fast when we need it to be, but sometimes it's really slow. So just bear with us.
And I want to know is how they figured out the bottleneck effect of that quick 2 or 7 pairs of beings.
Oh my God! Yeah, I know. Well, and the weird thing is that it's an awful lot of trouble to bring all of these kinds on the ark and then have 99% of them go extinct right when they get back off. It's leading to
like with dinosaurs. I've heard 3 different dinosaur theories. One, they got on the ark and died afterwards. 2, they died in the flood. Or 3, they never existed at all.
Okay, that time I don't think it was me because I still had bars the whole time.
Yeah, like I said, there's 3 dinosaur theories I've heard. Like one, they got in the ark and then died afterwards, or they were dragons.
Oh yeah.
2, they died in the flood. They never made it in the ark to begin with. Or 3, they never existed at all. They were all a lie.
Yeah, I like the one where they point to drawings of dragons or mythical creatures on this, that, and the other thing in archaeological dig sites. There's one that looks like this dinosaur with, or rather this mythical creature with quite long claws, and they're like, it's a baryonyx. They saw a baryonyx, and you want to be like, sure, very distinct dinosaurs. Where are all the sorrow?
Yeah. I wonder. Hmm. And I'm on again. Dancing. Oh boy. See? So, anybody watching in chat right now, what's your opinion on all this stuff? Not technical difficulties, of course, on our family tree. Or you have opinions? Hey, CC, if you're still watching, and Jimbalaya, Jimbalaya. I don't see him back. I don't know if her internet just died or she's giving up or what. She replied back. So, See, we wait. We wait. This is why sometimes it's nice to have other people on the show too to fill this dead air. Oh, here we go.
My phone.
Nope. It's just my phone. Hopefully, think. Nope. Phone's like, nope.
Dandalia.
I hear you.
Okay. Well, I ended up just switching to my phone because I was like, this obviously isn't going to work. So
Like before you like, I'm supposed to my phone. It's like, nope.
I know. You wouldn't believe it. I actually ran upstairs with this and I plugged it into the wall. I had like 1%, and then it just completely quit on me. And I was like, I straight up was like, God damn it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Tony Reed used his phone for our last few podcast episodes. So yeah, hopefully the phone.
Has that been happening a lot, or is it just me? It's probably just me, isn't it?
Yeah, he had issues too with his internet. So
yeah. Well, thank you. I really appreciate you being patient. I don't know what the deal is. It's just bad. I must have done something bad, some bad karma coming at us, huh?
You kicked Kent's butt. That's what you did wrong.
I'm so sorry. Continue. Let's continue with our conversation. So we're talking about synapses, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. I think. Okay. Do you know about the Gorgonopsidae?
Oh yeah, the part of the Therapsid family tree with the big, like the saber-toothed tigers of our ancestry.
Yeah, those ones are definitely my favorite with regard to the synapsids. They're, God bless them. They're hideous little guys, big guys, I guess. Like they're like 11 and a half feet long or something like that. But
I wouldn't want to run into one. That's for sure.
I would not either. But I think it's neat because I think, as far as I'm aware, a couple of them have pitting, kind of on their on the rostral end of the mandible, which like suggests they might have had some whiskers, which is kind of neat. That's very mammalian.
Yeah, but mammalian things. I recently learned or always learned this. You know that just because you're a mammal doesn't mean you can't lay eggs. Like platypuses are mammals; they lay eggs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I actually had someone say to me one time that they were like, yeah, well, instead of a large, family tree or large bush with a common ancestry, it's going to be a creation orchard, and we know that because where are the common ancestors of the platypus? Where's the platypus lineage? What about the transitionals? And I was like, you are aware that there do exist monotreme transitionals, right? Just I wouldn't be the person to go to. I don't know them off the top of my head, but a quick Google brought up like 2 or 3 of them. With sort of the type specimen style monotreme traits, and I was like, so much of this is just saying something that you don't know, and then it's just an argument from incredulity.
Uh, uh, Back to the viruses thing real fast. Another virus thing that our ancestry is the EVRs or EVs, the retroviruses in our DNA.
Yeah, the endogenous retroviruses. Yeah, those guys are awesome.
Like,
I've heard a lot of creationists too argue with that, where they point out that some ERVs have been known to play roles in embryonic development. Therefore, all ERVs have function. Therefore, they don't indicate common ancestry. And I'm like, what kind of logic is that?
I think it's funny that just by a miracle, the same virus hit the same part in our DNA of both species at the exact same spot.
Yeah, and I like that, and I like the the gulo breakage for vitamin C synthesis or ascorbic acid synthesis.
Is that's a primate thing, right?
Yeah, but it's the general trend, the general consensus amongst creationists is that it's like, well, it looks kind of like that just happened in each family on its own in the same location with the exact same function.
Like
I'm kind of like, yeah,
like a convergent evolution thing.
Yeah, well, convergent evolution, but on such a minute level, that we're talking, a spot nanometers in length, less than that in the genome rather.
That sucks. So I wish we had that still, because sometimes I forget. I don't eat as much as I should, so I wish we had that sometimes. Like,
yeah, and part of the reason that whole deal works is because it's like, well, we're primates, so we eat a lot of fruit, so we don't. Therefore, it was a decent trade-off, and generally speaking, the gulo break allows us to put on fat easier, so we can survive better in times of scarcity. So it's like, okay. So it kind of got us and kind of busted us in both ways. We can't produce our vitamin C and we get fatter.
It was fine when we lived in the trees and had fruit to eat all the time, but unfortunately we're on the ground now. We don't have the fruit access in the leaves anymore. But I think that's why we got the color division, right? That's why we lost our nose. We lost our nose. We got eyes for color. We could see, oh, that's ripe fruit.
Yeah, they think too that that's sort of as a byproduct been really nice for telling when females are in estrus in baboons and in macaques that have genital swelling, so you get this bright red color. Or for virility in males, like mandrills, they got those beautiful faces with the reds and the blues, and the females are like, oh man, I like that, that's pretty sweet, which you wouldn't get without color vision.
Yeah. Speaking of males and females and like that, you ever heard that guppy study, or I forget, because they raised sexual and natural selection. They raised two groups of guppies, whatever, or minnows, and they had one with no predators in the river, and they all became colorful and bright, and the ones that had predators became camouflaged and stuff.
Yeah, rapid evolution. Thanks to, if there's no selective pressure where it's like, oh, these bright colors are going to hose you, or even if that pressure isn't too great, then you can kind of get freaky with your color patterns. I mean, you look at peacocks. Male peacocks have predators in the wild, but the benefit for looking so gorgeous to the peahens was just a
keep the balance between looking good to the other sex and actually be able to survive in nature. Back and forth balance. So you've been going around in the wait till you get back. Welcome back again.
Yeah, well, looks like I can't catch a break. I'm sorry, continue.
So you've been in a circle lately. I first saw you with Jackson Wheat, then you were with GE, and tomorrow you're going to be with Shannon Q.
Yeah. You guys have all been super generous in kind of having me on and letting me blather on and on about things that I think are things that I think are cool or worth talking about. But yeah, talking to GE was a blast, and Jackson can talk about evolution for ages, so it's fun. He knows quite a bit more than me, absolutely, when it comes to the vast majority of genera. Actually, I think I only got him in primates, really, but
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't do very well in college, so yeah.
what did you? Yeah, what did you study?
Well, at first I studied. First, I was going to be in printing, right? Then the later I wanted to be. Later I wanted to be a teacher, like a history teacher.
Yeah. Oh, history, awesome.
That's my favorite. That was my favorite thing. I was never that good in the science, except for a few things. But I was more history. That's what really got. Like I said, that's what really got me into realizing, the 4 years was not long enough.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. I wish I was more knowledgeable about history. I mean, my limits are I literally pretty much just know about Egypt, and then whatever I learned in my undergrad for.
Yeah, Egypt. Of course, Egypt is a long, like big period too. Like different kingdoms, different dynasties, and then the post-Roman Egypt and then modern Egypt. Like it's like
Yeah.
it's like. Oh.
Absolutely, and it's so interesting how their culture changed with the Ptolemies, like with the influence of the Greeks when they came in and kind of flipped things around, and how things changed in those intermediate periods. So it's like, yeah, we love the old kingdom, and then intermediate period, and then they come back and they're like, ooh, we're gonna change a few things. Let's kind of do our own deal.
Like instead of building pyramids, now we're gonna build temples.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, and I like too how pyramids are basically just like mastabas, like stacked and stacked and stacked. They're like, we love mastabas. Nah, screw mastabas. We're into pyramids now. Like, he had I think it was three pharaohs, like one after the other, and all three of them were like, yeah, pyramids, they're the best. And then you're right. Then in the Middle Kingdom, they're like, no, we like temples and necropolis now. Necropoli. I don't know what the plural of necropolis is. So what would you say is your favorite historical period and location?
Lately, I've been studying about the first Dark Ages, not the Roman Dark Ages, but the Bronze Age Dark Age.
Oh, cool! That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I didn't know. I did not know the fall of the Bronze Age was also called the Dark Ages.
I literally did not know that either. So where, like, are we talking like kind of Mediterranean area or like Europe?
Yeah, Mediterranean, Middle East area, about 1177 BC, between the
gotcha.
Bronze Age and the Iron Age, with the fall of the Bronze Age.
Oh, cool. So you're talking like Mesopotamia.
Yeah.
Well, that is sick. That is awesome. Yeah, that my knowledge of human sort of human civilization is spotty at best. I could definitely know more about it. Neolithic, I like that. I know that pretty well.
Yeah, the thing I was thinking about. I'm talking about later before we were talking about the what was it? The bottlenecks. How the human bottleneck like 80,000 years ago.
Yeah, the Toba extinction.
Yeah, like I said.
Yeah, that's why.
Like I said, I don't know how big a bottleneck if we would have if it survived Noah's Ark.
eight people, 4 couples. Let me put it this way: it would not be great. I'm keeping up with kind of what the guys who are pretty big fans of like replacing Darwin, just Nathaniel Jeanson's work, and all where it's like, yes, mutation rates. Looks like we're all descendants of Noah's 3 daughters-in-law. That's the LMN, and
And I think we had to trade cousins a lot. We had to trade cousins often enough. Okay. Your cousins are sleeping together now because we can't have siblings we had that kind of train cousins to each other. The gene pool a little bit more varied.
And it's very messy because according to the phylogenetic tree, it's like an unrooted tree, but it's basically like L is, let's see, there we go. L and then M and N are kind of here. So basically L is kind of like the mother of M and N, which doesn't exactly work within the Noah's Ark time frame. At all, does it? Makes things kind of awkward.
Did you watch that silly, that crazy Noah's Ark movie from a few years ago?
Oh my god, yes. I actually did see. Isn't that Russell Crowe? Is it Russell Crowe?
I think so.
Yeah.
And Emma Watson.
Yeah, that movie was wild.
According to that, the two younger siblings mated with their nieces.
Oh god. Yeah. My favorite part about that movie is the Watchers, the big rock monsters that, are filled with this kind of cytoplasmic, golden ooze that they can only be freed when they're like killed horrifically. That was wild.
There's an even worse one a few years, like back in the 80s or early 90s. Worst Noah's Ark movie where they had Sodom and Gomorrah happen before Noah's Ark.
Oh my god. You're kidding me. I've never heard of that.
No, it had the. You ever seen Back to the Future? The third one,
Yeah.
The teacher. It had that lady as Noah's wife in that movie. But yeah, they're like, apparently Noah knew Lot and stuff, and like even back when I had believed the Bible was more realistic than it is, I'm like, this is, don't they even know their own stories?
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. I was talking with some buddies the other day about how essentially to build, Inserts in Genesis likes to say that the way that they fix the problem of a giant wooden boat being tossed around by 50, 60-foot waves and getting destroyed, a la the largest wooden boat that's existed, kind of today, the Wyoming, is by having like these big steel bracers and like this steel backbone on the boat to keep it from breaking. And that kind of implies that Noah and his sons would be like adept, right? Like just.
Yeah, this is like back in the early Bronze Age, not even the iron or steel ages yet. So.
Yeah. They're just going out, mining the metal, bringing it back, working with it, forging.
And they never told their descendants how to do it. Like they lost.
Everyone forgot after that. Everyone forgot. They're like, nah, you gotta figure that out yourself. Sorry. Yeah, there's a pretty big problem too with stone tool use. Essentially all across the African continent, trillions with the E of stone tools just strewn about here and there. And basically there's no way to account for why all these stone tools are here. I mean, they're flecked, beautifully flecked with which is, it's called flint knapping. It's a hard method to learn in and of itself, but so many of them, they should have everybody get off the ark, go to reproduce enough so you get to the Tower of Babel, flee the Tower of Babel, forget everything they learned from basically the Babylonian period, and prior, learn how to create 140 trillion stone tools and spread them all across the continent, and then fit snugly back into the creationist timeline. So I'm not really sure how that is exactly working, because these are tools that cannot be forged naturally. But far be it from me.
And languages, talk about languages. How we like suddenly such different languages. Like one will snap the fingers. There's like the Roman language. The Italian language became the Romans, Italians, the Spanish and stuff. But no, but it all happened like flip the switch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I like too how it's like you've got a unique calendar system in the early Chinese dynasties, and so all of the individuals who leave the Tower of Babel go back to China, where of course their forefathers had passed away in the horrific flood, and they just pick up, not mentioning anything about what had gone down in Babel or the sort of world-ending flood, and then they're just like, oh man, like sick. These guys already made like a calendar. Let's just use theirs. No biggie.
Oh, you ever been to the Crazy Museum in Kentucky?
Once when I was quite young. But I haven't been probably. I'm 23 now, so it's probably been at least 10 years.
Yeah, me too. I went when I was still going to church. We took a field trip there. My youth group did. And it was like 10, 11 years ago. And they brought up how the ice age happened right after the flood.
Yeah. And here's something interesting about that is that we all know that in the Ice Age you've got mastodons and mammoths, your big terms kind of flourishing. But as you mentioned earlier, they have incredibly long gestational periods. You're getting two of the elf kind of off of the arc. And in the Ice Age, which was 400 years generously, you've got to get hundreds of thousands of mammoths and mastodons, enough to fill all of the hunter-gatherers tribes, sort of like home bases, which were the big tusks holding up their tents and things like this, and of course all of the line in permafrost. How the hell are you getting that in pachyderms?
Yeah, and probably mammoths and mastodons are probably bigger than elephants. I'm guessing.
So their gestational period is probably longer. Yeah, you're dead on.
Egg layers have it so easy. They lay eggs of any size and they grow up.
Yeah. Although I will say, have you seen a photo of a kiwi bird next to its egg? I mean, that thing is enormous.
The egg or the kiwi?
The egg in comparison to the kiwi. It's an enormous egg, and I'm like, oh my god, like how does that go down for the kiwi? Whatever. I'm not a bird person, so.
Freaking birds. I think my favorite the cuckoo bird that doesn't even bother laying their own eggs. Like, I mean, they look.
Yeah, birds. Birds don't tend to do very well with new predators, do they?
No.
Not within their own species, and certainly not others. I had the pleasure to go to the London Natural History Museum, and they've got like a dodo skeleton there, and underneath there's the brave tale of the dodo who died because hungry humans essentially made land on their island, and between them, rats and cats, and just wasn't a good situation, right?
No. Well, speaking of dodos, when I was reading the Ancestor Tale book, it surprised me to realize that the dodos is basically a pigeon.
Yeah, I think that is their closest relative now. So, which I believe they're pigeons aren't exactly the smartest, and I don't think dodos would be super intelligent either.
Yeah. Oh, also, how like whales are connected to hippos.
Yeah. Well, I mean, God, genetically they're closest to hippos, but their sort of evolutionary chain, where it's like Pachycetus, rather Indohyus, Pachycetus, Amblyocetus, through Dorudon and like Basilosaurus, it very similarly follows kind of the hippo. I think Amblyocetus, which was spent a decent amount of time in the water, probably about as much as a hippo does, has bone densities that are similar to hippos, so that they walk along the bottom of the water, or along the bottom of the seafloor, which is awesome.
And what was the weird thing if you could have a mythical animal evolve in real life, what would you have?
Me in particular? Oh man. I mean, the easiest one would be to say, like, okay, I love dragons. I've got a plastic dragon on my shelf. So I love dragons. It's interesting to see thing, how that would kind of come about. But I also really like manticores, and I like this idea of kind of I mean manticores and chimeras of like animals that are mostly mammalian but also have reptilian traits.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you would get like a chimera where you've got like one head's a lion, one head's a goat, and then the tail is a snake.
I think
How would that evolution?
not sure, but I think my two would be would be unicorns. I think that could grow maybe just like an ivory or whatever tusk coming out of the forehead, like a little bone maybe sticking out, and eventually going longer and longer. Like that could be a unicorn type thing.
But what about rhinos?
The other one would be mermaids, because we know mammals can go back to the water, and just basically as a human went on the water eventually, having babies in the water eventually, and their legs fishing together.
Yeah. Are you aware of like the aquatic ape hypothesis for human evolution?
I think I've heard of it one time, but we're like
it's pretty wild. It's completely not founded, but it's basically the idea that humans have higher body fat percentages than other primates, especially apes. We kind of have webs between our fingers. Therefore, we probably had an ancestor that lived along the coast and had these adaptations selected for because it lived a decent amount of its life hanging out in the water. But I don't know if you remember that fake mermaid documentary that came out several years ago.
No.
It's this mermaid documentary that came on like I think it was either Animal Planet or Discovery, and a lot of people were fooled into thinking that it was like a legit documentary, which it was not. But they kind of hijacked the aquatic ape theory, and they're like, you get mermaids, the aquatic ape theory. People have known this forever. Mermaids.
I bet you.
And I was. Oh, go ahead.
I think I talked about mermaids one time, about how this Noah's flood survivors didn't really die; they evolved into mermaids.
That's a hyper evolution. You'd have to be working pretty quick.
and that's why, and Little Mermaid, we can still breed. We can still breed together because we're not that far related apart biologically. So we can still breed to each other.
Those hybrids would be quite awkward, would they not? I like when people draw reverse mermaids, where it's basically the bottom half is human and the top half is just this awkward like tuna. I'm a big fan of those.
Oh yeah, speaking of tuna, like explain to people that we're closer to tunas than they are to sharks.
Yeah, I mean, teleost fish, which I'm pretty sure tuna is a teleost, came about quite a bit later than chondrichthyes. I don't know that that's. Are you saying that is indeed like we share more in common genetically with tunas than we do sharks?
Yeah.
I mean, I would buy that. I think I would need to see like a divergence time for tuna, but it wouldn't be hard to believe given sharks been around for so long.
Yeah, I think that tuna. I think tuna is like a ray fin fish, and we're lobe fin fishes.
Yeah. It's we're Sarcopterygians, and they would be. Well, I don't know if they're ray fin fish, or I know that rays and skates would be considered ray fin fish. I'm not sure. Teleosts.
But I think rays and sharks are like us and other fishes are like we're bony off the O word. I don't know some of these words, but the sharks and rays are the cartridges,
No, they're cartilage based. Their name is chondrichthyes, and then we're Sarcopterygians, the lobe finned fish. I'm not sure where tuna. That would be a great thing to look up. I have no idea. Tuna. I should know this.
Well, that's still like you're more. That's still way off of your branch of science. A little bit.
I'm a little honed in on sort of Eocene, Oligocene onward. That's a shame. I should know the answer to that question. I should know where where the teleosts fit, but I don't. Or I do know it and I just can't remember it.
But like your thing, primates. Did the primates happen before or after the KT boundary thing?
It depends on which camp you are in as far as where Purgatorius sits. I mean, if Purgatorius thrived, or very close cousins to Purgatorius, right about the time of the KT boundary, but being so small and being nocturnal and burrowers, those who were precursors of Purgatorius, they kind of inched their way through that extinction and then were capable of going back up into the trees and taking this arboreal lifestyle. Because we're fairly certain that Purgatorius was a tree dweller, just its ankles. There's no reason that an animal with ankles like that should be scrabbling about on the ground. So I would say that primates before the KT, no, but something very close to the first primate, yes.
Yeah, we were probably still underground by then, and then I guess the KT happened. And we were like, hey, it's our time to shine. Of course, some of the dinosaurs didn't think the term was over yet. The terror birds for a while were a thing. The dinosaur leftovers, they're like, hey, we're still in charge here, mammals. Don't get any funny ideas.
Exactly, between them and Haast's eagle way later, and the moa, there were some pretty big birds that were around, even when anatomically modern humans were chilling on the planet. But we can't fire and you beat 26.
Speaking of modern humans, it's surprising me how many times that we left Africa. Like first the Homo erectus, then the Homo heidelbergensis, and then later us.
Yeah, it's generally speaking, like the out of in kind of these very close successive ways is accepted. Now you're absolutely right. And then you've got Erectus essentially diversifying, or rather Heidelbergensis diversifying into Sapiens in Africa and Neanderthalensis out abroad, and Erectus. I think you get Denisovans, sort of early versions, Floresiensis, and then of course the Erectus that stayed kind of south. You get Naledi, which all tentative, all subject to change, but you're right, it's totally looking like that. I like this idea that, the Erectus was like, man, I'm out. Like, there's this broad world out there, I'm going to go check it out. And then you're right, Heidelbergensis had kind of the same idea later, and Sapiens was the last one to the party.
Like we used to, no, it's warm down here. We're gonna stay where it's warm in this little.
Yeah, we don't like having to scrape around in Eurasian steppes where it's snow all the time. We'll take our bets with the savanna predators rather than the cave hyenas and the stuff.
Yeah, I made a joke about our laziness, human laziness and stuff, because according to our history books, my city's history books, like we were going to the Vandalia, Illinois, on National 40 Road, and we stopped here and we're like, we don't go any farther. Let's call this place Vandalia.
Yeah, yeah. Let's call it. We'll put our feet down right here. We're not moving one step further. Such is human nature. Plus, anytime humans find like a nice riverbank, they're like, "Oh, let's set up shop here." We love rivers. We love inundations.
Yeah, we for a long time we had to have either rivers or lakes to survive, and then trade and stuff.
Yeah, and we relied too, especially in more arid zones, of the annual inundation of the river to like irrigate our crops and feed us for the next year.
Especially when we stopped being hunter-gatherers and we put down roots.
Yeah.
We stopped.
You read? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Ever read what?
I was going to ask you if you'd read *Sapiens*, the book *Sapiens*.
I might have. I've read so many books recently.
Well, it kind of talks about how being agricultural in nature was like the biggest scam of all time, because it's like agriculture is so much more work than hunter-gatherer lifestyle, and it resulted in kind of like the I did, for sexes in both my class, and it was this kind of big dupe that everyone was like, oh yeah, this is a great idea, um, for a while, but then you get stratification of all the classes, and now there's a king because he's got the best land and he grows the best crops, and so we'll just, give the king what he wants, and then he'll give us some of his crops, and then all of a sudden that's civilization.
Yeah, it's like instead of like going after the animals, I always keep the animals here, and like like in the little thing, like cows or sheep, whatever. And instead of chasing after them, why don't we make them like us?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was very fascinating how we got the domesticated to basically mini predators before any livestock. Just really liked dogs, and the friendly wolves really liked us, and then cats. We were like, oh, these guys keep the mice out. Like we'll just let them hang around. And no one in that 36,000 year period between dogs and cats was like, maybe we should also do the same thing for like no.
Yeah, I heard yeah, I heard the old cows and like old sheep are like very very mean things.
Yeah, they were mean and they were a lot bigger.
Like
they were beefier, more aggressive. We owe a lot to the first guys who are like trying to wrangle, these ancient members of genus Oz, who are just like they got these huge racks of horns ready to gore you to death.
Like yeah, gotta love artificial selection. Like they kept like, okay, let's keep the tame ones, and the wild ones can either die or go away.
Yeah. I imagine it was probably something along the lines of like the guy goes out there to milk, one of the ancient cattle that had just given birth, and she's just trying to gore him to death. And he's like, I'm not doing it anymore. That one does not get the birth, and it's all out of frustration.
I made a joke about how if like theistic evolution was true, like got up there as like breeding us like we breed dogs or like we breed broccoli, like hey, breeding here. Okay, this human species is bad, so we'll get rid of it.
Yeah, I like the idea too of like how some cultures and locations got like cocoa beans, which are lovely and make chocolate and make coffee, and then other places he was like, yeah, you guys don't get cocoa beans. Sorry.
Listen until we invent a trade.
Yeah, none for you until you guys can, work together for 5 seconds and learn a little bit of trade.
So, you have any other interests besides anthropology, like you like any animes or games or anything like that?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, these days I've been a diehard Pokemon fan my entire life, but Sword and Shield were not great for me. So I was kind of bummed about that. But they were still fun. I still enjoyed them. I played every game, Pokemon franchise.
I haven't really played Pokemon that much after Gold and Silver. I had the original like 5 cartridges, but then I kind of lost interest for a while.
Yeah, it's pretty repetitive. You kind of have to like the formula if you're going to keep playing, because it's definitely the same thing every game. I just like collecting the monsters.
Yeah, I don't think I can do it. I'm not sure I can try to do it nowadays, but now there's breeding, and stats. You have to breed, like you reach 6 generations to get the perfect Pokemon. Like, okay, have babies and have babies.
Oh yeah, EVs, IVs. I mean, mage first, and the whole competitive aspect is wild. Anime. I like JoJo. Does that count?
No, probably. If I haven't watched yet, you should watch. We did a whole series on this. You should watch Danganronpa 3.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm whatever. I love cartoons.
Yeah, we did the whole series. It's I don't spoil too much, but it's very sad. It's very sad. If you're emotional, you will cry. You will cry.
I love that. I'm excited. So I usually watch TV shows and anime and cartoons in general and movies with my boyfriend, who is very keen on crying in pretty much everything. He ends up crying. He considers himself quite masculine until we watch like Up or How to Train Your Dragon or something. Which, to be fair, both of those I've also cried at. But
oh yeah, I saw all three of those. I seen all three of those movies. I don't really watch the TV series that much of it yet.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen the TV series either. But I wouldn't be opposed to it. I just guess I haven't really had the time.
But I'd say my favorite game series of all time still will be the Kingdom Hearts series.
Kingdom Hearts, really? What did you think of the most recent one? I heard it was somewhat controversial.
Yeah, it was. For me, I beat it on the most difficulty setting, the proud setting at the time. So, yeah, I liked the part of it, but the other part was like, not really good ending. I bought the DLC. Hopefully, they'll fix some of the stuff in it.
Yeah. You gotta have your fingers crossed. The DLC has been pretty good for pretty much for most games recently. Like especially Switch, like Odyssey, the DLC's been great. Breath of the Wild, the DLC's been great. Smash, it's been great. So I hopefully they'll get like a patch going.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to think like what other like really games that I've been playing lately. I mean, most of the stuff that comes out on the Switch, just because I haven't really had time to play very much like on my PC or anything like that. Just because anytime I'm at home, I'm like usually working on something for school. So I can play my Switch on public transport, which is nice.
Yeah, that's the thing I like about the Switch now. They're like, let's combine the portable with the home console at the same time.
Yeah, and it works for some games, and for others it does not. So I don't know what else have I been interested in. I saw several movies this past holiday season, which was very fun.
Seen the Star Wars movie? The new Star Wars movie?
No, that's actually one of the only ones I have not seen, and I've been kind of putting it off because I haven't heard the best things about it.
I don't spoil too much. In my opinion, it was okay.
Yeah,
wasn't terrible, but I didn't think it was that great for a grand finale.
Right. Yeah. Especially for it was kind of hyped up. I would imagine that you would hope that they would kind of have the right. I heard, but from most people who were criticizing it, who were kind of like, it just kind of feels like they didn't really know where they were going. And I feel like that's a pretty common problem when it comes to big trilogies and things like that.
But yeah, but like I said, it wasn't terrible either. But it was just average movie in my opinion.
Yeah.
But maybe you have different opinions on it.
Yeah, I might. I mean, I liked both of the previous ones. I thought the Force Awakens was better than The Last Jedi, but I didn't think The Last Jedi was as bad as most people were saying that it was. So maybe I'll like Rise of Skywalker a bit more.
Yeah.
Person.
Because I think the prequels were that bad either. I loved Revenge of the Sith personally.
Yeah, I also enjoyed the prequels. I mean, they're a little ham-fisted, but Star Wars is kind of campy in general. I think you kind of have to just lean into it and enjoy the ride.
Of course, and again, I've always been more of a Trek camp than a Wars camp.
Yeah, my dad loves our big Trek guy. Anytime I can get him Spock merch, that's what I get him. That's like my go-to Christmas present.
I remember I first saw Next Generation as a kid or teenager. One time in the middle of the night before school happened, in 7th, 8th grade, I'm like flipping through the TV at 10 o'clock at night. I'm like flipping to our 5 channels, like, oh, what's this thing?
Yeah. This looks pretty good. Yeah. I love, as far as like TV shows go, I'm trying to think. Probably I'm a real sucker for animation, so I love Futurama, and The Simpsons and the classic like Matt Groening stuff. And Futurama seems like I've always thought is a great take on the sci-fi genre in general.
Yeah, but it's like you should check some of this stuff. You definitely check the Dr. Ripple series out. I'll send you some links for it.
Yeah, link it to me on Twitter for sure.
Yeah, we talked about we had a whole 7
last season, me and Jim Belaya had a whole 7 series episodes of it. For 7 episodes talking about it. Yeah, originally I wanted to have a whole series about it in one episode, but we spent like 3 hours talking about just the first game alone. I'm like, it's gonna have to be a series now.
Yeah. Hey, but that's a good problem to have, right? If you enjoy it that much, that means like if you can talk about it forever, they've done something right.
So, do you go to school in England, or you just live there, or what?
Yeah, I go to school there. I did my undergraduate education here in the States, and then I was like, well, I'm going to get my master's somewhere. They do a master's of research program over there in primatology, and I was like, that's for me, so I guess I'm moving to England.
So
I just moved over there.
You going for your doctorates too, or just your master's?
I can't probably go for my doctorate as well. It's kind of dependent. I'm a little bit on the fence on whether or not I want to kind of go sort of like the sole researcher route, or if I want to kind of do become a professor and a little bit of research on the side.
Okay,
but we'll see. It's exciting.
It would be like you had to rename your YouTube channel to Dr. Gibbon.
I know. I know. Listen. That's not a bad problem to have either, though. I am okay with doing that.
Or Gutsick Gibbon, PhD.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm having a hard enough time with my thesis now. That thesis is the boy.
Oh, and then you can actually next time if you ever had the debate again, like I am a doctor.
Yeah, it kills me. It really kills me when people call him Dr. Hoban, just because Kent. Like I don't know about your university, like we all know that's God. I hesitate to like call someone on that. Just I don't.
Did you ever read his? You ever read his thesis he wrote?
Oh my God, no! So I have not read his thesis, but the fact I mentioned this to Jackson, the fact that it begins with "Hello, my name is Kent Hovind" makes me want to throw myself in oncoming traffic.
It reminds me of that. Reminds me of more of not just a thesis and more of like what I did for summer vacation, elementary school project. Like
I think, oh my God, like I feel like even just the thought of putting "Hello, my name is Erica" at the beginning of my thesis, even just uttering those words, I feel like my professor's about to come kick my ass.
Yeah, in season 3 of the podcast, we actually read some of his thesis in season 3.
What is his thesis even on?
Mainly about how evolution is a religion. Same thing he does in debates about early.
God. You're kidding. He spent his whole thesis on that? How long is it?
I don't know. We only got so far before we like our brain just died.
No, I honest to God cannot even imagine. That the idea of sitting down and reading Kent's thesis especially with that as a topic, just it actively makes my skin crawl. Oh, Kent, what are you doing, dude? Oh my God. Oh.
But I thought it's pretty. Sorry, go on.
At least he taught high school science and math for 15 years.
Yeah, he taught science and math.
Yeah.
But did you ever watch Tony Reed's Ken Hovind series, how he taught stuff?
Yeah. How creationism taught me real science, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
but
that's so priceless.
Did you ever watch his special Kent Hovind roast video?
No, but now I feel like I need to.
I think I can bring it up real fast. Let's see, hon. I feel like I can screen share this or not. Time to learn this. Time to learn some. So I can learn how to screen share here. It's hilarious. All right. He did like a little 3-minute roast of him.
Kent getting busted for 3 minutes. Yeah, Yeah, it was a Ken Oven roast back when the show was still doing its thing. That would have just been an absolute treat to be a part of.
All right, let's see. So I can see if I can do this. All right. See screen share. All right.
Oh, yeah, something's happening.
So you can hear this.
Yeah, I bet that original.
Do you hear it?
No, I don't.
Hold on. Let's see.
Tony's such a good guy.
Yeah, I'm not really. Yeah, I'm still learning how to do this stuff myself. So
No, don't sweat it. Yeah, if you can't get it, definitely send me the link though, or I can
Okay.
find it. Just because that sounds like an absolute treat.
basically, yeah, I'll send you the link. But yeah, basically it was how my favorite part was how Kent's not illegal. Kent doesn't belong in the United States. He belongs to the Republic of Florida.
You say you talked to Bill. In Bill's debate with Kent, one of my favorite things he says in that debate is Kent says something along the lines of like, I don't want my tax dollars paying for your religion, and then Bill says, I don't think we should be talking about taxes. And I was just,
Oh, I was like how he brought up the movie Castaway as part of the.
Oh yeah, with talking about, how what Tom Hanks isn't a part of the human population because he's on an island. Are the Sentinelese not a part of the human population either? To just assume that he kills me. Okay.
So do you want to debate him again, or yeah, enough from the first time?
And I know you need a little bit of a break, but I would debate him again. I think I'm not a geologist, but I have a cursory knowledge of. I would love to have a conversation about, why you think that they'll be on Earth. So I talked to geologists, talked several. None of them think. In fact, far from it. Especially when you bring in radiometric dating, which is the law of radioactivity is a thing, radioactive decay.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know there were so. I did not know there were so many different rock dating methods.
Yeah. Well, and one of my favorites too is like to say, okay, well, you're assuming that there was originally, it's all parent and zero daughter, like the isotope ratio. That's why we use isochron dating if we're not sure, because isochron dating has nothing to do with the original material. Not nothing to do. It doesn't require knowing the original parent material. But it's a pretty solid science. I'm not really sure what the whole deal is still in. And I think there's friends more YECs than like old Earth creationists.
Yeah, did you used to be a YEC, or were you an OEC before?
No, unfortunately, I used to be a YEC when I was in middle school. I actually came across an essay I wrote, like a middle school essay that I wrote in my basement when I was putting my books out the other day. And it's an essay by me, and the title is "Why Evolution is Not True." So, wow. And so I read it, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, you ever just wish you could go and just beat the crap out of yourself?
Yeah.
But in my defense, I was 13, but still, I was like, okay, and I did go to a YEC school, so it wasn't like I wasn't being a little bit indoctrinated, but I was like, damn.
Yeah, I grew up. I grew up my first 30 years of my life in church myself, but I don't think I ever was a YEC. Honestly, I think I might have been an OEC for a long time, because I used to like history books. I used to love books about prehistorical times, like the dinosaurs and like even before dinosaurs, like the trilobites and stuff like that, old ancient Earth. Like, it's funny, back when I still believed this stuff, and like it kind of messed my brain up. I'm like, I know this. I know the Earth is old, but I know the Bible happened too, because the Bible wouldn't lie. This is true. Yeah. So I'm like, in my brain, I'm like, like before I knew Noah's flood was that couldn't happen. I always thought maybe it happened before, like a long time ago, but like 50,000 years ago, 60,000 years ago, because that had to happen before the Native Americans came over here. So I'm like pre 10,000 years, pre 10K at least in my brain.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Like, I remember being there too. Like, we're kind of working out, like, okay, how can I make a literal interpretation of this work? And the answer is you can't. You know, I mean, I'm all about, you know, like, you want to throw allegory or whatever, talk allegory, you know, about the fact that Genesis was written down in like the Babylonian captivity, and that's why it's so similar to a lot of like the Babylonian myths and legends. That's all fine with me. You just can't go around saying that it's literally as written true and also scientific.
Yeah, it's a science book. It's a history book. It's a philosophy book. It's a
you name it. Yeah, I and then, you know, in I'm pretty sure it's still in Genesis, but like a couple of chapters later, there's like Lot and his wife and his daughters, and he like sends them out to be like, you know, assaulted by the crowd. And I'm like, I'm not sure that I'm like okay with that.
Well, apparently they forgave him because they slept with him a few chapters later.
Yeah, yes, God for it, huh? Yeah, that's oh my God. Yeah, that's so messed up on so many different levels. I wouldn't touch that with a 30-foot pole.
Oh, have you had debated a flat earther yet?
No, and the thing is that I know this is going to sound a little kind of, I guess, hypocritical, but it's like my absolute limit of sort of ignorance stops with young Earth creation. That's about as far as I feel like I can reasonably talk to someone, because I've never met a flat earther, you know, so I have no idea where that logic comes from, how it could possibly work. I've also been in a plane, so it's like,
yeah, I made a joke one time, a joke. I can understand sometimes creationists more like flat earthers. Creationists only had like 200 years to get with the program. Flat earthers had like, what, 2,000 years to get with the program, 500,000 years to get with the program. They've had a lot longer.
Yeah, and the thing is too is that it's like there are a lot of different tactics that like young Earth creationists can use, where it's or whatever. But like for a flat earther, you know, take a plane flight anywhere. Like, you can see the curvature of the Earth in certain portions at certain heights. You know, I don't know. I can't get on board. The new flat earther, I think I would get so frustrated. You know, where I would be like, okay, I'll pay for a plane ticket. Let's go on a transatlantic journey together.
So you can crash on a plane? I don't think so.
Yeah, planes aren't real. I've heard that one of the best ways to kind of shock conspiracy theorists like flat earthers, kind of not to their senses, but just kind of as a joke, you know, you gotta kind of hit them with something that's even crazier. So like if someone's, let's say they did a moon landing, like, oh, the moon landing didn't happen, just be like, you believe in the moon? You think the moon's real? Even with a higher level of crazy.
Oh, speaking of that, I have the perfect rebuttal for flat earthers. You know what it is?
Okay, let's hear it. Yeah.
Mountains. There's mountains. That means the Earth isn't flat. Mountain hills exist.
The fact that they're like, oh man, like what's holding up the flat Earth? Is this just a big disc and, you know, a big disc in space? I don't know enough about flat earthers to know like what their thoughts are.
It's the
process.
It's the ancient Greek god Atlantis. Atlantis? No, I can't remember his name. It's the Greek god holding up the Earth. He's real.
Yeah,
Atlas.
Yeah, Atlas.
Yeah, like that's assuming it.
Yeah, I like. Or what about? I'm fairly certain there's like an Eastern religion where it's like a large elephant or like a tortoise or something along those lines. Could be wrong.
But yeah, probably let you get. We've been talking for like almost 2 hours now, so probably just let you go.
Well, I had a great time though, and I would be happy to come on another time to make up for the fact that my Wi-Fi was so garbage for the first.
Yeah, hopefully we can get better connections next time. Maybe when you're
Yeah.
in England or something, maybe you have better internet.
Yeah, I know. At least the second half was good though, right? We did good on the second half.
Oh yeah, like I said, I think we did pretty good for a season premiere.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited. Yeah, I have to officially sub.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait to see your Extinction series.
Yeah, I'm almost done with the next.
So you only going for the big 5 or what?
Big 5 plus gender. So yeah, and big 5 is kind of jump starter for life, complex life as we know it, and I'm ending the Anthropocene. So,
Yeah, I want to say you said I won I think the very first Extinction is really interesting, like the oxygen catastrophe Holocaust thing, where oxygen took over the Earth.
Yeah,
and killed
that's. I mean, really and truly, the lesson that I've learned from researching extinctions is that it all comes down to the carbon cycle, carbon silicate. How can you screw up the Earth? Fastest, like screw up the carbon cycle. It's what happened in the Permian. It's what happened in the Triassic. It's what happened in the Ordovician. It's kind of what's happening now. It's so, but it's that on the bright side, life will probably make it through every vast majority of extinctions until until the Earth physically can't house life anymore.
So for our audience, you're going to when's your interview tomorrow?
I believe it's tomorrow evening. I want to say 5 or 6. I need to double check. And then if anybody is interested, I'll be back on Modern Day Debate on the 6th. So I think that's Monday. Debating Standing for Truth, who is a Kent Hovendite.
Oh yeah, he's been in my chat a few times. Not today, yes, but he's
but
yeah,
quite a guy. So we'll see how it goes. It's probably going to be a very
well. Hopefully, he'll have something. He'll have some new stuff that not just Kent Hovind repeats.
Yeah, that's my hope. My hope is that we get into at least something new.
And he'll stay on topic. Hopefully.
Yeah. Yes. We'll see.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you so much for having me on.
All right. It's time. I guess it's time. And here, this is my outro. Hope you like it. Never stop learning and enjoy the randomness.
Never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness. All right. I'll see you later.
Bye, everybody. Watch her tomorrow. See ya.
Facebook
Looks like we're live.
people.
Okay, everyone. Talking Time with Caffeine, the only podcast where we drink caffeine and hopefully try to get smarter.
Excellent.
Both of my guests have been here before, but a little introduction never hurts anybody. So reintroduce yourselves and tell me what y'all do.
What do you want? Jackson, you want to go first? You can go first, or I can. Doesn't matter to me.
Ladies first.
Okay. I'm Erica. I go by Gutsick Gibbon on YouTube. I am sort of a primatologist in training. I'm getting my master's of research in primate behavior, biology, and conservation. I got my undergraduate degree in animal science and a minor in anthropology as well as a minor in biology. So I really like monkeys. That's my whole deal. Monkeys and human evolution. So that's my field, so to speak, if I can be so generous to myself. That's it. That's my introduction.
Well, that's much cooler than me.
I promise it's not.
Oh no, I have no accreditation as of yet. I won't get my bachelor's until December, so
That's
Fun time.
close, though. You're really close.
yeah, allegedly.
Come on, give yourself some.
I'm Jackson. Hi. I've got my YouTube channel. That's primarily what I do. Talking about evolutionary biology and whacking creationists. And I do school at bachelor's in field and organismal once I finally get it. So that's really about it. That's all I like fish.
Yeah.
Do like fish. You like tetrapods. You like amphibious tetrapods, right?
I've got
Yeah, before
one.
we got on,
I've got
Jack-
Darwin the axolotl back.
That's who I'm. Yeah, I know. I knew you had one in there. I was like, I know he's got an axolotl. I know he likes some tetrapods.
Before we got on, Jackson said he wanted to be
I've got
your
two.
Padawan learner.
Right. Yeah. Because you're the master of the trip, and that would make me the lowly Padawan.
Mm. At least you've got tetrapods in your house. I've got no pets right now, which sucks.
Hey, will you got at least one tetrapod in your house?
I got myself.
That's true.
Yeah.
I am the
actually
tetrapod.
I got a new fish just yesterday. I got a blue ram cichlid, and he's just a little guy right now. They're very pretty.
Oh, go easy on him. He's small.
So you got what's an O? It starts with an O. I can't pronounce it. O. God, I can't pronounce it. O something. The bony clade.
Ostichthes?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have fish or you have vertebrata, which breaks down into what is it? Agnatha, which is the lampreys and hagfish, the living jawless fish, and you have chondrichthes, which is the cartilaginous fish, sharks, skates, and chimeras, and those guys. And then you have all the other fish are concentrated in Ostichthes, which then breaks into Sarcopterygiae, which is the lobe-fin fish on the one side, and Actinopterygiae on the other side, which is the ray-fin fish, which the ray-fin fish then breaks down again into Polypteriformes, which is the bichures and ropefish, and gars and gars and paddlefish, and bowfins and sturgeons, and then you have all the rest of the fish, which are in the teleosti. So
Can we pour one out for the Chinese paddlefish? Is that okay?
Sure.
right? Oh man, that was sad.
That's so sad. That bummed me out for like at least a week. Every time I thought about fish, I was like, fucking Chinese paddlefish. Sorry, apologize. The freaking Chinese paddlefish.
So
Yeah,
before
they still have the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say before we get to our main topic, Erica's been active in the debate scene again. You debated STF twice now.
Yeah. Me and Standing have been going toe to toe. We're supposed to have another one, but I need it to be before the 18th, or it can't happen until June. So we'll see.
So is he comparing? Is he the same, better, or worse than when your debate with KH?
Yeah, I think Standing's better than Kent in a lot of ways, and in other ways, I would say sort of worse, I guess. I mean, the things that Standing is better in is at least he kind of knows what he's talking about. But that's also a double-edged sword, because the things he it kind of seems like he's going off of the replacing Darwin script almost exclusively.
Yeah.
So whenever the script starts to kind of veer off, he tends to have some
He
line.
throws Kent Hovind in there. Once you get him off Jensen, he goes straight to Kent.
He does, but at least he's got Jensen until that point, which at least has the guise of being empirical.
So he has this,
I guess.
So different talking points, or the same talking points that you've seen.
It's like Jackson says. I mean, it depends on if you can get him to leave replacing Darwin or not, or Tompkins. To be fair, he also uses Tompkins
Or Stanford.
Yeah,
He used to be wedded to Stanford, and so when I did my debate with him, I actually wrote my rebuttal in advance because I knew all of his my team and I, we knew all of his talking points. And he hasn't asked for a debate since, so I count that as a win.
So
Yeah,
Eric,
I
you
think
have,
that is a win.
do you have a team that too, or you a solo act?
I'm a one woman show at this point. Well, that's not true. I absolutely have, like, when I knew I was going to be discussing genetics, which wasn't initially what it was supposed to be about, if that makes sense, because I'm not a geneticist, so I would never intentionally be like, hey, let's talk genetics. What I wanted to talk about was sort of limited versus universal ancestry, I guess. I was open to the idea of talking genetic entropy just because that doesn't necessarily lend itself just to genetics. But then I saw that the title of the debate was creationist genetics, like the day of, and I was like, oh, should probably get my terms a little bit more straight. So I took genetics in undergrad, but other than that, genetics, and I guess I've had some lectures on like population genetics this semester and conservation genetics, but outside of that limited scope, it's basically been like, well, I got the basics, but that's kind of the point, isn't it? Like, you don't have to be a geneticist to debunk genetic entropy. That's kind of
No,
the
you
bump.
really don't.
Yeah, like, you don't have to know the stuff. It helps because when he throws out random terminology, like, obviously I'm not well versed in orphan genes. Like, I knew the term, but I
Oh
didn't.
my god, they're so stupid.
Yeah,
They they don't understand anything. Fun fact: when the book comes out, which it's only a few days away from coming out,
hell yeah. Awesome.
RJ and I wrote an entire section about the orphan genes because creationists royally screw up all across the board on that, like they do everything else. So,
And the weird, first of all, I believe that, but second of all, it was weird because it's like I've heard creationists like talk themselves raw about pseudogenes and about ERVs. So I was like, I'm ready for both of those. And then he comes out with orphan genes of all things, and I was like, well, I don't know orphan genes well enough to like speak on them, I guess. Like, I wouldn't even consider my knowledge cursory. And so when it was explaining like his definition of them, I was like, okay, so it sounds like it's almost the exact same logic as any other sort of inherited genetic phenomena, right? I mean, they emerge. There are emergent genes.
that's
just
pretty much it. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, and so, but then he didn't like when I was like, it sounds to me like you can follow the same logic as pseudogenes or ERVs, even though I don't know enough about it. It's like, I don't know, Sanning's got this weird thing where it's like, if you don't use what the terminology he wants to use, and the reason that I feel like he does that is so he can he's attempting to force you to say what he wants you to say. You know what I mean? And I don't know, I'm just not, I don't, you can always tell when he's about to try to lead you into it too. So then you're almost like, all right, like, how dumb do you think I am? Come on, give me a little credit.
I would love to say I have as much experience with him as you, but I can't. I can't say that, unfortunately. Well, I had like 2 conversations with him, which went reasonably well, because things were going okay until he dropped genetic entropy on me, and at that point, I'd never heard of it before. I didn't know about his H1N1 talking points, which are just so backwards, and his misrepresentation of James Crow and Mota Kimura and all that. I wasn't familiar with any of that, and so when he first dropped it on me, I was just kind of like, as far as I'm aware, from what I've read of genetics or population genetics, there's no talk about genomic degradation. So I'm not. But then when I got my team and I started looking into this, we're like, oh no, this is all bull crap.
Yeah, and the thing that kills me about that too is like the whole idea of genetic entropy is that it's straight up a creationist like straight up thievery of error catastrophe, which also doesn't happen. So it's like in one paper, it's like, I'm not an epidemiologist, right? Like, I don't understand or anything to do with viruses or pathogens or anything like that. But even I'm capable of reading that H1N1 paper by, I think, Tompkins, right? And being like, this is a bad paper. And I'm a master's student. I'm not a professor. That's when you know it's bad.
It's a doctrinal position. As I did, we did a video on genetic entropy on my channel. It's a doctrinal position. I have a book from 1967. It's a creationist book, and it talks about genetic entropy. The 60s were before the DNA sequencing revolution, so we didn't have population genetic data yet. So they couldn't have made this declaration. So
it's unbelievable.
What you have is this is direct word for word evidence of here's a position we want, and we're never going to give it up, and we're going to scramble for data to affirm it. And so that's really all creationism has ever been. But
Right.
the fact that Standing acts like, oh, we reasoned to this position. No, you didn't.
No. And,
No, you
and the thing that kills me too is that it's like I spent the afternoon prior like watching Standing's talks with geneticists with CRISPR, and that's just the name that he goes by. I'm not sure.
Oh, I
I'm
know.
an oncologist,
Yeah, I
right?
know.
Or he does oncology, he deals with cancer. And I was floored when I was listening when Standing was like talking about the ENCODE project, and when CRISPR was, and I actually went back and looked, and I think the debate is actually from like 2 or 3 years ago. Debate. Anyways, whatever. CRISPR was like, so you're telling me you think that there's a trend for function based off of the ENCODE's poor definition of function, even though that's not what we're seeing? And he's like, yes. So then here we are late, and I couldn't believe that he kept harping that point. And I was like, all right, at least he can't do that now because we have recent literature that puts a cap on that. So he can't say that. And then he straight up just like agree to disagree. And I'm like, that's not what this is.
He's not the only one. Fazal Rana did it too. Because I brought up that's what's his name? It's he's written. This the guy who wrote it. Has written a couple of papers. Evaluating ENCODEs, retweeted a couple of them. Oh crap! But anyways, yeah, he one's like on the immortality of TV sets or something like that. That's the name of one of the papers he's written. And so, the theory versus the empirical data, and just basically, agree to disagree. That's all he did. And so it's like, okay.
And the
whatever.
thing is that it's one thing to look at it from a logical standpoint and be like, yeah, genetic entropy is bad because the way that selection works just doesn't jive with genetic entropy, right? I mean, like you can't have something that is simultaneously bad for fitness that isn't selected against. It just doesn't happen. That's not the definition of fitness. At least as long as, but the problem again comes with, is it function, right? Does it display in phenotype in some way? And they straight up just disagree with empirical results that's like reached in a mathematic sense. Like disagreeing with theory, okay, that's dumb, but whatever. Disagreeing with the mathematic results that have been reached via actual experimentation that can be replicated, sorry, you gotta show it. Like follow the same steps, reach the same conclusion, and come back and tell me that you disagree. But you can't just say no, I don't like the results.
Right. I think. Well, I mean, to be fair, that's what creationism is founded upon. But
Fair enough.
But, I don't think he's ever been given the onion test. Standing, you ever given Standing the onion test?
I have not.
No, I haven't. But I think it would be like I said, I haven't talked to him in like a year. No, like over a year now. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think it'd be fun to see him. Well, first, not know what it is, then second, squirm once he figures out what it is and try to rationalize his way around it.
I wonder if he'll do that. I love that thing Kent does, where Kent doesn't know the definition for something, so he says, "Let's tell the audience." You know?
Oh my god! Or what is it? When I did my debate with him, and I wrote my script first, and I sent it off to my guys so they would look it over. They were like, "Oh, this is too technical, Jackson. You're gonna have to." Remove like all of the periods of time that you're referencing. Remove the fossil names. Just you're gonna have to get rid of this. And so it was because I was like, oh crap, you're right. He wouldn't know any of this.
Yeah.
I'd be talking at him, you know.
Yeah.
So
100%. Yeah, and that's. I think ultimately that's where like it's just bones in the dirt thing came from in the first place. Was Ken just didn't want to learn the names, so it had nothing to do with the theology or the actual theory behind it. He was just like, I can't be bothered. He couldn't be bothered to learn the names. So whatever. Far be it from me. I mean, what he's doing is working for him. So
unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, we got a bunch of people watching. Hello, everyone.
Excellent. I'm glad everyone's here. Sorry for my loud crunching. I have an affinity for raw pasta in case I tweeted about it the other day, but I don't know. I like it.
You got a crunch on that launch.
I do. This long guy right here. I like him. Hello, first
Yeah.
Layla? Lala? Morons everywhere. Fair
It's
enough.
true. It's like the Buzz Lightyear morons
Morons.
everywhere.
You're a
Yeah,
strange little man, me at Kent Tovin.
I hope is that in the near future I'll be talking to Long Story Short for the second time. He's not a younger. Well, I say that he's technically not a young Earth creationist. I don't know if he really isn't because I don't think he really thinks about it. But I should be talking to him again in the near future.
That would be exciting.
It'll be something, all right.
I'm going with exciting.
I found a basic chart. No pictures though.
No. This absolutely works. I'm pretty sure this is fairly contemporary. I think the only thing I can think is that no, that works. Yeah, that works. Mobos, gibbons, orangs. No, that's good enough. I was wondering. Yeah, I was thinking. I do like to eat raw ramen noodles. Unfortunately, I have an affinity for raw pasta. I'm not sure what the deal is, but raw noodles I find them very satisfying to crunch on. So I do so. The only thing here is that I'm not 100% sure that langurs and colobins are more like I almost might flop the old world monkeys because I think macaques, at least I know rhesus macaques, it's like 90-92 of full genome comparison to humans. I don't know that they've actually sequenced langurs or colobins or vervets for that matter. But the new world, absolutely, prosimians are all great.
This is better than the other chart. I found another chart where it had tarsiers and lemurs on the same branch.
Yeah, no. Yeah, tarsiers, the Omamyid and the adapted split is where we would see that original split between the prosimians and our sort of tarsier forms. And I think that was around 35 million years ago, if I remember correctly. But the interesting thing is that we're not 100% sure if the Omamyids are stem or not. So whether or not tarsiers should actually be considered Omamyids, or whether or not they're sort of Omamyids and are sort of a stem group of what would become the tarsier forms.
So
It's interesting. It's
Almost
weird.
like they're transitional.
Almost like
Whoa.
that would be so, but we all know transitions. Come on.
yeah, I found
No, of course not.
yeah. Going back, the thing apparently before primates, there's this group called primate promatoforms.
Yes. So interestingly enough, with the primates, generally what we look at when we're looking at early sort of whether or not they're considered a primate or not, like Purgatorius has been switching back and forth. Purgatorius was originally considered the first primate, and I think that's kind of on the fence now whether or not that's in vogue. Because the thing is that its ankle bones and its dentition are starting to be very primate-like. Not necessarily its formula, but actually the sort of how the molars look, if I remember correctly. So ankle bones, teeth. And that's because the ankle bones are really key for arboreality, right? Because the mammals that originally, Jackson, correct me if I'm wrong, but the mammals that originally survived sort of the end Cretaceous extinction event partially survived because of their burrowing ability. Yes?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. And so
I would think so.
it sounds right. And so if from what I remember when I was sort of looking into this for my first human evolution video of sort of our proto-primates, is that we see this sort of timing, this perfect timing with the North American megaflora, right? So the emergence of these big fruiting bodies in North America, and sort of these tree shrew-like ancestors taking to the trees. So becoming from regular shrews to arboreal tree shrews. And that transition can be seen in their ankles. Now, whether or not Purgatorius is a sister group to the proto-primates, what actually would be our first primate, or whether it is in and of itself a primate, it's up for debate. Because we don't really have very much of Purgatorius. Again, we have its ankle bones, we have a lot of its teeth, we have some of its jaw, but I don't know that we have the whole thing. And even if we did, it's still kind of up for debate. That said, it's super interesting. I think that sort of the argument of the first primate, it kind of comes down to, as usual, it kind of comes down to nitpicky details, right? Because what makes a species, right? It's all a gradient.
Oh no, no. We're not going to get into the arbitrariness of taxonomy, are we?
What is a species? Should we define them?
No, there are no taxonomic rungs. Everything is just a clade.
Okay, cut me some slack though, because finding the origin of an order, like the first member of an order, right? It's not even for sure. Even if we could find a member that's like for sure a primate, and it's the first one in the fossil record, like with no ambiguity, then you're like, all right, well, we still don't know if it's the first primate because we could have a representative that doesn't exist in the fossil record. That sucks.
Let me blow your mind. Orders aren't real. There we go.
Wait a second.
Wait a second. Yeah, I don't know. I was I'm finally done writing about the Cambrian for the secret project. The Cambrian and Precambrian. I'm so ready to read something else now that I've read Wonderful Life and like dozens of papers on the Cambrian. I'm finally done with it, and having to read about what is a phylum, at what point is something in a phylum, what is the difference between stem members and crown members, and did you know, and this just drove me insane, Arthropoda has been used both as the crown arthropods and the stem plus the crown arthropods.
The only reason I know about that is because I took entomology on a whim. I loved it. It was one of my favorite classes. But interestingly enough, that pissed our professor off so much. When he was teaching us it, he was like, because what are we even talking about here? Words mean nothing.
You know what? He's absolutely right. It's when I realized, because I was like, okay, they're calling Anomalocaris an arthropod. It's not a crown arthropod. What is happening? And then I was reading, I think it was a Bud and Jensen paper, and they're like, or you could say you arthropod. And I was like, everything is dead.
You're like, are you kidding? I had so this is kind of a neat segue, but my project, my actual study is based off of spiteful intervention in pig-tailed macaques in Malaysia. So I'm looking to see if there's dimorphic behavior in the males and females when they intervene in one another's behaviors, and whether or not that could be considered spiteful or selfish or altruistic or reciprocal, whatever, the four fundamental social behaviors, so to speak. And when I was doing my literature review, which, by the way, I'm sure you know, literature reviews suck because you have to find like 100 papers on the subject you're looking at, all of which are one apt, but also have enough holes in them that you can justify your own research. Anyway, so I'm looking into this and I'm like, wait a second. All of these papers I can find are saying spite is not a real thing. Spite cannot be selected for because it's a negative. It's when an individual, let's say we're talking about monkeys. So an individual monkey incurs a cost on themselves in order to impose a cost on another. So logically, right, evolutionarily speaking, that should be selected for. And yet there's hundreds of paper on spiteful behavior in animals. So I'm like, what is going on? And it took me 5 hours of literature searching to find finally a paper by, I think his name is Keith Jensen in 2010, where he's basically like, yeah, the problem is no one's using the same definition. And I was like,
you mean you have to do research?
I was like, wait a second. You guys couldn't come up with the same definition? Like, we're all using different definitions. And he was like, well, it depends on if you're talking about evolutionarily, so like one of the four fundamental behaviors, or like functional, which most functionally spiteful behaviors are inherently selfish in nature. So it's a plus for the actor and a negative for the target. And I was like, that really would have been good to know. Like,
Jeez, I didn't know you have to do research to study stuff.
I know.
Yeah.
Believe it.
It's we're doing like a project for my marine biology class, and so we're doing it on Gracilaria, which is this red algae, and there's all the literature is from like the 80s because they basically said, hey, look, this algae, and then they kind of resolved some of the taxonomy, but not a whole lot, and the Gracilaria is a big component of agar, and so it has an economic importance, but that was kind of it, really. They were like, okay, well,
Well,
Yeah,
and,
then no one touches it for 20 years, and you're like, I'm using papers from the 80s, like back when the definitions were completely different. I mean, Pluto's still a planet. That's the kind of science we're doing.
science
hey,
never,
wait a minute.
that's science never changes. It's always
Hey, Darwin saith, and so it goes.
Wait a second, you're telling me science changes when the data sort of suggests that maybe it should? That's not right.
Impossible. If it doesn't fit into the shoehorn, it doesn't exist.
No way. I don't believe it.
If the data doesn't support your facts, or wait, no, what is it? If the facts don't support the theory, it changes the facts. Yeah.
Yep,
All right.
yeah, exactly.
so
Yeah, that was a hard lesson that when we were first coming up with our projects last semester, whatever. And they were like, here's the thing. They were like, if you're doing your project and the data sort of starts to suggest that maybe your hypothesis was wrong, that's okay. And I was like, what do you mean it's okay? I'm wrong? That doesn't fit into this. That doesn't fit here.
It really be funny is you're doing a report up on stage or whatever, or from your class, and all of a sudden, in the middle of your report, you're like, oh, everything, all of a sudden, this is wrong in the middle of your report. Like, I'm sorry, like you turn it up in the middle of your report. Like, it's okay. I think I said, never mind.
The thing is interestingly enough, it's interesting that you say that, because some of the best presentations I've seen, because we have like seminars where individuals who have been previously PhD students, whatever, they come in and they present their research, and then everybody can go and watch for free, which is really cool. There have been a lot of excellent seminars this year. But some of my favorites are when they get up there and they're like, my hypothesis was blah, 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 after they've introduced their methodology and the field side and the study species. And then they're like, it turns out my hypothesis is completely wrong. And what we actually found out was this, this, and this. And then you're like, all right, this is going to be good. Like, this is going to be a great presentation.
Yeah,
They're
sure.
always fascinating.
So have you ever been proven wrong in your researches?
I mean, my research is incredibly limited. That my undergraduate research was on my undergraduate research was on the diet habits of civets, which are, they're viverids, so they're small carnivorous or omnivorous, rather, mammals that live in Southeast Asia.
Mongoose cats.
Yeah, mongoose cats. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wanted to study the binturong, but they were like, "You're not going to see a bear cat. You're not going to see. You might smell them. They smell like popcorn, but you won't see them."
Very interesting.
And I thought I smelled one at one point, but then I was like, am I smelling a binturong, or do I just want to smell a binturong? Anyways, my hypothesis was proven correct, but it was also like a dumb it was an easy hypothesis, right? We predicted that civets, which are omnivorous and can readily find fruit during most periods of the year in Thailand, would probably favor meat when we would bait our traps, because we would bait camera traps with meat and with fruit, and then we would wait until they would come across their game cam, so they snap a picture when an individual walks in front or feeds upon the bait trap or whatever. And the reason was because, well, if they've got access to fruit year round, then meat is of course a luxury item, so to speak. It's less easy to come by, et cetera, et cetera. So they should probably favor the meat, and they did. But our sample size was so small, we couldn't really get anything out of it. Because it was just a couple of months of a study, and civets are also really, really hard to get on camera, it turns out. So we should have picked a different study species. Our other group who went with us were working on temperature preferences of tokay geckos, and tokay geckos are like, literally you can't throw a rock and not hit a tokay gecko. Like when you're in Southeast Asia, they're everywhere. So I don't know if they actually ended up publishing, but they definitely had a healthy amount of data. So yeah, if we're talking hypotheses and research, no, I haven't been wrong, but I also had a really easy topic, and I'm definitely open to the idea that I'm going to be wrong about my upcoming project, because it hasn't been studied very much in the macaque genus. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, that's a good thing, is you can admit that you can be wrong, or could be wrong, or are wrong.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's like you almost kind of hope that you get surprised, right? Because that's usually when the novelties come out. That's when you've got a publishable paper, when you go out there and you're like, oh, wow. Vanta Blue here says the best discoveries don't start with Eureka, but that's funny. And that's pretty dead on from the people that I've at least watched present their own studies. When you're wrong, that's when the excitement starts, I think.
Yeah.
So let's start with the basics. What makes a primate a primate?
I think the most general definition that I've heard, at least this year so far, is that primates, they're mammals that tend to be dexterous in both their hands and their feet, at least when compared to other mammals, even with an arboreal lifestyle. But most importantly, they have a larger brain size to body mass than other mammals of their size. Which the argument kind of comes in at that point, because it's like, all right, well, which came first, social group living or a large brain? And that's where you get this really big academic debate that's been going on in the primatology community right now, that's been going on since the 80s with Robin Dunbar and the social brain hypothesis. So why do primates have such big brains? What's the reason? Some people suggest that it's social group living, and that living in large groups requires keeping track of numerous individuals and maintaining these vast networks, so you know who's your kin, who's not your kin, who's your friend, who's not your friend, et cetera, et cetera. Others have suggested it's diet-based, and that because we find at least a correlation, although it's quite weak, between frugivory, heavy frugivory, so eating fruits, and large brains in primates, that's the link, switching from folivory and nuts and things like that to heavy fruit, and that's the reason. Some have suggested that it's a mishap in gestation and developmental period, so that the longer of a gestational period you have, the larger brain you tend to have, and therefore the longer developmental period you have, and that requires a higher sort of paternal investment by the mother usually. And sort of this sort of trade-off goes back and forth until eventually you're selecting for larger brains because you're hoping, sort of naturally speaking, to reap the cost of that development. It's called the developmental cost hypothesis. And lastly, and I think this is definitely should be a part of any of the three previous hypotheses that you're proposing, is the cognitive buffer hypothesis. So this is the idea that having a large brain allows you to react with behavioral plasticity to changes in your environment. So that if something radical happens, you're intelligent enough to be like, all right, let's see, hold on. You'll see your troop of baboons. And you're like, we've got a really bad drought this year. Wait a second. I remember 2 years back when the troop had a different alpha, male and female. We went to this specific watering hole and it had these sort of tubers in the ground that we could feed off of, and it sustained us. So let's go there. It could have to do with memory. It could have to do with sort of predator alarm calls, being able to have this vast verbal repertoire of calls that you and your conspecifics can understand, et cetera, et cetera. So I think no matter what, you got to incorporate the cognitive buffer hypothesis, because primates are ridiculously good at reacting to their surroundings, more so than most mammals, I would say. Of similar size, to be clear. I mean, obviously, a marmoset isn't going to be as good as like a bottlenose dolphin at reacting to their surroundings, but a marmoset's going to be better than anything else of their same size, because
It's gonna be better than a sack of potatoes.
Will he be better at dolphin? What if they were both on land? The marmoset would probably be better at reacting.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Anyways, that's your answer. Primates have big brains and dexterous hands and feet.
So did they first appear before or after the KT boundary thing?
That's a really, really good question, and there's actually not a solid answer in the literature. What I've seen generally suggests that because mammals had such an explosive radiation after the end Cretaceous, it's probably going to be after. Because obviously arboreality, there weren't very many arboreal mammals during the Cretaceous, because there were lots and lots and lots of arboreal predators in the form of dinosaurs and sort of dinosaurian form.
Yeah. Plus, I think before we probably looked a little bit similar to each other.
Yeah, but I mean, more so than we do now, certainly. I mean, we're talking of enormous radiation. Jackson can speak a lot about this since he just studied the Cambrian, but it's like when you've got all those open niches all of a sudden, that's evolution on speed, because everything is just seizing opportunities. I mean, obviously it seems fast in geologic time. It actually occurs quite slowly. I mean, obviously, we don't see evolution in real time in sort of enormous animals. We see them in smaller animals because we don't have huge lifespans.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say after the end Cretaceous extinction. That's what I'm getting. That's what I feel to take from Standing for Truth's sort of toolkit. That's where the trajectory is going.
Gross.
Yep.
When you breed and live for 2 weeks compared to 20 to 40 years, just things happen a little bit faster.
Fair enough. I agree.
So besides the wet nose, dry nose thing, anything other differences between the two subspecies, or not subspecies, but the primate divisions?
Yeah, so when you're dealing with, I'm guessing you mean like the difference between like strepsirrhines and our sort of haplorhines.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the main difference, interestingly enough, like it used to be social living. So, but we also have animals like ring-tailed lemurs, which maintain incredible social groups. But then for a while, people were like, well, maybe it's like vocalization complexity, because we see weird vocalizations pop up in the ground monkeys, baboons, geladas, macaques, langurs, colobans, etc. Sorry, but I think really and truly you're looking at a morphology difference. So a lot. I don't want to say all, because I'm not 100% sure. Prosimians aren't necessarily my sort of hone in. I know mostly about the sort of the haplorhines and the older world monkeys, and the hominids, I guess. Hominoids and hominids. But tooth combs, interestingly enough, most lemurs will have a tooth comb. So it's essentially like 3-on-3 incisors on the bottom, like that. And they use so to kind of comb through their fur in sort of affiliative behaviors and things like that. And a lot of lemurs still have what's called a toilet claw, which is a terrible name, but it's essentially sort of a hooked nail on their thumb, which is used, again, for mostly grooming. So little morphologic differences. Also, biggie, prosimians they have a much higher ratio of nocturnal to diurnal individuals. So there are very few members of the haplorhines who are nocturnal in comparison to the prosimians.
And do we know when the speciation happened between the two? Or we're still not sure?
I think, so again, you're looking at that adapted omomyid split. At least most people would suggest that that's sort of the case. Because tarsiers are technically haplorhines, but they're also kind of barely haplorhines, if that makes sense. Like
they just made the cut.
Yeah, they make the cut. So again, it's probably, if I remember correctly, I said earlier 30 to 35, but it actually might be 30 to 40 for the adapted omomyid split. Just because, again, it really depends on what you define as sort of a primate, because with those guys, we're dealing with sort of 3 subgroups, right? We're dealing with, that's actually the New World monkey. Scratch that. It depends. I would say 30 to 40 million years. Let me double check. While we're here, might as well. Omomyid split. Please let me be right.
I'll distract him with my juggling abilities.
Yeah, Jackson, talk for a minute. Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, 40 million years ago. Some say early representatives of each of the clades begin around 60 million years ago, but that their actual so like, again, there's this difference between like a speciation time and a divergence time. So divergence is when they sort of start to split with no interbreeding, or with interbreeding rather, and then speciation would be like you can't reproductively.
You can't do the do anymore.
That's probably.
Exactly.
I mean, you can do the do, but you just want nothing.
It doesn't want to work.
Well, that's probably where ring species come in. The ring slowly. I guess
Be very careful on how you use that term. Rings, in the classical sense, there are no known ring species, and there probably won't ever be. Because in the classical sense, and Jerry Coyne has railed endlessly about this, the idea of the ring species, as I'm sure you know, but if anyone's watching, they don't know, you have basically a species on one end, and they go around some barrier. It's all backwards, I can see on my camera. They go around a barrier, and by the time they've reconnected with the parental species have reached the starting point again, they can no longer interbreed because they've taken so long and so many genetic differences have built up that they can no longer interbreed. Well, as it stands currently, there are no known perfect examples of that. There are ring species in sort of a loose sense. The Ensatina salamander is one of the most common examples in California, because they go around the is that the Death Valley?
I think that's correct, but I'm not 100% positive.
Yeah, I live in Louisiana, so I don't know about them.
I'm
They go,
not a continent away, so
but they circle. So they start at the top near Oregon, and they go around, but they form clusters. In essence, there's a cluster up top, a cluster kind of on the side by Nevada, and then a cluster kind of the bottom to kind of midway up California, because the ones from Oregon kind of went down both ways, and they stopped about midway down California on one side, which towards the Pacific, and on the other side they went all the way around. And so there's limited interbreeding in these, or there's interbreeding in these different spaces, but they cluster together. So it's not a perfect ring species, but you can still sort of call it a loose ring species. I think the Laris gulls, there's been some talk about that one. I think that one is kind of the same deal. It's like clusters of interbreeding, or of interbreeding. So yeah, I mean they're neat.
conceptual boxes, right?
Do what?
They check some of the conceptual boxes, just they're not considered an ideal.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's the same with species aggregates and complexes, things like Heliconius, which is a butterfly from South America. Basically, you have lots and lots of little groups of like incipient Heliconius species who are all kind of living near each other, and they have slight differences. And so if you were to totally separate them, they'd probably form a bunch of different little species, but there's probably still some limited interbreeding going on there. But you're right. It kind of gets back to the heart of, well, what the heck is a species? Because we have these different groups who can interbreed. The thing that I really like, which kind of puts a hole in Kent Hovind's, well, farmers rely on evolution not happening. What I like to think about is,
Well, I thought they did. I thought they required happening so they could get bigger crops.
well, yeah, exactly. They artificially select in particular directions. What is it, Brassica oleracea, which is like the broccoli and cabbage and cauliflower and all that, because they're selecting for different parts of the plant. But with dogs, for instance, if you look at like a Great Dane or a Saint Bernard and a Chihuahua, well, naturally, I mean, unless the Chihuahua ended up as lunch immediately, they're not going to interbreed. Right? There's a mechanical
Barrier.
there's a mechanical barrier to that whole interaction. So
You're gonna need some creative dogs if you're trying to crossbreed.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard if they tried to, the baby would be bigger than. I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard the baby would be bigger than the Chihuahua if they tried to do that.
it probably would be. Yeah.
I mean, you're talking. This is terrible, but if you're looking at a male Great Dane and a female Chihuahua, I mean, you're talking about a lot more than just the babies being too large.
There's a lot that's too large in that situation.
Right. The only way that this could happen is with what Jackson said earlier. If you've got a very creative Chihuahua male that immediately is consumed afterwards.
Let's
Right.
do it. Let's do a test tube baby or
Well, exactly. You
Sure,
would.
sure.
But at that point, is it a species? Is it the same species though? Because yes, if you were to go with like just a pure molecular genetic perspective where you're just looking at how close the genes are to each other, you'd probably say, yeah, they're the same species. But it's like, okay, you take a step back from that and you look at the phenotypes. These things can't interbreed. So do we classify them as separate species? And I mean, if we were to just leave them and they go off, in nature and their own separate ways, it's kind of the same with different species where they can interbreed. I would bet the house we can interbreed with a chimp.
Oh, Jackson, interestingly enough, so Kent likes to bring up the Russian scientists with that, and sort of this failed experiments with sort of chimp impregnation. But two main issues with that, which this is horrifying, but as far as I can tell when I looked into it, there is no real reason outside of a singular sort of mechanistic / chemical reason, which is that around the egg of humans, you have of chimpanzees, you have a zona pellucida, which sort of gate checks the sperm, and then,
right.
you are or you aren't of the same species. But the thing is that if you bypass the zona pellucida, which stops sort of in humans and in
Are you
chimps,
going to the hamsters?
Do what?
Is that where you're going with the hamsters?
No. God, no.
Oh, because you
No.
can do. Oh man.
I'm going with the fact that if you were to sort of a la IVF, take a chimpanzee egg and a human sperm, or unfortunately vice versa, and you were to artificially inseminate to get past the zone of pellucida,
Uh-huh.
it's likely that you would get some kind of offspring that would be viable at the point of birth. We're that similar genetically. It's just that little gatekeeping thing. Thank God.
Well, that's there's actually what I was referencing is actually and Georgia Purdom actually pointed me in this direction by accident.
Oh, God.
With what is it? Fertility tests. One of the fertility tests is you remove the zona pellucida from the egg of, I think it's the Assyrian hamster,
Really?
and we can fertilize it and make it go like, what is it? Like it divides for like, I think it does 2 divisions or something like that, and then
Before it terminates it.
yeah, and so it's
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Is it 1, 2? Okay, maybe 3 divisions. But yeah, that's part of the fertility test. So it's yeah, but I mean the experiments back in with the 60s with DNA hybridization, because before we could just sequence it, they would take the sequences and they would hybridize them, and that would give a very rough phylogeny. And with that, the chimp, human, and gorilla DNA hybridize so easily, you can't actually tell them apart using DNA hybridization. You can't tell who's more closely related to who, and so you get these polytomies where they're just all equally related to each other.
Oh,
There is the thing about how our pubic lice is closer to gorilla pubic lice than this to chimp hair lice.
Yeah.
there is that, which is something I actually read a fascinating paper the other day that was talking about it was actually where I was like, oh, right, like speciation and divergence time are really different, because the molecular clock date that you get for the human chimp split is a divergence time. And of course, the paleontological date that you get is a speciation time, weirdly enough, for whatever reason. That's like where we get that 6 to 7 to like
Because they're factoring in like what do you call it? Incomplete lineage sorting and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
right?
yes, thank you. But they were talking about how long the lineages of both humans and genus Pan would have been able to kind of hybridize, and the estimate actually goes all the way up to like Australopithecus anamensis, which is insane. We're talking like 3-ish million years ago.
Yeah.
And that's both our ancestors being able to hybridize and produce some kind of offspring. So
have you ever heard of is it Eugene McCartney?
I
think is his name. Okay, so he's this guy. He's this dude. I think he's an anthropologist, but I don't remember. He's either an anthropologist or geneticist. Either way, it won't matter in a second when I tell you who he is. He believes, and he's argued this a number of times, that humans are the offspring of a chimp and pig hybrid.
How
I know. I know, but it's and Donald Prothero's done rebuttals of his stuff. P.C. Myers. It's hilarious.
Were they even in the same area?
Well, I mean, there are boars in Africa, but it doesn't matter. They're separated by like 80 million years. So
I have seen videos too of wild boars in like Sumatra just absolutely wrecking a tiger's day. I mean, we're talking animals with enormous tusks and that are ridiculously aggressive when they need to be. So I would very much not like to be the chimpanzee that's attempting to make that work.
I mean, you just think about a chimpanzee and he's just in the tree like,
wait a second, hold on.
What's that down there?
That boar down there is looking thick.
Oh my god! I actually I was in a hangout with Amanda Glaze in PZ, and I mentioned his name, and she was like, "We don't have to talk about him.
We don't even need to go there."
Yeah.
Oh God, I didn't know the name, but I have heard of the guy who suggested that, and I remember thinking, "Is this a meme?" Like at first, I was like, "Surely not. Surely not."
It's his website is kind of like the guy, the reptile heresy or dinosaur heresy guy, or no, pterosaur heresy. That's what he is. The pterosaur. It's like the pterosaur heresy guy. It's you might bump into his website just by accident because he does so much stuff. He writes articles and draws pictures and stuff, and so just by accident you bump into. Is it David Peters? Is that his name? The pterosaur heresy, something like that. Anyways, but it's just, and then you're reading his stuff and you're like, oh. This guy seems to know what he's talking about, and you have no idea. He's just a total crank.
Yep. Yeah. That's the most dangerous thing. So it's like, I think this is like a weird area to go into too, but it's like there are a lot of anthropologists out there.
Compared to what we've been talking about?
I mean, it's similar, weirdly enough, but it's like, I almost can't comment because I haven't looked into it enough, which is strange because I love like cryptids and things like that. But like Grover Krantz, excellent anthropologist. He did a lot of work with Neanderthals and things like that. You can actually find his skeleton and that of his Irish wolfhound. I think that was in the Smithsonian, or maybe it's a museum in Germany. Whatever. He's a renowned anthropologist, really, really good guy. Also, big Bigfoot proponent. Like, and so you see.
Wait, I have heard of this guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you told me about him actually.
I very well might have, because the thing is like the Bigfoot problem in anthropology is like kind of more common than you think. Because if you're in anthropology, inevitably someone is going to ask you about it at some point. So inevitably they go deep diving, and then they either come out with this is absolutely ridiculous, or you get Grover Krantz, who's like, you know what? Maybe.
I remember a few years ago, how long ago it was, when people thought that Bigfoot and the Yeti were speciation things.
They
would have to be real for them to be. Yeah, three different species.
People have suggested that, though. You're right; they absolutely have, and it's so interesting because you get these guys out there, who really do know what they're talking about when they're working in their own field, but at least from the very cursory knowledge that I have, when you see the work that their commentaries on like Bigfoot, there's some very serious leaps that are made that aren't being made in their conventional work.
Creationists, intelligent designers. Tompkins is a geneticist. Jensen is a cell biologist. Andrew Snelling is a geologist. Purdom is a geneticist. They do perfectly fine work when they're working in a lab with normal people, and they're just like, we're going to do the data, we're going to get it out there, it's all going to be fine. No, then they flip the switch and they become a creationist, and suddenly I don't care about the data, it doesn't matter, I've got a narrative, I'm going to push it. And so absolutely.
I think it's gotta come down to this idea of like, you've got your work box, and then you got your religion box. And as long as those boxes stay as far from each other as possible, they can function. And when they're operating in one box, the other box cannot functionally exist. You know what I mean? Like you can't dabble in both simultaneously. Yeah. So it's a weird situation. I mean,
they when they do try to just go full like research creationist, like Woods or Todd Wood or Kurt Wise. Actually, I got to give them some props though. They're the closest to being evolutionists that are on the creationist side. They'll be like, yeah, horses evolved from Hyracotherium. Yeah, Archaeopteryx is a dinosaur. Yeah, and they'll just, which is so funny because you listen to Bodie Hodge, who will say like, Archaeopteryx was just a perching bird. It's like,
oh my god, or what's his name? The guy I'm talking about. He's what is his name?
Fiducia?
No, it starts with an M though. Hold on.
Menton.
Daniel Menton.
Oh, funny enough, this is a good time. The book is published. The Rocks Are There is published now by RJ Downard and myself, and you can buy it on Amazon.
Very, very nice. Plugged.
And we wrote a couple of different sections on Menton, and we'll have more in the next volume because he shoots his mouth off on a lot of stuff.
Minton is not qualified to be speaking on any of the things he talks about.
He is actually a cell biologist, and I believe he's got a couple of technical papers to his name, but yeah, no, he's talking about like anthropology, paleontology, all this stuff. And it's like, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah, where nothing. There are very few things in this world that makes me angrier than the fact, or than specifically the Lucy reconstruction that they have at the Creation Museum / the Ark Park. But in conjunction with that, the fact that there are no zero biological anthropologists who are creationists. And so as a result, they've got people like Georgia Burnham speaking on anthropology. I mean, that's how you know, because you won't find a conventional scientist dare step out of their field with authority. It doesn't happen.
No, yeah, you're right.
Off topic real fast. Forget back to the main topic. Back to dogs real fast. And Russia. I trying to get this in a while ago, but for an opening. But did you hear? I think this is convergent evolution. I names are still fuzzy, but
Sure.
Did you hear about the Russian experiments to make foxes more like dogs?
The silver fox experiment by Belyaev. I actually did a video on that.
So cute.
They basically in selecting the silver foxes with who were more docile, it turns out they had lower adrenocorticoid hormone or whatever. They had lower stress hormones in essence, is associated with the fight or flight response. And as a result, and this is very interesting, as a result of selecting more docile ones, their ears became floppy, their tails wagged, and they just became like dogs. And it's they also developed the coat pattern, which is in domestic animals.
The brindle, double color, things like that.
Is it piebald? How are you pronouncing it?
Yeah, it's piebald. Yeah. There is one that is called piebald that was certainly developed. They also had a higher amount of like retained neonatic features. So it's like they had baby little puppy faces more than sort of the angular adults. So
what is that? Neoteny.
Yeah.
So next will be Great Dane foxes and Chihuahua foxes.
Of course.
Well, I mean, they started with foxes, and they're just bred foxes. But yeah, I did a video on that, and it's actually gonna go for it. Was the one who asked me to do that video way back, and I did. And it's actually one of the top viewed ones on my channel.
Oh my god, that experiment is one of my favorites. I really like the sort of the fact that you've got this relationship between morphology and docility, right? So it really makes a lot of sense when you think about sort of whether it be intentional at first or not, the domestication of wolves and whether they did it themselves. It's adorable. I love it.
Well, cats probably did it to themselves because they take nothing from no one.
Cats, listen, cats are playing the long con. They know exactly what they're doing. Dogs, I can only speak for my own dogs, who are absolutely incredible blessings upon my life. One of the reasons why I get up in the morning. 2 adorable golden retrievers that are, of course, hundreds of miles away in the United States, but they are total victims of circumstance. But dog Teddy, she wakes up and she has no idea what's happening to her at any given moment. My cat is cold and calculated. He knows absolutely everything about everyone. He's got a long con going. What can I say? I mean, you can see the difference in their eyes almost. Teddy, there's not much going on upstairs. She's cooperative. She's very, very sweet.
Did you ever hear the joke about dogs, cats, and humans?
No, but please tell. I do want to hear it. I love jokes.
And it says dogs look at humans and say, "Hey, this guy takes care of me. He feeds me. He does stuff. He must be a god." Cats are like, "This human takes care of me, feeds me, and takes care of I must be a god."
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
The number of times that I've woken up in my bed, but this was back when I was at home, but when I would wake up in the morning and the first thing I would see when I would open my eyes is the green eyes of my cat staring at me face to face, and it would activate my primate brain at its deepest core that's like, this is a Dinofelis about to consume me. I must feed it.
I'm a poor little Australopithecus afarensis.
Yep. And this is, and every once in a while, just to really let him know, I'm like, look, the tables have turned, okay? Like, I'm in charge here. But I'm actually not, because I live to serve.
Well, that's
Yeah.
why I believe that's why we eat birds and stuff and chickens and turkeys for revenge against the dinosaurs used to eat our ancestors.
It's all a game of evolutionary tit for tat, is it not?
Yeah, chickens are kind of interesting because they're actually hybrids. They're
Jungle fowl, and
I think the gray rooster and the jungle fowl or something like that.
I know the jungle fowl is one, but I didn't know the other half.
Yeah, they're kind of interesting, neat little guys. I went to a zoo and I saw they had a jungle fowl, and I was like, ooh, very pretty birds.
They're
Looks
gorgeous.
delicious.
I saw so when I was in France, I was in a little city in the north called Strasbourg with a colleague of mine and with Luke, and she was like, hey, there's this sort of zoo nearby, and they've got Tonkin macaques. I love macaques, obviously. That's the genus I'm studying. And Tonkin macaques are unique in that they're the most egalitarian of any of the macaque species. We're talking their aggression rate is so low, and they're not like bonobos where they work things out like sexually. They straight up work things out with affiliative behavior. So they're just mega groomers, and they're also super lazy, and they live on like isolated patches of island in Indonesia, so they don't really have to worry about predators or anything. So their sexual dimorphism is also much reduced. So we go to see the Tonkin macaques, and we're looking at them, and they're doing cute things. And a couple of the males start getting in like this little showy argument where they're puffing up at each other, and they're posturing. And it was a blast to watch. And this one little female, she was trying to collect straw. And so she would collect all the straw, and every time a piece would drop, and she was, of course, handling the straw very poorly because she was a juvenile. So the straw would drop, and then she'd stop and pick up all the pieces. And then she'd take like 3 steps, and then more straw would fall, and she'd stop and try to pick up all the pieces. Then this male comes along, and she realizes like she's lower in the hierarchy. She's a juvenile. And so she's like, oh man, I better get rid of this straw fast. So she starts shoving it in her mouth. And it was just very, anthropomorphic behavior, so to speak. So after a little while, we were like, all right, let's go look at some of the other animals. So we go to look at the flamingos, and they house the flamingos and the geese in the same area. And you would think that the flamingos would run the show, but the geese were constantly trying to start a fight. Like they were trying to brawl with every flamingo that was in that entire enclosure. And when the flamingos would go and start, filter feeding, kind of, they turn their heads upside down and filter feed the water. The geese would think that they had something valuable and would start charging, like with their wings out to the side. Hyper aggressive, super mean. And I was like, you know what? I am so glad they're small, because if we lived in a period where dinosaurs were still quite large and they were like pulling this aggressive macho stuff with each other, and I'm in the way, because I run when I see a goose. Like I don't need to be dealing with a Parasaurolophus like coming my way, and I'm like, oh my god, get away from me. It was funny. It was just a fun anecdote, because I was like, oh my god, geese are so every kind of goose. I thought it was just Canadian geese. These were like sweet European geese. They look cute and they're gray and they seem really nice, and they're not. They're so aggressive.
Yeah, geese are trying to terraform the planet. Don't you know?
I believe it.
I mean, they're going to do it too.
If any species should succeed us, if it's going to be an all-out brawl between the geese, probably the Canadian geese, but maybe they'll settle things out with the gray European geese.
The Diapsis want to roll back.
Yeah, possibly.
And then the cats, geese, cats. One of them is taking over.
So let's get back to that. Let's get back to. I love to go all day, but I doubt. So, you can't be here unless you can see her all night. You might need some sleep, but
fair enough. Yeah,
sleep is for the dead.
Yeah, fair enough as well.
What's the difference between a tarsier and a semiform?
Tarsiers, more. I mean, so you can get into some of like the nitty gritty morphologic stuff, which tends to be orbits and sort of the nature of the ankle bones as usual. There's usually a lot of like dentition difference. Like if I remember correctly, I think tarsiers still have 3 incisors. They either have 3 incisors or 3 premolars, and I want to say it's incisors. Whereas anthropoid primates have the same dental formula as we do. So anthropoid primates and simiforms, they're the same thing. And that your simiforms or your anthropoid primates is going to include the catarrhines, which are the old world monkeys, and the platyrrhines, which are the new world monkeys. And they're differentiated by like their nostrils primarily.
Yeah.
But tarsiers, I think more specifically, again, if I remember correctly, it has to do with whether or not the orbit is entirely closed in the back. Because I believe tarsiers still have a little bit of an opening. I'm not 100% positive, but interestingly enough, their brain size to body ratio is still less than what we see in the anthropoids. Then once you get to the anthropoids, it stays relatively consistent until you get to the hominoids, which are like your apes.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it stays relatively consistent, excluding humans, as you move up the sort of the hominin tree. So you can kind of make these. It's almost weirdly enough like you've got these little hops and then plateaus, and then hops, and then plateaus. And then what we're seeing now is sort of the result of that initial radiation. But I believe it's the orbits. And then, of course, obviously, if you want to talk behaviorally, tarsiers are mostly solitary. They've kind of abandoned the group living thing. But that's not to say that they didn't have it in the past. It could be, it's kind of like we consider orangutans, right, modern orangutans, to be semi-solitary, but it's a recent adaptation because orangutans probably, I think the estimate is like 20,000 years ago, used to lead a much more social lifestyle. And they still retain remnants of that because females will tolerate other females to a degree and males won't. So it kind of suggests that they used to lead a lifestyle that was more one male group, polygynous society, right? Something we would see in like gorillas. But then you've got, of course, the vastly different lifestyles of pretty much every single old world monkey, most new world monkeys, and of course the genus Pan. And then you've got the outliers in like the gibbons and some of the new world monkeys, which are pair bonded. And so the question is, where does pair bonding come into this? Because you can make these different categorizations. We tend to do it morphologically and phylogenetically, but of course there's behavioral uniqueness that exists, God, within species, let alone within genera or sort of across families.
As for the,
I will ramble. You got to stop me.
yeah, as for the next split, I used to make a joke for that some simiforms were betting other simiforms. Hey, I bet you can't jump over the other limits over there over to South America. Like, oh, you want to bet on that? Sure. So they go jumping over there, and the speciation between carolines and patyrrhines.
It's interesting. The sort of rafting event occurred when we still have these, I say 3, but it turns out when I was actually researching, there's a 4th that existed when I was learning this back in 2016, but to a lesser degree. And we don't cover nearly as much fossil stuff sort of in the course that I'm taking now as I did in human evolution. But the New World primates, you kind of have these 4 groups, right? You've got the oligopithecids, the parapithecids, the propliopithecids, and the proteopithecids. So one of these 4 groups in this initial radiation that occurred before your kind of Saudi Arabia and African combined plate smashes into Europe, you've got this massive radiation in what is now Egypt, which is why we find most of these fossils in the Fayum, which used to be this lush, beautiful tropical jungle along what would become the Nile. So this rafting event was kind of strange, right? It because what we essentially see is far less radiation and species differences among the platyrrhines than we do among the catarrhines. And one of the reasons I've seen proposed for that is twofold. One has to do with the pressures that have to, with like habitat pressures, because obviously if you're rafting over where we see the primates that exist today in North America, it's all jungle. You don't have a single primate, to my knowledge, that lives in South America that is a ground monkey, which is vastly different than what we see in Asia and in Africa, where we see this enormous radiation, both in the trees with your colobins and sort of your langurs, but especially on the ground with the baboons and macaques, and to a lesser extent now, but the therapithecids. So what we see now, the gelada baboons, They're not actually baboons, but they behave enough like them that we refer to them as such. But your main difference between your catarrhine and your platyrrhine, we're catarrhines because our nostrils open down, and a platyrrhine's nostrils open to the side. Also, interestingly enough, catarrhines tend to score much better on most of our sort of cognitive tests for whatever reason. They don't necessarily have that much larger of a brain to body mass ratio. They do in some cases, but certainly not as much as you would expect given how recent their split was. But then again, rhesus macaques and all the macaques that we've tested pass the mirror test, but baboons don't.
Yeah.
So it all depends on where the pressures lie.
Yeah.
Even even over in the old world, right, quote unquote, there are differences amongst species that are even geographically adjacent. It for all intents and purposes doesn't make any sense. But we also didn't witness the same pressures or witness the pressures that were impacting each of these groups.
And plus, besides the nose thing, plus they get the cool, useful tails. If we did have tails, ours is pretty much like.
I know
wagging.
it's so sad. But to be fair, some of your New World monkeys, like for instance the spider monkeys, lost their opposable thumbs in favor of that super prehensile tail. They've got these itty bitty little nubbins left for thumbs that are essentially functional. Which is so sad for them, but at the same time, spider monkeys are really cute, so they won it in a different category.
Spider monkeys, like makes you think of 8-legged monkeys.
I know that would be even cooler, but unfortunately,
that would be absolutely terrifying. What are you talking about?
No. That's the only monkey trait or the only spider trait they have. The rest is all monkey. They don't get the chelicera.
Ugh. Oof.
So, New World monkeys. Is there theory now that they all came? One or two came and speciated there, or was there several speciation? Several migrations.
As far as the literature that I read this year goes, I think according to the genetic kind of look-see that we've had, we're looking at a single rafting event because all of those platyrrhines are close enough to one another that even if it was 2 rafting events, they would have to be in very quick succession, and those populations likely would have interbred. So theoretically, it could be 2, but it doesn't really matter. Functionally, there's one major event, so to speak.
So that was the true Noah's Ark then.
Yeah.
And it's not even the only, or the platyrrhines aren't the only ones who are hypothesized to have rafted. You also have the Hystricognath rodents, the group that includes like guinea pigs and those guys. They also had an ancestor who rafted.
What is their they're called something else. It starts with a P. You know what I'm talking about? Bush pig, sort of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Caviomorphs is the other. Well, that's the other a big name for their group.
Hold on, pigs in South America.
You're talking about peccaries?
Peccaries. That's what I'm talking about. Peccaries.
Oh well, peccaries are suids.
Okay, so I'm wrong on that then.
I mean, guinea pigs are rodents. Peccaries are.
Oh, no, I didn't hear the guinea part. I thought you were talking about pigs in general.
Oh, no.
The taxonomy of rodents.
No, I'm sorry. My bad. My internet is...
It's totally on me. I know primate taxonomy very well, and I know every other taxonomy poorly.
Well, peccaries actually have a very interesting evolutionary history. They separated from pigs also in the old world, but they probably came to North America through the Bering Strait.
Oh, yeah, by land. I thought it was interesting that you were like, yeah, they rafted over, and I had this image of these.
You're like, what?
large pigs, and I was like, okay, damn, all right.
No, the Hystricognath rodents a little because the New World porcupines are convergent. They're not part of the porcupine group of the African porcupines.
That actually makes quite a bit of sense because
they got the tail.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So the caviomorphs, but they also have like the world's largest rodents, like
capybara.
Well, yeah, and also in the fossil record, you have like Josephoboromies, which were like the size of a smart car, and so yeah.
Oh yeah. They're like Oh, what's the one? It's like a wombat. Like they're similar in size. I think like Diprotodon, right? The big marsupial from Australia.
Probably were. Yeah, I mean they probably were about that. I don't know what the exact size for Diprotodon.
It's big. It's like you said, smart car, and the first thing that came to mind. They've got this excellent specimen at the Natural History Museum here in London, and every time I see it, I'm like, man, that thing's the size of a car.
So how?
Yeah, Diprotodon was actually a migrational marsupial. Interestingly enough.
So how,
That I believe. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
sorry, marsupial. Yeah, we could get a whole different. We could get a whole different, like a whole series of this at this point. But how close? How do you know how close South America and Africa were during this thing, or like close they are now, or a lot closer?
I couldn't tell you the exact numbers. I mean,
As it happens, the estimates for how long it would have taken for them about what is it 30 million years ago or so, the estimates are it would have taken like 8 to 15 days.
so not
max.
too bad.
Yeah, so like 2 weeks at very max.
I
And,
imagine the currents were at least slightly different then as well.
and they were. Yep, the wind, the water currents, how that was affected because they were closer together. Yep, there's a paper from I think the 80s which kind of outlines the whole what is the most reasonable hypothesis for how Platyrrhines got to South America.
The probable route. Yeah, it's interesting as well because it would it's very unlikely that there was a single rafting event that was successful, and very likely that there were several due to local conditions, and that a lot weren't successful.
Yeah. I mean, if they take to the sea.
Oh God, yeah.
But-
Poor Adiopithecus and company. All these little small, early-looking guys. So sad.
So what was the next thing besides the new monkeys splitting was the old world and the apes saying goodbye to each other.
Well, interestingly enough, you've also got to deal with two other small splits. You have to deal with the split between your Asian monkeys and your African monkeys. So it's kind of a perfect situation because the ground monkeys that lived in ancient Africa, in northern Africa, so Egypt, the Fayum, they kind of had this perfect opportunity to radiate up north, sort of northeast out into Asia, as well as down south. And that's where you get that split between your macaques and your genus Papio. So macaca and Papio, the baboons and the macaques. And then kind of related to Papio, you have these enormous baboons, the Therapithecids. Only living relative today, again, are the geladas, but they would have been incredibly large. Like we're talking not quite a smart car, but you're getting there. You've got some very large monkeys, largest monkeys that ever lived, as far as I know. Still smaller than like Gigantopithecus blacki, which was the largest ape.
He's a big one. Yeah.
Huge, enormous, but still very big. And because we're dealing too with an animal that is likely sexually dimorphic, the male Therapithecus or Therapithecids would have had canines like daggers. I mean, we're talking huge canines. If you've seen a mandrill's canines today, I mean, you wouldn't want to mess with them. I wouldn't. And then you've also got the split between both the radiation that spreads north and the radiation that spreads south, sort of out into Africa, into your arboreal monkeys, the ones like your sort of colubids and things like that, as well as the ones that kind of hang out in both, more so than the baboons do, so like vervet monkeys and things like that. They actually have bright blue genitals. If you're interested, it's very weird. And then the macaques do something similar. And then at last, we see the split, this in the Miocene, actually, a true planet of the apes, because the Miocene is absolutely littered with apes. If today is the age of the monkeys, that's when we're dealing with the most different kinds of apes. And they were some of them were really quite strange. You've got some very large gibbon forms. You've got weird, almost like apes that had feet that would be almost more similar to us than they would have been to say modern chimpanzees and like Oreopithecus, which it's still the jury's kind of out, but their feet are certainly more adapted for a terrestrial lifestyle. which is very, very strange. You've got, of course, a radiation of apes that ends up also going to Asia, where you get Gigantopithecus blacki, which is like, or Gigantopithecus, depending on what you say, which is basically a gigantic orangutan. I mean, enormous orangutan.
Yeah, this chart's kind of simplified to probably show the branches, the filled branches on here too, most likely.
Oh yeah, yeah. And the thing is that it's like, obviously there's way less known about, unfortunately, about our radiation of the apes than the hominids, because people inherently want to know more about us, not so much about the other apes that ran the show during the Miocene. And then, of course, once we see the hominoids, that's when we get some of the cool guys, right? The modern hominoids are gorillas, orangs, gibbons, and ourselves, and genus Pan.
So,
and we all represent wildly different social lifestyles, which is really interesting.
So what makes a great ape better than a smaller gibbon ape?
In my opinion, nothing. I think that calling the gibbons the lesser apes is very mean, and that we should switch it to like the mimi apes or something like that, because by and large gibbons are incredibly successful. I mean, if we're talking about just the sheer diversity of all members of the hominoids, they kind of got us beat. I mean, the gibbons are excellent. They've got incredibly complex vocal duets. Some of them are pair bonded, which is really interesting. The brachiation unmatched in the animal kingdom. And then, of course, you've got my personal favorite of the gibbons, which is the Saimang, which has those big frog-like throat pouches.
So
they just make funniest noises. I love them.
So which gibbon gave you your name?
My gibbon is based off of it's an imaginary kind of gibbon, of course. It's a gut sick gibbon, so it's perpetually got a stomach ache. That's why I drink so much tea. But my gibbon is based off of the classic Lar gibbon, except it's blue. So yeah. I love Lar gibbons. They're very cute as well, though.
There could be blue fossil gibbons. Think about that.
We don't know. That incomplete fossil record gives me the gibbon of.
So when I was reading the Ancestor's Tale, there's like through gibbons and everything. There's talking about two theories. One, they left Africa, the species on their own. The other one is we all left Africa and then we came back to Africa.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think that we see a great radiation of apes, of course, in the Miocene that ends up in Europe and areas like this. But I think that your sort of multi-regional out of Africa hypothesis is probably what we're leaning towards, with the exception of maybe the orangs leaving sort of at the tail end of the Miocene. But it really depends, because you don't exactly find a trail, like a trail of fossils leading you out that way. Unfortunately, just because of how things change.
But what if they were on the Ark?
Oh, shit. What if they were?
What if they were on the Ark?
We can't prove that wasn't what happened.
Plus,
except for all the ways we.
Yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't for, too bad that all the natural was always nice to fossilize and no predators ate the bones and stuff. So.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the world of taphonomy can be a fool's game sometimes, of course.
There's a line, one of my favorite lines from all the Dawkins books is in The Greatest Show on Earth, where he says, if anyone has a right to complain about the lack of missing links, it's the chimpanzees.
I know, and instead we're left in the position where we're like, chimps, they didn't change that much, and yet they're still grossly unique from when compared to, like, say, Helanthropus, with their own unique. I mean, really and truly, you want to talk about the what makes chimpanzees, what makes genus Pan so unique is the fact that you've got a Congo split of the chimps and the bonobos, like 2 million years ago, 1.5, and how impeccably different they are. And the reason they're so different is because they're so intelligent, and they've managed, intelligent, I know is a relative term, but they're so cognitively capable that they've managed to come up with unique solutions to similar problems. See, I mean, we're talking about convergent evolution on like a social scale, which is really, really cool. Or rather, sorry, not convergent evolution on a social scale. Completely unique means of structuring themselves. You've got chimpanzees, which are like masters of tool use, and bonobos fail rather miserably, at least out in the wild with that. But they completely outperform chimps when it comes to cooperation. So it's like you've got these totally unique animals that are so similar morphologically, barely split from each other. We're talking infancy here. It's incredible. You've got you've got patriarchal tendencies in the chimps and matriarchal tendencies as Franz de Waal, who's a famous primatologist, put it, the bonobos are a gynocracy.
Yeah.
That's just how they roll, and it's very strange. You've got, of course, heavily sex-based versus heavily violence-based, although it has been challenged that the bonobos are actually frequently as violent as the chimps. They just also like to have a lot of sex. So who knows how that goes? Unfortunately,
the bonobos are the dominatrix of the.
Oh yes, actually, I was reading this. What is her name? She's a really good primatologist. Oh, I think it's Mary something, but she's been studying bonobos for her entire career, and she brought to my attention some quite disturbing kind of reverse of what we see in chimps, where coercion occasionally occurs. So basically, male chimps can heckle females until they're like, "All right, fine, and then they copulate." And female bonobos will do the same thing to male chimps, where they will actually occasionally get their sisters and their nieces and their female relatives to come in and gang up on this poor male, and they're hitting on him and biting on him until finally he's like, fine, whatever. And so it's just it's horrifying. I mean, you see the two sides of the same coin, and it's terrible either way. But on the other hand, it's very interesting to see these totally unique social behaviors, and they're just one river away from each other. It's wild.
Yeah, it's like when people say like, "Oh, dolphins are so cute, otters are so cute." These guys have rape gangs.
They are total rapers. And the thing is that the more intelligent an animal gets, you start to see some rapey tendency, except with elephants. I mean, but elephants are also a matriarchy that isn't sex-focused. So it's like with bonobos, there's that rapey aspect, but it's focused in the favor of the female. So, intelligence doesn't really lend itself to consent very well in our intelligent animals.
If you have ever seen like Stefan Molyneux's tweets, then yeah, I think we're still working on it.
Oh, believe me, I have. And the thing that gets me more than anything is when people try to use primates to kind of justify that kind of drive, so to speak, because and usually they do so by being like, males are much stronger than females are on average, and so they can't help it that they use their strength, so manly to take what they want, and then I simply point to the old world monkeys, of which the vast majority are highly sexually dimorphic, and of which the vast majority of the males will get severely injured if they try to coerce a female, because they also happen to be female philopatric, which means the females stay in their natal group and form tight-knit bonds and will gang up on males that they dislike. And that includes rescuing, quote-unquote, conspecifics if they feel like they're being heckled. So there's a specific paper that I was reading about how coercion happens in chimps, and coercion of the opposite kind happens in bonobos, but it doesn't happen in macaques because macaques will gang up on each other. And I thought that was really interesting. It was just kind of like, they don't tolerate that. So it really comes down to unique primate societies tackle reproduction and interspecific or intersexual relationships in totally different ways. And there's quite a bit to suggest, at least in the case of humans, that our most recent ancestors were quite egalitarian in how they sort of organized themselves, and that as monogamy was on the rise, that perhaps those two things had something to do with one another. But it's speculative at this point. This is behavior based.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the branch we have now, but there's evidence now of a European branch of apes. I'm not sure that would branch off here.
Yeah. That would be in the Miocene. So we actually have a ton of apes in the Miocene that are hanging around in Europe, which is really, really cool. And it sucks because the farthest north ape, other than humans, is going to be your Barbary macaque, Macaca sylvestrina. or Sylvestris rather. And they live in the Strait of Gibraltar, so they're so close to being in Europe, like technically. I love them. Is that a cat on you, Jackson?
Yes, it is. This is Enzo. He's on everything.
Is that the one that's in your thumbnail?
Yeah, who I have around my neck like a prize. Yep, here he is.
Oh, he's so handsome. Look at
I
him.
know.
Is he like? It's like, why are you ignoring me? Feed me now.
Yeah, that is exactly what he's like. My cat is somewhere in the States having a psychotic episode. I think he was traumatized when he was young, so he's quite an odd bird, so to speak.
A cat is an odd bird. Ha.
He would be offended, but he's not here. No one tell him.
Yeah, Enzo likes to come in here when I'm doing streams because he's a nosy cat. Yes, he is.
He doesn't like giving attention to things that aren't him.
And he's like, hey, I'm the star of this channel. Show me more.
Yep, that's him for sure. That's
you should just have the camera on him and you talk off screen.
well, they're so. I read this very, very funny post. I think it was either on Twitter or on Tumblr. If it was on Tumblr, it was reposted on Twitter, which is where I saw it.
I forgot Tumblr existed. Oh my god.
Yeah, Tumblr has not had a great time since they did that not safe for work ban on content some time ago.
I remember that. Yeah.
They forget that like most of their base was there for that kind of content.
There are other places for that.
Yeah,
Other places that specialize in that, by the way.
there are. I've heard of them. I would never indulge.
Of course not. No one would ever.
No one would ever. It was this tweet that was like, my cat won't drink any water. And so to keep him hydrated, what I do is I fill up a cup of water and I drink from it, and then I leave it on the table so that he thinks it's mine and knows that it's safe to drink. So he'll get up and drink from it because he thinks he's being naughty. And it was like, that's the only way I can keep him hydrated is by making him think he can't have it. And then someone was like, God at people in the Garden of Eden. And then someone was like, what the fuck are the implications for this? I'm sorry, I swore again. My bad.
That's pretty funny.
And I thought that was funny. I was like, that's, perhaps I'm just spitballing here, but perhaps that's what some of the ancient people groups who perpetuated the story were going for. I don't know. We'll see.
I think it's part of it is and again I believe it was in The Greatest Show on Earth where Dawkins mentions like we have an inherent tendency to categorize things, and so what does Adam do? He names everything.
Yep.
That's an inherent tendency
of humanity.
People. Yeah, and so it's kind of neat.
But how do you know all those Latin names? Name them.
Exactly. Yeah, like
he's a big
1,000 years before Latin came out. Well, you have to remember all the people came from him. So.
Oh, true. Fair enough. That is.
Well, wait, no, I just remembered because it was God who came up with all the languages when he scattered the people at Babel. So
maybe it's just me, but honestly, as someone who is outside looking in on creationism, of course, for some reason I always find it so much more jarring when the Tower of Babel is referred to as like an actual event than like Noah's Ark or creation. It catches me off guard because I never talk about it, and then they'll be like, "Oh, well, that happened after Babel," and I'm like, "Whoa!" Like I feel it like knocks me out of my body. Because it's just such a strange thing to lump in with the history.
Well, it could happen at any time because, like any speciation event, you probably different like birds, they could probably speciate their languages too. That's why they don't tweet to each other anymore.
I like that idea. Oh God, I can't even imagine that would probably be quite awkward. Amongst the poor bird species. I actually read somewhere that the idea of the Tower of Babel, where did I read this? Maybe it was I don't think it actually was John Walton. I think I read it somewhere else, but that the Tower of Babel is sort of rooted in the fall of the Babylonian Empire, sort of after the captivity. Because what was originally like a very academically based society where there were, of course, tutors and, they taught cuneiform in certain halls of scholars or whatever it is that they called them back then. As the empire began to fall, they could no longer afford to keep these places up. And of course, there was a great loss of knowledge. And at that same time, I think is when the Hebrews were sort of freed from the Babylonian captivity.
Yeah.
So they would have borne witness to that, I believe.
It's the Noachian flood, I believe, is based on. Well, the place where they lived was the Iraqi floodplain. So
Shocking.
Yeah, off topic about the history real fast. I always wonder what would happen if the two quote dark ages, the fall of the Bronze Age and the fall of the Roman Empire, never happened. How regress science or history regress we'd be right now. Those two dark periods never happened.
I think it's a wonder that we're even where we are, considering, like, I can't help but think that since humans, anatomically modern humans, and of course Neanderthals have been around for quite a bit longer, if you're including Neanderthals, than 300,000 years, that there have got to be some periods that due to circumstance, the fall of an empire, the burning of Alexandria type, events where there's a great loss of knowledge for whatever reason. There had to have been a couple of events like that kind of pushed back that agricultural revolution. But obviously that's totally speculation. There's no way of knowing that. I just think that I don't know.
I like to think that the Adamic story is an allegory of the transition from hunter-gatherer lifestyle to a sedentary city-based lifestyle.
It very well could be. I remember reading in, I think it was Sapiens, that the agricultural revolution is like secretly one of the worst things to happen to like human well-being, because you go to this lifestyle that was spent socializing and in affiliative behavior and very, very little actual hunting and gathering in order to maintain sort of
before you need others to survive. Now, not like, okay, you take this job, I'll take this job, and never.
Yeah, and we're working constantly to cultivate the crop for the next year instead of moving around where the food goes, kind of. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like hunter-gatherers kind of had a good gig. That's why they did it for so long, one might propose.
You think it happened about 10,000 years ago is the agricultural revolution. When do creationists say the world started?
It's possible. I'm just saying it could happen.
I like that. Like people are like, instead of following these animals, why don't we just try to trap them here and keep them here?
Well, there are some there. Interestingly, it appears that there are different sites where other hominins would leave tools on their migratory routes. So whenever they got back to that same spot next year, hey, the spears are already there.
Yeah. And I believe if I remember correctly, you can actually trace, the three sort of stages of tool advancement. And you can kind of trace it out in such a way from sort of the original basic Neolithic toolkit. And you can kind of spread it out in such a way that you can almost see like information transfer going on and like teaching and the sharing of knowledge and things like that with neighboring groups, where then all of a sudden you find these tools where you didn't previously. Which is so interesting that humans that early on were like, you can imagine, you can kind of put yourself in their shoes and they're like, oh wow, like that's a lot of game you guys have. And they're like, well, we're using this new kind of sling. And they're like, oh sick, well we'll trade you, 100 spears if you'll teach us how to do it. And then they're like, oh yeah, why not? What's the harm in that?
That kind of reminds me of the on Family Guy, these fish come out of the water and they see their friend, the fish is on land. And they're like, hey, where have you been? He says, oh, I went for a run. They're like, is that anything like a swim? No, it is not.
There's another one on like the Family Guy skit on like the domestication of dogs. And he's like, hey, the two wolves. And he's like, I'm going to go over there and like be friends with this guy. And he's like, oh, why? And he's like, I'm going to see if I can get him to pick up my poop. And it's like,
you know,
they got us. They got us all right.
And that's how it happened.
That's how it happened.
There was the episode, the Cosmos, the Neil deGrasse Tyson episode of Cosmos. It's like the second or third episode, something like that, is evolution, and he uses the domestication of dogs as kind of the segue into it. And he's like, Neil deGrasse Tyson's like at a campfire, and these wolves are circling, and it's like the funniest thing because he grabs one of the logs in the fire and like swings it to scare them off, and then later a dog comes along. And I was just like,
God,
What is going on here?
There's a new theory that, or hypothesis. I always get this confused, but that hypothesis that maybe dogs domesticated themselves first before we even did a thing. That they started eating our trash and stuff, coming closer to human things.
Yeah, that actually is at least what I found to be when I was researching for my video on it, was like the sort of the dominant idea right now is that it was kind of like dogs started hanging out close to camps, and because the docile ones would not get killed by the humans, because obviously they wouldn't attack, and humans, you know how we are. We like cute things, and I can't imagine it was too much different back in the day. I mean, if a canid comes up to you,
like he's not bothering us, so it's not bothering him.
Yeah, it's not bothering you. You're like whatever. But then they realized the utility in keeping a dog around the camp. Early warning for predators. Just an extra set of eyes almost. And then that was kind of like, well, okay, now instead of tolerating, we'll sort of, they enter into this period of like appreciation, which is a huge step, the tolerance versus sort of appreciating them, and then eventually intentionally keeping them around. I mean, it's certainly nothing like what you see in like the movie Alpha, which came out a couple of years ago. But I did love it.
I did not.
You didn't like it?
I didn't see it.
I think the last dog movie I saw was the one where it got reincarnated every year until
The Dog's Purpose.
for
I knew that was going to be sad. The thing is, I can tolerate dog movies as long as I feel like I can anticipate whether or not the dog's going to kick it at the end. Because ever since I made that mistake with Marley and Me as a child, which was, by the way, advertised as a cute, happy-go-lucky dog film, I refused to make it again. Except when I did flying home to the United States for Christmas, and I saw The Art of Racing in the Rain, which is also a very sad movie and almost exactly like Marley and Me. And I had to be consoled by my seatmate who was like, "They're there."
Let me introduce you to this film. It's called Old Yeller.
Old Yeller, I'll one up you. Where the red fern grows. Both of the dogs die. Spoiler for anybody who hasn't read Where the Red Fern Grows, by the way.
So
Yeah.
back to our family. So I guess next gorillas decide to leave us and get a lot buffer.
They do, and mostly, interestingly enough, anytime you see like jacked primates, you can usually find the culprit. Usually, not always, the culprit in male competition. So anytime you have sexual dimorphism, which of course you see in gorillas and in orangutans to relatively extreme degrees, it's because the males are competing with one another to maintain control over a harem of females. Now, don't misconstrue when I say maintain control, and of course this is less so in orangutans now because they lead mostly solitary lives, but like I said earlier, very recent.
So that's a sexual selection thing.
Yeah, kind of. It's actually more of a habitat fragmentation thing, if I remember correctly. But yeah, in gorillas, it's actually some very sad but funny videos on YouTube about, males that essentially fight one another to maintain control of this group of females. And if the females just decide they like the new male better, they'll just leave. And there's nothing that the old male can do about it other than try to appear very fit and appear very powerful. But if that doesn't work, they'll just go with the new male. So it's as much sort of maintaining the peace with your females as it is fending off other males.
Then he joins Twitter and becomes an incel.
Exactly. Listen, let me tell you about the most incel primates out there are Hamadryas baboons. First, bonobos and Tonkin macaques are like an incel's nightmare because it's like the reverse of what they want. It's like total, as DeWall put it, gynocracies. But then you've got like the Hamadryas baboons, which are just like straight up incels. Like we're talking like, and I see things like Hamadryas baboons, and I think to myself, because what you've got very tight-knit groups of males that maintain control over groups of females by not allowing them to stay with their relatives. So they discourage like female philopatry, and they actually will trade females between harems and nip and bite at them and physically threaten them if they don't kind of sort of fall into line. And the females don't really have a defense for this because for whatever reason, when coalition formation amongst the females and those tight-knit bonds was prevented whenever it was millions of years back, or probably yeah, probably millions, maybe a million years back. It allowed it essentially stopped them from having a response to this, like a sort of a retaliation. And I always see this, and I'm like, incels point to Hamadryas baboons as like this excellent pinnacle of society, not knowing that like 1 out of every 100 males gets to have a harem, and the rest spend their entire lives on the outskirts, never breeding, never passing on their genetics, and dying alone, just like real life. You just switch animals. It's the same situation. If you can't be a buff Chad Hamadryas baboon, you're not going to breed. That's just how it works. And the ironic part is you'd be much better off if sex is what you're after. You'd be much better off being a bonobo because they're constantly doing it,
Right.
and everybody gets to join in. So it's incels are a weird situation, and Hamadryas baboons, incidentally, are some of my least favorite primates because there's not a real even in bonobos, like males aren't like, it's not a situation like in Hamadryas baboons where like the lowest male is still higher than the highest female in a harem. It's like, let's say you're a high up female and you have a son, he's gonna rank pretty high in the troop overall.
Yeah.
Like he's still not gonna get to feed first or anything like that, but like his mom and all her sisters are going to like come and back him up if he gets in a fight, so it's like, it's not the worst place to be. It could be worse. Like you'd rather it'd be better to be a male bonobo than a female Hamadryas baboon. Let's put it that way.
Unlike hyenas.
Unlike hyenas, you don't want to be a male hyena, period.
You don't want to be a hyena, period.
That's fair enough. All that power comes at a price, and that price is called giving birth near or through a pseudopenis. Like, it's just not.
I was going to say their face, but yeah, that works too.
Yeah, I think some hyenas are kind of cute. I like the aardwolves. They're adorable.
Oh my god, you went for the worst one.
No, they're sweet. They're sweet in like an.
That's like saying pugs are cute. They're just ugly.
And the thing about pugs is that, so I do think some ugly dogs are cute, but pugs, I can't get over the not breathing thing. It's like, I don't.
They just like they just kind of look up and they're
Like, these noses are on their way. Let's make their noses flatter.
I swear to God, I'm one of the heaviest sleepers in the world. Like first of all, I can fall asleep incredibly easily. Like I would have been the member of the tribe that like gets eaten by a predator because everyone else wakes up when the predator shows up, and I'm just like, I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah, me too. One time when I was still at church camp, what happened? We were sleeping. We had such an alarm system set up, and some of these girls snuck in and set the alarm off. And the rest of my cabin got up and sprayed her with shaving cream, and I slept through the whole thing.
Yeah, you were like, I'm not dealing with it. Yeah. I used to dog sit as a side gig when I was in my undergraduate. So I would I worked through Rover, which was like an app where you could like dog sit. And I had this regular client. He was this really overweight pug. I'll protect his identity instead of calling him his real name. We'll call him Clarence.
the dog was the client. I like it.
We'll protect both. He was so sweet. I swear to God, I woke up 20 times in one night because this dog would start getting sleep apnea in the middle of the night and like snorting, and I'd be like, oh my God, the dog's dying. And then he'd start breathing again, after, and with this very, very pitiful sounding snort. He was an absolute mess. He was a sweet, sweet dog, but those brachycephalic skulls are just an abomination. Like, someone needs to legislate that because it is not fair. I worked under a veterinarian, and she said, so I don't know if you guys probably know this, but like you intubate animals, like when you're putting them under so that they don't stop breathing and die. And when you and when you intubate brachycephalic dogs, right? Like when an animal is coming to, you leave the intubation tube in until they start like kind of coughing on it so that you know that they're awake enough to breathe on their own. And then you pull the intubation tube out and they hack a couple times. They're fine. Pugs and French bulldogs will actively resist you pulling the intubation tube out.
They're like, air.
And it is sad. I was like, "Are you?" I thought it was a joke, and she was like, "No, I'm not joking. I'm serious."
Like air, let me breathe.
I'm like, no, for the first time ever.
That reminds me of, you paid this woman to sit on babies? I do it for free.
I'd do it for free. I'll do it for free now. Hmm.
That was from Jim Carrey, The Cat in the Hat. Oh my god.
Uh,
Speaking of things that need legislation against them,
but yeah, seeing on babies used to be a thing that everyone did because of the eggs. So now we don't do that anymore. Now
fair enough. Yeah, you don't want to sit on any babies. That's especially human babies are particularly
Socially frowned upon or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's against our. It's a taboo, so to
so
speak.
there are two branches of gorillas, or
I mean, so the thing with gorillas, it's a little bit similar to bonobos. I believe that branches. I mean, it depends on if you're talking about species versus genera, because I believe there's only one genera that's extant. In fact, I'm like 99% sure, but I believe that there are separate species. Like you've got the lowland gorilla and the western gorilla.
and mountain gorillas.
Maybe.
Like, gorilla species.
You have gorilla and gorilla.
Yeah, eastern and western. Okay, so they're very, very similar. But I think they're actually more similar than chimps and bonobos were or are. I think they're more closely of a split off. You have to forgive me, you guys. I've got macaques on my brain more than anything.
No,
right
you should know everything. Why do you not know everything?
now. I know.
You're my only primate expert.
Yeah.
TD Lane, I can only half agree with you on that one.
Do what?
I said TD Lane says babies do not make good seating. I can only half agree with you on that one.
They make good pillows. They're soft.
If they're chunky, yeah, they can.
Some of them are really chunky though.
They don't grab your hair. That's why I used to cut my hair short. My mom used to be a foster parent, so I always kept my hair short so the babies couldn't grab it.
That's a smart play. The thing is I love baby monkeys. I love baby chimps. I love pretty much every baby primate. Human primates kind of scare me a little bit. It's an uncanny valley kind of thing. I've seen cute babies. There are some babies out there where they are genuinely adorable. But I would say 80% of babies are hideous for like most of their baby time.
You think yours would be hideous if you ever had any?
When I was a baby, I was absolutely hideous. Yes.
I mean, if you ever had a baby.
I mean, I would probably think it's cute because I wouldn't be able to fight my maternal. My evolution would force me to think my own child was cute, so that I would actually.
Evolution predisposed.
Like this thing's ugly. Put it back.
If genetics have anything to say about it, though, I would know in the back of my head. I would be like, "Yo, this baby is ugly." I think it's cute, but no one else thinks it's cute. When I came out, I looked like I set a record at the hospital I was born at for being the longest baby, and my body fat was like 2%. I looked like a little old man skeleton, Benjamin Button, coming out. It was horrifying. And you want to know how I know that? Oh, go ahead.
How do you know that?
No, you go ahead.
No. I want to hear it first.
I had the pleasure of watching this past Christmas when I was home. My mom was like, "Let's watch home videos." That sounds great. I had the pleasure of watching my own birth video, which was very traumatic. So what are you gonna do? It's
here's me as a baby.
Oh,
that's cute. That's not baby. That's like, I mean, it's baby, but it's a toddler baby.
I only have a baby picture since I was adopted, so I don't have any really baby pictures.
Oh, like a super picture. Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not showing any baby. I was also perpetually angry. So weird deal.
My mom tells me that the other nurse just thought I was a girl.
And you're like, wait a second. Mom, what does that mean?
Stop. Wait a minute. Yeah.
Hold up. Oh man. Whew.
But for bonobos and chimps, is the only reason they speciated because they don't like swimming, or
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, we're talking about a geographic isolation that basically spurred behavioral differences and like slight morphology differences. They're really, really closely related. I don't know if anybody's actually checked, but I would imagine almost certainly that they could produce viable, like fertile offspring. That's how close we're talking. But I don't know if any. It'd be a weird deal. I think they'd probably tear each other apart before anything romantic would happen.
Be like Great Danes and Chihuahuas.
they'd be like, I think it'd be like the divorce court. Like the women were like women was like, hey, I'm in charge. The male chip's like, no, I'm in charge.
I imagine you would have both. If you had a female bonobo and a male chimp, you would have the two of them trying to both coerce each other, and it would get dicey fast.
That'd be pretty rough.
Yeah, things would be lost, and bonobo got the upper hand. Probably testicles would as well, because as I'm sure they do that.
Opposite would happen, like a male bonobo and a female chimp. They're both like docile or whatever. Like,
that would probably be better for everyone involved.
Like you go first. No, you. Like, who's in charge now?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not totally convinced that human males and females are the same species.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean,
it depends entirely. It depends entirely on which male and which female. Because I have met girls way more boyish than some of the males that I've met, and vice versa. And then I've also met the complete opposite end of the spectrum. I think the secret is humans are just really, really weird because we are
I can agree to that.
We're doing, yeah.
We have no idea what we're doing. We're just trying to work it out.
Yeah, we're like the accidental self-aware AI gone rogue.
We got this whole language thing we're working on. It's not that great, but it's going.
It's fine. It's fine. We all picked different ones, but we're really getting a handle on it. So
yeah, I've heard two hypotheses that when we split from the pan thing. One was we were bipedal before we split. Other ones we were bipedal after we split.
Yeah, it depends on if you want to put Sahelanthropus as the last common ancestor. The thing is that we have Sahelanthropus sort of remains dated to around 7 to 10, I think, million years ago. But again, speciation and divergence times are very different. So that doesn't preclude Sahelanthropus from being the last common ancestor. And Sahelanthropus definitely was capable of bipedal walking to a greater extent than modern chimps and bonobos are today, just based off of the shape of the pelvis and the femoral head. Or rather how they would kind of go together. So
that theory, they kind of lost the bipedality.
It wouldn't. Yeah, it would be more probably of an inclination of like you had a Sahelanthropus species living in like sort of a woodland type area, and then once you have the sort of situation with the East African Rift doing its sinking deal, and then you get this dry savanna, or a population comes to rely more heavily on bipedality. And then, of course, the other half, right, ends up in what would become the lush areas of Kenya and Tanzania and the Congo, et cetera, where they can then take advantage of the arboreality that they had. At least that's what I imagine would probably go down. I think jury's still out. Sahelanthropus is still tentatively pointed to as the last common ancestor between the two of us. But another interesting thing about that is Sahelanthropus has smaller canines than both modern chimps and bonobos.
It also has a foramen magnum that is intermediate between that of chimps and humans.
It does. Actually, I think it might be intermediate between us and Afarensis, but it's definitely more close to humans than it is to chimps. You're absolutely right. And that's one of the reasons why they're like, well, maybe it was similar to like the Ardipiths, the Ardipithecus ramidus and Kadaba, which were fully capable of walking on 2 feet for periods of time, but they still spent substantial periods up in the trees for sleep.
Ardipithecus is just weird.
I love the Ardipiths. I think they're charming. They're so weird, but they're weird in a good way. I don't know. I like them in the same way that I like proboscis monkeys.
Yeah. So we were. I guess we decided like, okay, you guys can have the trees and stuff. We'll take this grassland.
Yeah, I feel like it was almost more like, well, this is where we normally meet Group B, and then they're like, well, that's a pretty big hill to climb. What happened to the continent? And then they were like, well, let's just not go meet them this time. I'm sure this problem will fix itself. And then here we are, million years later, very different animals. But yeah, I would imagine. I mean, I feel comfortable saying if Sahelanthropus isn't our last common ancestor with chimps, it was probably something very similar.
Okay. Speaking of the art of artists,
I got you.
the A ones.
Yes.
Do we know which of the or if any of the A branches that we're closely related to, or
it's tentative, but I believe as of right now, or at least when I learned in 2016, I haven't looked as of late. But Ardipithecus ramidus is typically thought to be in our lineage. Along with Sahelanthropus or perhaps Auroran tugenensis. It's one of the two. Or perhaps both, like a la hybridization sort of. And then once we get into the Australopiths, I believe as of now, it's Anamensis and Africanus. Or rather Afarensis, but not Africanus, because Africanus is essentially an Anamensis branch that ends up in South Africa.
Africanus, is that the Lucy one or the?
Afarensis is the Lucy one. The easy way of thinking of it is this is actually how I remembered it from learning it. But the camp, when they discovered Lucy, was playing Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds by the Beatles. Afarensis, far out. It's like the Beatles, hippie, Farensis, Lucy.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, so, I believe Africanus is on the way to the Paranthropines, isn't it?
It depends on who you talk to, because I believe, if I remember correctly, there are contemporary Paranthropines hanging out with, not necessarily with, but at least overlapping in habitat with some members of the Australopiths.
Well, sure.
But it could be like just sort of like a delay. You know what I mean? Like sort of how we see Eusthenopteron existing at the same time as perhaps some tetrapods.
Well, sure. Yeah, I mean it's a late surviving lineage. That's
right. With DNA could be a little bit older, so we could actually than what it is now, so we can actually more verify these branches here.
Yeah, the interesting thing is with the Paranthropines is that their brain case was actually substantially larger than the Australopiths. And they also lasted quite a lot longer than the Australopiths did, or lasted longer into the future than the Australopiths did, presumably because the Australopiths sort of beget what would become genus Homo.
Kind of like how the Erectus branches last a little bit longer.
Listen, Erectus is an absolute pro. Okay, Erectus dominates the hominids. Erectus was so fruitful, and there's some debate because some people are like, "Look, Erectus is so variable that we maybe shouldn't be calling all of these skulls Erectus, like all these crania, because there's so much variability in brow ridge and brain case size. And there's constantly in primates, especially, there's this battle between sex or species. So for a long time, especially with like the old world monkey fossils, they would be like, all right, do we have two different species of Aegyptopithecus? Or is this a male and a female of the same species? And they're just sexually dimorphic.
Well, I believe that even happened with some of the Australopithecines.
Yes, absolutely. But strangely not with the Ardipiths. Like the Ardipiths, we have a decent fossil record for, and they have like zero sexual dimorphism. It's very weird.
Yeah, I'm watching the documentary on I think it was History Channel. I think where it was at, or it was YouTube or something. But where they found this was back. This guy found this skull in South Africa. He thought it was a thing, but because of the Piltdown Man thing, they didn't accept it or something, because like we had our own theories about how brains got bigger and smaller.
Oh yeah, the Brits had Piltdown Man. Well, it was a hoax, which not even all of them believed. Only some of them, but yeah, it was a hoax put on them, possibly by the writer of Sherlock Holmes. He's one of the people implicated in that. But the idea was, well, part of the problem was you're right. It seemed like, okay, why are the fossils of human ancestors coming out of Asia? Because they didn't have yet the Australopithecines, but they had like Erectus. And they're like, why are they coming out of Asia? What's up with that? And so when they found this, they're like, oh, well, clearly here's our our nice British transitional fossil. And then as they were finding the Australopithecines and the others, it started to look more and more like, what?
But my racism.
But my race, yeah. But and what's funny enough is one thing creationists never ever bring up is actually the Piltdown man was refuted within like 10 years of its discovery.
Oh, not only, yeah, every single hoax that has ever been a hoax in anthropology has been refuted by other anthropologists.
Yeah.
Not by creationists.
Yeah, and the other one was even a hoax. It was a mistake. Like the Nebraska was a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a Nebraska man. What do they call it? Hesperopithecus.
Yeah.
And yeah, the thing, you're right. It wasn't by the definition of a hoax. And again, even Osborne was like, yeah, well, we should probably wait a little bit for more data to come in, which is why he commissioned more expeditions to the locality. But the only thing that came out of it, which Kent Hovind has trumpeted for years, is but the drawing in the magazine.
The drawing. The lines on... You know what Kent said that really pissed me off in a debate? I think it was actually with
It was just one thing?
No, more than the other thing.
What was it?
I think it was in his debate with Bill Ludlow. Anyways, Bill is showing all of the incredible sort of recreations that we have of the hominids, and Bill is of course very clear that these are recreations with what we have, and obviously this is not a one-to-one. This is more for the sake of education and sort of assisting in like forensic anthropology and things like that. And Kent, one of the first things he says is he's like, well, I appreciate that you went ahead and noted that they are recreations, but I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think you ought to question why all of them are so dark skinned. But anyways, anyway, at least he kind of moves on. And I was like, wait, did Ken just call anthropology racist because things that live at the equator tend to have dark skin?
He's so beyond moronic, it would not surprise me.
And I was like, oh my God, I've never heard that one before. I have never heard someone point to a replication of Australopithecus afarensis and be like, it's racist because it's dark skinned. And I was like, it lives at the equator, Kent. What is wrong with you?
That a lot of things, to be frank. But
fair, but I was weird to focus on.
Did you ever get a chance to meet Bill before he passed?
I didn't. It's so sad. And the thing is I was scheduled. I was on the calendar to be on his Leaving Creationism about a month after he passed. I was scheduled for like late September.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to have him on my podcast before he passed away.
What's the saddest thing? One of the last messages that he and I had, I went to a Gem and Mineral show, and one of the tables had these rocks from the Ludlow mine. And so I took a picture of it and I sent it to him, and that was one of our last conversations.
Well, I bet he loved that though.
Yeah, he was sharp all the way to the end. You know, no one ever knew. No one knew. And then just all of a sudden, that was it.
We got that tweet or Facebook message that says, "Hey, he's in the hospital right now. He's passing away." And then
that was just the only thing, and it was like, dang,
like what?
Yeah, that really is. That sums it up. It was just kind of like
the other. Sucks. I mean, it does. Yeah. To be fair, the other thing that Hovind focused on, you said it was such a weird thing to focus on, was the eye. He always talks about the eyes.
Oh, the brow ridges that grow, they continue to grow.
Oh well, no. I mean, there is that, but I was thinking of the white in the eye, because he's like, there are some. What?
Go ahead. I know what you're gonna say, but I agree.
No, yeah, he's like, why does the Australopithecus have whites in its eyes? They're apes, only humans have whites in their eyes. It's like
so wrong. Just wrong. Just blatantly, like all you have to do is like just Google gorillas, chimpanzees, whatever you want. Scroll down for like 2 seconds, you'll see like 4.
Right.
That drives me crazy. And Genesis Apologetics does that too, and like the effort is the bar is on the floor, you guys.
It's in the basement.
Yeah.
Just look, Google it. Like, and in the age of information, we're still having this conversation. I have no idea how.
Yeah. Back to that debate of fast. One thing that took out to me in that debate was Ken was always talking about individuals, and Bill's like populations, not individuals.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, because Bill understands how evolution works and Kent doesn't. So
Because I guess individuals. I guess you have Noah and his kids are individuals. Everything happened, but
Yeah. Kent has come out since and openly been like, well, yeah, that's what they say now. They say, populations are not individuals because I called them out. And I'm like, Kent, do you think you invented population?
Kent, how old are you? It's like, I guarantee there were people before you were born who were in population genetics.
Saying this. Like,
Yeah.
kills me with that. He kills me with that. And what kills me even more is that it's like, if you're wrong, you're wrong. I'm wrong all the time. But when someone is like, hey, you're wrong, that's when you're like, oh, shoot, I'm wrong. And then you change the script a little bit. Just a little. Make an effort. Pretend to make an effort, please.
Oh, he can't be wrong because, that would mean that everything he's ever stood for is wrong. And that just can't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it is all wrong. So it's always been wrong.
You're both shocked and appalled. What's the phrase? It's like, I'm not surprised, just disappointed.
I asked for nothing and I was still disappointed.
Yes.
That's one where from was it Casablanca? I'm shocked to find that gambling is happening in this establishment. Here are your winnings. Thank you.
Or the Arrested Development dead dove inside. He looks and he's like, I don't know what I expected.
Yeah, it's
you may not regret this, but maybe today, maybe tomorrow, but soon it's the rest of your life.
what's funny is he has actually changed. What's funny is he's extremely selective about the arguments he's been called out on and has changed because he actually has a few. The whole is it the shrinking sun? I think is one of them.
Was it the frozen mammoths?
No, I think he still touts that. He still touts the stupid
like freeze frozen mammoths in Siberia or whatever.
Well, because that's Walt Brown's. Walt Brown had.
Is that the 2 million years to give birth thing?
Wait, wait, specify. 2 million years to give birth?
Well, I don't know if it was a mammoth or something else, or like.
Are you talking about the Ophthalmosaurus or the Ichthyosaurus, the fossil of giving birth? It looks like it's giving birth.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And it gets expelled the baby. So yeah, there's actually there's that one, and there's another picture kind of like that with like a fish swallowing another fish, and they use those two pictures as like, look, it was instantaneous. Okay, fish are stupid. Try to swallow and it will get stuck in their throat and they will die. This is, you can find this like a picture. You're right. It's just Google it. Just Google fish with another fish in its mouth. It's not hard.
Yeah, it's so
idiot.
So easy. And it's not even the idiocy; it's the laziness.
It is.
You cannot claim to be, you cannot complain that the scientific community isn't taking you seriously when you don't even perform a Google search about what you're looking for.
And again, it goes back to what we started at the beginning of the thing, is admitting that you can be wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. You're dead right. That's completely true. Oh boy.
Yeah, as RJ and I show in our book, which everyone should get, they're dead wrong on everything. I mean, just plug it right. Well, hey, I have something to plug now, so there we go. Because I can't plug my own channel.
Like,
fair enough.
You have a book you can show yet, or you have your own copy yet to show?
Oh no, it's on Amazon though. But I mean, I'm like Tony Reed. It's like, I got this channel. I never talk about it.
Yeah.
I never tell people about it. Like, oh yeah, someone says like, I watch YouTube. It's like, yeah.
You're like, you don't have your own DVD series for 1985?
I have a 12-part DVD series, which I made in 1985. You can watch. It's available for 3 installments of $39.99.
You can buy it, watch it, and send it back and give your money back, except for the shipping, because the thing costs like £50 to ship anywhere.
And drink lots of water while you're watching. Lots of water.
Whales belong, okay, in the water.
But okay.
This is the dumbest theory I have ever heard.
And it's dangerous.
All right, and it's dangerous.
The dumbest and most dangerous idea.
Dangerous religion.
Religion, that's what he says. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my god,
He's just such a meme.
it is such a meme, honestly. Yeah, just Kent is an enigma. I'll never truly understand, and I'm, I have come to terms with that.
Oh, I think I understand. It's green. It rhymes with funny. I think I understand it quite well.
But I've heard that a hypothesis, that was true or not. Maybe my information is outdated at this point. That there is things about Habilis if he's on the homeless side or the upper Thurston side.
Yeah, mostly it has to do with brain case and with, as usual, like the shoulders and the proportions of the body. Because Habilis has this really nice 700, 900-ish centimeters squared brain case size, which is much larger than the Australopithecines, which is why most people are like, no, it's a member of genus Homo. Alongside the equally as important presence of tools with Australopithecus with Habilis, as well as potentially like group living in sort of a settlement type fashion, the home base, so to speak. And that's just because we find sort of conglomerations of bones, and a lot of the bones have hash marks on them, which suggests using tools to kind of strip the meat from them. And the fact that they brought kills back to a singular location, which no primate other than humans does today, which is really cool and unique. So I would say firmly, based off of at least what I know, that based on those two facts alone, Habilis belongs with genus Homo, or at the very least in its own genera that bridges the gap. Because the thing is that you also have Rudolfensis, which
can't use that word here.
Yeah, I was gonna say which. It depends on who you talk to, because I was taught that Rudolfensis is Habilis, that they're one and the same. But some would agree with you, and I always try to give them a shout out as well, because
anthropologists or paleoanthropologists are like frighteningly obsessed with names. They
are, and the thing is, they're savage to each other. They will rip. I mean, as many scientists are, but it's like primatology too. Like, I have several professors that, like, if a paper comes out that's kind of dissing either them or what their supervisors have kind of touted, like, let's say, for instance, the social brain hypothesis, because my supervisor now, her supervisor was Robin Dunbar, who invented the social brain hypothesis. Ooh. So anytime anybody is like dissing the social brain, my supervisor's like, hold up. To the point, oh no, my camera, I'm all blurry now. To the point,
it looks like my sight without my glasses.
Same. To the point that when Decassian, who's another primatologist, came out and was like, well, maybe diet has something to do with it, my supervisor wrote this enormous comments on Decassian's work, that was in and of itself its own publication, and it was so like absolutely savage. Like, we all had to read it for our course, and we came out of it and we were like, she like roasted him. Like, she like spent the whole paper just and it's so like in academic language, it's like, we appreciate the work that Decassian has added to
but he's dumb.
But you're stupid and I hate you. Like, right. It's really, yeah, they're so the Habilis Rudolfensis debate is one that I don't intend to be a part of. I'm just going with what my professor said. Habilis is.
TD Lane says it's borderline heresy, not quite Nanotyrannus levels of heresy. Actually, that one got settled, I believe. So,
thank God.
Yeah, and yet we still find rudolfensis. I have like 2 books on human evolution over on my shelf over there that have rudolfensis like as its own thing. And every time I see it, I'm like,
So
yeah, I would say that you'll be hard pressed to find an anthropologist today that thinks habilis belongs with the Australopithecines, especially with the more specimens we find.
awesome. So
No,
I don't know if there's more, but
I mean, yeah, the other like. Oh, go ahead.
well, you can keep talking. I'm trying to find this picture. I'm trying to find a picture or something.
Oh, okay, I've even
Talk
heard
about-
like there are that a couple of other genera have been proposed within the hominins, like Kenyanthropus. What are your thoughts on that?
So Kenyanthropus is really interesting because where it's dated, it's either this super enigmatic primate that has this ridiculously long sort of success period. And we're talking overlapping with the Artipiths, overlapping with the Australopiths, and overlapping all the way up to essentially habilis. Because the problem is we find evidence with Kenyanthropus that it was a tool user, and Kenyanthropus is an older primate, an older hominid. I believe, I want to say contemporary with Ardipithecus, but let me check. Kenyanthropus platyops. Yeah, 3.5 to 3.2 million years ago. So contemporary, not with Ardipithecus ramidus, but certainly with Afarensis, who was not a tool user, by the way.
He was just a tool.
Was a tool, yeah, depending on who you talk to. I'm sure Lucy's kin would say that since she fell out of a tree. So it's Kenyanthropus is honestly very weird, also because its brain case is somewhat primitive. Obviously, having a small brain case doesn't necessarily mean that you can't be a tool user, because Floresiensis was an avid tool user, and also had, I believe, some forms of symbolism or art, at least the form, like decoration of bodies and things like this. So the Kenyanthropus situation is honestly, and I've looked into it, kind of an enigma. It's sort of in the same way that, like, I'm sure you know about like Rising Star Cave with Naledi.
Right. And they're not really, have they dated that conclusively yet?
I don't believe they've dated Rising Star yet. I know Naledi is contemporary with Heidelbergensis, Erectus, Neanderthalensis, Denisovans, and Floresiensis. It overlaps with all 5. I mean, we're talking about an organism that did very well because it was kind of by itself down there.
Sure.
In South Africa. And that's why, even though it has this relatively large population, we presume, based off of the dead found in Rising Star Cave, it has a small brain case and really primitive, so really basal shoulders, so to speak. Like, we're talking like it's still got that rotation that's much more similar to a chimp's than it is to ours, which is more locked in place for stability of the shoulder girdle. But the weird thing about Rising Star Cave is how these bodies are positioned inside of it. It is ridiculously difficult to get into Rising Star Cave.
Yeah, they'd have a person like crawl in and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. When I was taking human evolution in 2016, Lee Berger sent out a big call for female PhD anthropology students who were under a certain height, or male could get under the certain height, but you had to be very small and petite, because he physically couldn't fit in there. You know, Lee Berger's a big guy. Like, he's not small. And there's all these weird contortions, and there's a chute involved. And some of the questions to do with Rising Star Cave in general isn't just how did they manage to get in, but how did they see anything? Because we don't have evidence to suggest that Naledi was capable of using fire, which is very odd considering
Night vision.
Yeah, but it's weird, right? And the thing is that also none of the predators that we typically suspect of Naledi kind of sort of housed themselves in such a deep, dark cave. And there's also no geologic activity that currently suggests that there was some shift.
Yeah, that would have been my next question. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I thought too, because I was like, well, maybe it used to be easier, but now it's not. But we don't have any evidence of that yet. It's possible, I think, what they're investigating is that maybe there used to be sort of a vertical shaft at some point that by some means has been plugged or is no longer accessible, whatever. But as of now, it's a total mystery as to why all these bodies are in there, and what put them there. And I would put Kenyanthropus in the same sort of, we straight up have no idea right now.
Yeah. I forgot the thing real fast. As far as I know, at least that might be thinking there was at least 3 speciations from Africa: the Homo erectus ones, then the Heidelbergensis that came, the Neanderthals and the Yodelsons, and then we came out of Africa ourselves.
Yes, I think that is what is current with the literature, is that it's sort of like a multi-regional, or at least numerous out of Africa.
It's like, watch that word.
I was like, the thing is you say it because it's kind of similar. It's like a weird hybrid of the two.
Yeah.
So you're like, I say it, and then I'm like, I'm gonna make someone angry. I better.
You're gonna be like your professor.
Well, he at the time too, he was a big out of Africa guy, so he was like not a big fan.
I heard a 4th one might be, I was sure not by a hypothesis or a theory or something that the Hobbit one is more closely related to the habilis than Erectus. I don't know if that's true.
I don't know. I don't know about that. The only thing with that is that I would find it at least a little bit surprising that sort of the tool use that Floresiensis is found equipped with is so similar to Denisovans, which is geographically similar, close by.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we just don't know that much about Denisovans. Like, we have way more stuff that Denisovans used than we do Denisovans.
Yeah, there's like a tooth before, I think before like this year or last year or something like that. There was only a tooth known, and that's where they got like some DNA from.
I think they might have had a finger bone as well.
Yeah,
like a finger bone. But for a long time, I mean, the reason Denisovans doesn't have like its binomial nomenclature is because we don't know enough about it. We barely have anything from it. But that's also kind of weird because we also don't have like a formal. We have like Gigantopithecus, blacki. But we also only have teeth and knuckles from that. So I'm not really sure what they're waiting for. But I don't know.
They're afraid they'll start fist fighting again with the paleoanthropologist.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate
they will.
I don't know how accurate this chart was, but I remember it from a long time ago. It might be outdated by now, but that the Agaster split into Erectus and Heidelbergensis is split again into Neanderthal.
Depends on whether or not Ergaster is its own one.
That's what I was going to say too, because the thing is some people lump Ergaster in with Erectus and some don't. Some say Erectus is just super enigmatic and very.
Like Agaster is just a Homo erectus from Africa.
Yeah, it just depends on who you talk to. Same thing with Australopithecus gari. I've heard that gari is very similar to Afarensis or Africanus. I can't remember, one of the two.
Is Sediba on there?
I don't know. Is Sediba on here? Australopithecus Sediba.
I can't really. They're very letters are so small.
No Sediba.
Yeah.
Oh, it's interesting though, because next to Homo rudolfensis, they also have Kenyanthropus, like Kenyanthropus rudolfensis is going to be a name.
Wow.
I don't think so. Oh man.
Besides the interbreeding thing, they think my pronunciations, the Denovans are more closely related to the Neanderthals. Besides,
what it seems like based on genetic data.
And the thing is too is that I believe, if I'm remembering this correctly, they frequently interbred. They were just geographically together, more closely together for longer. It seems intuitive.
We were down in Africa catching some sun. They were up north.
Yeah,
and then we all interbred.
Yeah, then it was a big party. That's where the bonobo. And then we went chimp on everybody.
Yikes!
Unlike them, we just had to cross. We just had to cross the river. The Mediterranean Sea to get
across the Rubicon more than once. Once in a metaphorical sense.
Oh, it's so sad that we don't. I wonder. I think another excellent question to ask is what happened to the Paranthropines? Like why they were so unsuccessful in comparison to their contemporaries in the
Didn't-
offshore plains.
Didn't they feed? They fed on a different like they were C4 grasses as opposed to C3, weren't they? Wasn't
Yeah, they had I mean, we're talking megadont molars, like molars that were like for the skull size, like enormous.
Mhm.
And as you can see in the picture, kind of over to the side, a lot of them have sagittal crests, which none of our relatives have.
Is that when we decided that eating softer food and cooking it made our mouth smaller?
Or at the very least, it's when we decided, hey, maybe we should occasionally like scavenge instead of eating really hard nuts and stripping grasses and bark, because they find a lot of pitting with a lot of the paranthropines, which is basically just like eating super hard nuts to crack them essentially with their teeth. And then you're right, we also find a lot of like weird plant choices, like sedges. And I don't know, they're weird. The paranthropines are an odd bunch, and not just because they have those, like they almost, if you see the paleo art for them, they've got like flanges almost. They're very, very odd looking.
All I know is I had to get oral surgery, get my wisdom teeth removed because of our diet change.
I know, isn't that?
I'm gonna have to get all 4 of mine.
I already got mine out. There's really no other way. I've never had a surgery before outside of wisdom teeth. It was kind of a fun surgery in that, like, I was sitting there, they put the IV in, and they're like, all right, like count backwards. And I was like, oh, that's not going to be like the movies. And then I blinked and I was waking up and I was like, oh my God.
Really? I was semi-awake for mine. I wasn't.
Really? Oh, they knocked me out.
I asked for
Oh
gas.
well, they give you the choice.
Yeah, they gave me gas, but then gave me an IV. I only had the gas
Nope.
option.
Really?
I've had two surgical procedures
numb and
before.
stuff.
I'm going under.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was.
I'm going
bad.
under.
Yeah, I paid extra for the gas, but I didn't, where I was at, I didn't have IVs. Just
Oh
take me
my
to sleep.
God. Yeah, they were like, you might want to do the gas. And I was, because the thing is, I made the mistake before actually getting the surgery of watching like a procedure.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I was like, I want to know what they're going to do. And then I was like,
Nope. I'm afraid that if they put me on gas, I'll say one of my secrets, and then everyone will know.
I know.
Uh,
my
I'll just be like, put me under.
my post IV experience was my parents recorded it. They picked me up. I don't remember any of it, but I've seen the videos. They're not flattering. It's me crying because they're like pruning trees, and I was feeling very empathetic towards the trees.
Hey, those trees. Have you ever seen Fern Gully?
It's
The trees can feel pain. So think about that.
So
What is
sad.
there was? I
Checking-
swear I read something that said, or it might have been you told me. What was it like? The trees are screaming or whatever.
Oh, for the wisdom teeth,
No, well, like the trees when they give off like some sort of
grass,
Or
grass.
is it grass? Okay, yeah, they're the pheromone.
And- That's
smell
that
there.
good smell.
That's because they're in pain or whatever.
They're straight up warning other grass, like they're like, we're being attacked. We need to like. I don't know what the plan is though. Like,
Run!
Yeah.
I don't know exactly why.
I always wondered if
They're not going anywhere.
I know it's a odd thing.
yeah, I always wonder if we couldn't interbreed with each other, the Neanderthals and stuff, and them and the Erectus were still around. If they'd be like their own little civilizations community there, or we have like in a zoo or something.
Oh yeah, like a multi-species community. That'd be cool.
It would be amazing, and I can almost guarantee Erectus. I would imagine Erectus would be fine. Neanderthals would be fine. They would almost certainly be fine. I think we have a hyoid bone from a Neanderthal, and I think current lit suggests that they at least had rudimentary speech capabilities, and they probably had the capacity to understand similar to a level that we can, but obviously not by and large as cognitively sort of intuitive as we are. I don't think they ever actually developed like long range weapons, which is why a lot of them have terrible injuries upon their death because they get up and like brawl with their prey. It's interesting too because males and females both have these injuries. So it's actually thought that they didn't do really the division of labor either that sapiens eventually did because
Yeah.
they were just like, well, we're all pretty big.
Yeah, I've heard the differences sometimes that we learned the throw stuff from closer from they're up close and we were more of a distance spear thrower.
Yeah. Well, humans are actually we are the, as far as I know, best throwers in the animal kingdom, and of course, one of the best persistence runners. And we're weirdly talented in weird ways.
They're like, huh? We get close to this rhino or mammoth. They attack us. Maybe we should go from it a little further away.
Just take your
Let's just
Adelaidal and just throw it at them.
Exactly. Yeah. Big. They're like, all right, we can throw these rocks, but what if the rock was sharp?
Then they're like,
oh my gosh.
instead of rocks, let's make this metal stuff.
Metallurgy. Let us take a moment and remember Noachian metallurgy and Canaanite genetics. These are the things that we need to stop and appreciate.
I think like when you think of guns, you're like, what if we could throw metal but fast?
I learned.
Oh, then think of guns. It was like, instead of wasting time stuffing this with gunpowder and stuffing this bullet down all the time, what if we made it spin and put lots of them in there?
You really think about it, and a lot of human history has just been exploding things in different ways. Like explode a ball of metal, make it go fast. Explode lots of fuel, drive a car. Like it's
or what is this white thing that came out of the chicken's butt? I'm gonna eat it.
Yep, yeah, and pour one out for all of the relatives that we have in the long distant past who have tried things and found out the hard way that you can't eat them. This mushroom looks a lot like the one that, Grog ate last week, and it worked out just fine for him. Uh-oh, that was a mimic.
Whoops, it was Death Cap. Yikes.
Yep.
Trial and error.
Yeah, it really is a lot
Trial
of
and error with people.
I think Louis C.K. said it. He was like, people, and then I gotta go, guys, because it's 2:47 for me. But I have a blast. Louis C.K. made this quote where he was like, people look at the pyramids, and they're like, wow, like that's incredible. He's like, throw enough human life at anything, and anything is possible.
We can do this again when you get back from your trip.
Yes, absolutely. Well, and hopefully, I mean, the reason I'm not scheduling anything is because I don't know what my Wi-Fi is going to be like. Allegedly.
I gotta say, if you get Wi-Fi, we could do a live stream right from your dig site. Okay, this is from Erica live.
I know. Yeah. Well, it's dependent. I know I have access to Wi-Fi in the village.
You have to do the Attenborough voice though. Like, over there are two geladas, and look, they're fighting right now.
What?
They see me. Run.
Like, why can they have good internet in the middle of the jungle?
Yeah, if I'm capable, it'll definitely be from my fields for my camp.
Probably could do like short little videos, like edited videos
or recordings.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm stocking up videos now. It's
or like just have a GoPro to your chest while you're doing your thing.
The funny thing is I really would like to take a GoPro out there because these macaques are habituated, and habituated macaques habituated any monkeys. The adults pretty much ignore you, but the juveniles are really, really interested. And so you have to stay, decently still because you're observing. And then you're sitting and the juveniles just come up and they're just like messing with you. And they want to see what's up. They're curious. And you got to be like, little man, step back.
Yeah, if we have
more observing.
Time, if we had more time, I would love to talk about the ERVs in our group ancestry, how that's connected.
Absolutely. Yeah, I hope you mostly, you pretty much have a good handle on what the current lit is saying on a lot of the stuff. I mean, things are getting more and more solid in human evolution as we find, more specimens and the genetics get tighter and all that stuff.
Like how it happened twice in the same branches, like the same exact spot. The virus decided the same.
that one kills me. That one and the Gulo breakage both kill me.
Oh, they don't even. They just don't think about it.
Yeah, they don't. In the same way that our our lovely synapsids are left off the arc almost every time.
Right. The really fun thing about Gulo is it can't even be. It cannot be transcribed. Sorry.
Yeah.
Because the promoter region is broken. So the funny thing, so I love when they're like, there are 100% of the DNA is functional. Okay, then tell me why can't Gulo? Why is it that it can't even be transcribed? It's not like it's a negative argument. Like we don't know what it does. We know what it does. We know where it is.
And it can't be transcribed.
It can't work. It literally cannot work. And they're just like,
Wait a second. Yeah, I think it was RJ actually who said this to Stand for Truth. He was like, you cannot use an exception to make the rule. Where he's like, well, some ERVs do something. Look at this one that has to do with embryonic development. And he's like, okay, well, look at this other enormous pile that do nothing. And we know them. We know where they are, and we know they don't do anything.
Okay, before you both go, do you have any future videos you want to talk about coming up in your channels?
Oh, I got a lot of stuff coming over the next 3 months because I'm preparing it in advance. So it should release in relatively quick succession. Again, Monkey Mondays is coming, just very slowly.
Okay. What about you, Jackson? Any future videos coming up?
Technically, yes. We have a rebuttal video which I'm slowly piecing together because it's going to be quite long. This is going to be my final or our final response to Long Story Short. Until he reads another intelligent design book and decides to make a video again, then we'll get him again. I have to say, all of my videos on his stuff have gotten more views than his stuff has.
And that's always a good sign.
Except, he, let me rephrase that, on his channel, because when he posted, or the Discovery Institute hosted his homology video, and it's got like 10,000 or so, or probably more than that now, but the stuff on his own channel, because I can't do anything about the Discovery Institute, all of my videos on his stuff have more views than his own stuff. And so,
yeah. I when they use the big boys to plug their videos, that kills me. And Genesis Apologetics does that too.
Well, to be fair, I had Aaron Raw posted one of my videos on his channel, we did kind of a collab sort of thing. We did a collab, and he also posted one of my videos which was on it wasn't on Long Story Short. It was on when Steve Meyer was on PragerU. And
God, that was so good.
I love that these guys, you know what?
The video wasn't that bad, Erica. It was pretty good. Jackson had a pretty good video. It wasn't that bad.
Well, I don't think we should be surprised. This is a group that has bad history, bad economics, and bad climate change. Oh, they became creationists. Is anyone surprised by this?
No.
Well, calling them a university is like calling the Crazy Museum a museum.
Yeah, Dennis Prager, who is like directly funded by the Koch brothers, like has bad climate change takes. I'm shocked.
Shocked.
Oh my God, that's just like a completely different animal, just because it's mega funded.
Oh, but other than the Long Story Short video, I've got like the genetics series that I keep meaning to get back to, and I keep putting off. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Real fast. Well, before we go, as for me, besides my Kingdom Hearts series, I'm finally uploading after a year of recording. A year later, I recorded. Next Saturday, I'm going to have the Dapper Dino on the podcast. So if you're available to check it out, be sure to check out the audience. In the meantime, as I always say, never stop learning and enjoy the randomness. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Good PowerPoint, but this time I am prepared.
All right. If you just do it, it'll turn out okay. Welcome to the most hard to schedule podcast I've had in a while.
I know. It's all on me.
Well, me too, kind of. Last Tuesday, we were doing last Tuesday, but then I had a headache and couldn't function.
Yeah, but the thing is trying to function with trying to do a podcast with a headache. That does not sound fun to me.
I'm sure you all know my guest, Erica, the Gets It Given.
That's me. I'm here to talk about primate migrations today.
She recently did a video on it about the I think it was Homo habilis migrating to possibly be the ancestor of the pygmy.
Yeah, Homo floresiensis. Yeah. So there's some really interesting stuff about that. We're going to be touching on big P primates today. Like we're looking at how primates have moved and spread out from the first like primate all the way to humans. So it's going to be a cool one.
I recently off topic, well, not on topic, I mean, but I recently found out that primates might not have originated in Africa, but might have originated in North America.
Yeah, so the thing is it depends on what you mean by primate, right? It depends on where we draw the line, and with the sort of primatomorphs to true primates, and that can be a pretty difficult line to draw because the primatomorphs are very similar to primates. They just don't have that same termination, and they lack a few key features. So we'll get into that. We'll be getting into that.
Yeah, well if we start the at least before I started this, I've only known of 6 migrations. The first one I knew of was the New World monkeys jumping over to South America.
Mm-hmm.
Then the orangutans and gibbons going over to Asia.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Homo habilis, Homo erectus group, the Neanderthals, and then us.
Yeah, so I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. It turns out that I had a pretty good time researching this because most of my knowledge of how primates have moved around has been pretty biased towards the human end. But the interesting thing is that since the inception of primates, they've been moving about and establishing new occupations and in new niches and new habitats. And they've been doing this for, since about 50 million years ago, which is a long time to be moving around the continents, especially when the continents are crashing together and separating and doing all of the things that continents do. So I think you'll be interested in, I know for a fact that we're going to be covering one that you know of, but you didn't just mention, but you definitely know it. You definitely know it.
All right, let's educate me.
All right, cool. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. You guys tell me when you can. You tell me when you can see it. Okay, let's see my entire screen. Share. And can you see?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Cool. Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
Primate migrations, monkeys on the move. So yeah, that's what we're going to be discussing today. Now, migration is kind of a tricky term. I think that migration is a word that encompasses what we're talking about the best, which is species moving to a new location. Now, migration too can also mean like single populations, a single species moving from one place to another and then returning to some kind of homeland, like how birds tend to do seasonally and the wildebeest do. But in this case, for the sake of this presentation, when we talk about migrations, we're essentially talking about radiations. We're talking about spreading out to new locations and establishing new areas of habitation. So,
quick question: can you name all the ones that you have on the screen?
I can name some of them, but some of them can be a little bit weird. So this is obviously proboscis monkey. This one is an orang. This one is likely a black-crested gibbon, or maybe a hulock gibbon. The lack of the tail is the dead giveaway, the long arms. This one its face is covered up because of the primate migrations, but it is a gorilla. This one back here, I'm not sure who this is supposed to be. This one might be some kind of leaf monkey. This is definitely a guinan, and then I can't tell who this is, and this looks like a chimp to me. This looks like it's supposed to be a chimp. So we'll see though. These, the old school drawings can get a little. I find them very charming, as you can see. Like I used to have a background with a ton of them, but they can be pretty like weird. All right. So we have to discuss in any discussion about how primates have moved around. We have to establish who the first primate is. So the first true primate is a matter of pretty consistent debate. But it currently looks like the first euprimate, that is to say true primate, is Alteolacius Kulkii. I think so. I always just call it Alteolacius, so it's, I'm not used to saying the species name because the weird thing about this genus is that there's only one species, and it's this one.
Kolkii. So I always just say Altiatlasius. But needless to say, that's this little guy here on the left. So this organism was found in Morocco, and it dates to around 57 million years ago, which is why when we talk about when did primates originate, you pretty consistently will get a range, right? You're not going to get like the first primate is here because we don't know for sure. All we know is that we have for sure a fossil of Altiatlasius at around 57 million years ago, and it looks to be a euprimate, which is awesome. Primatomorphs, though, can be found a lot earlier, and they range from North America all the way through Eurasia because these continents were potentially contiguous at the time. It means that there were ways to get from one side of North America to the other side of Eurasia. So the primatomorphs that would be your Plesiadapiforms essentially. So Plesiadapis would be a great example. Purgatorius is kind of weird. We're not 100% sure where that one belongs. But yeah, you can look at these guys and you can tell some immediate differences. For the record, I'm not including a ton of fossils in this presentation just because since we're not discussing general morphology very much, I think that the reconstructions and the drawings are a little bit cuter. They kind of help put you in the time period.
So at least according to this thing, possibly the primates were after the dinosaurs. At least the non-avian dinosaurs went bye-bye, and then the primatomorphs were before.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So the primatomorphs likely occupied the same land as the dinosaurs did during the same time periods. The classic dinosaurs probably saw primatomorphs around them, but true euprimates didn't really get this opportunity to radiate out into all of these different forms until after the dinosaurs were gone. And presumably this is because there was all of a sudden this just niche deficit. There were all of these open areas to exploit new habitats and new diets and new modes of locomotion without worrying that you're going to get gobbled up by some theropod.
By the way, do you do primatomorphs too, or do you cut the line off at primates?
I cut the line off at euprimates. I've talked about primatomorphs on my channel before, but the thing is that that line is so blurry that really and truly, even if you consider euprimates, like you still might be lumping in some primatomorphs. Like we're just not 100% sure where to draw the line. Usually with primates, it comes down to the distal ends of the limbs, so ability, the ankles and the wrists to climber about in the trees, and dentition. So those are going to be your two biggies when it comes to what is a primate.
Oh, I got a question for you.
Yes, please.
Right there on the screen, you can read it.
No, I'll have to get out of my thingy, but I can't. Hold on. Let me zip over to the Zoom. Would humans have evolved if the asteroid never wiped out the dinosaurs? Oh, that's a great question. I think no. I think there's almost a 0% chance that we get anything even close to humans. When I say that, I mean we're probably not even getting into like your larger catarrhine primates, I would say. I think
Inception.
Yeah, oh yeah, look at this. Yeah. I would say that if we've got dinosaurs still kicking around, nothing very big mammal-wise is going to be able to take hold.
Yeah. This is why I love having two monitors.
Yeah, I know. That's my deficit because I've got to inceptionize us. So this is where these two guys are found. So remember earlier when you mentioned that it's possible that primates evolved in North America. So that's been kicked around. And the reason that that's been kicked around is because it's definitely a possibility. It's certainly possible that primates evolved in North America and radiated out and ended up, in areas like Morocco. After all, they had a long time to get there. So it's, or it could be the result of some convergent evolution going on for all of a sudden taking over these arboreal habitats. It could be either way, but this is where these two dudes are found. So now, widespread primate and primatomorph occupation. So with this in mind, we can understand that at 57 million years ago, the first known euprimates and the first primatomorphs occupied an insane range. Now, when I say first primatomorphs, I mean that these are like our first recognizable primatomorphs, even though, as we understand, species divergence and speciation are indeed two separate things. So even though some of the first primatomorphs that we find are pretty late, we're talking barely into the Cretaceous, they probably were around a little bit before then. So I probably could have phrased this better. But they had this insane range. They lived in North America, Eurasia, and Northern Africa. Now it's the dawn of the Eocene, so it's warm, and it's a perfect time to proliferate if you're a little mammal. But as time stretches on into the Oligocene and onward, the evolution of the euprimates is going to become restricted to the warmth of the tropics, and the classic Plesiadapiforms are going to disappear entirely. So, classic Plesiadapiforms, I mean the big names. It's always possible that you see persistence for quite some time after the fossils that we find. But for the current knowledge, classic Plesiadapiforms do indeed disappear by the Oligocene. Prior to this, though, Africa is going to see the arrival of an Eosimiid, who formerly called Asia its home. So these are Omomyids. This is going to be a very early Omomyid that's very similar to a tarsier, but it had dentation closer to an anthropoid primate. So the thinking is that, okay, well, it's very possible that this is going to be the ancestor of all of the anthropoids. So now we've got something kind of weird going on, right? We've got primates, true euprimates, just all over the northern hemisphere. So this little guy on the upper left, this is Darwinius massilae, and this little fella, actually little lady, if we're going off of the holotype, was found in the Messel Pit in Germany. And then down here we have Runeweia, which I actually didn't know about until today when I was gathering some pictures for this, and we're going to talk about this one in just a second. And then over here we have Eosimius.
So you learned something. She learned something new too, then.
I know, I did. I actually did, because here's something that's really, really cool. So these guys, Darwinius massilae and Eosimias, are going to be the first things that are kind of looking like real primates, and they're all in the east. And from here on out, most of the things that look like legitimate primates are hanging out in the east, like what we think of when we think of primates. But you have this foreshore primate that looks a whole lot like a tarsier in Texas. And it's not just there for the rodeo. You know what I mean? So here's the question. Did primates originate in North America and expand outward, eventually colonizing the east? Of course, they couldn't quite get to South America yet because for whatever reason, the currents weren't allowing rafting there at the time, and it would have been a lot easier to go east than it would be to go south. So either they originated in North America and spread outward, or they originated over here in Eurasia and expanded westward. But one way or another, or we've got something really, really convergent going on, like just ridiculously convergent, and maybe it's possible that Ruweia isn't even a primate, it's just very similar sister species. But it could be either way.
So maybe there's two primorphs on each side of the Earth, and then one of the primorphs, what's it called? When Latin turned into Italian, this thing still thing?
Oh yes, stasis, right. Yeah, I mean it's possible. That's the interesting thing about this. I tend to lean towards the idea that because it's very likely that we had contiguous continents up here, that we probably saw a rapid diversification of really, really early euprimates like Alteolacius that expanded outward, and for whatever reason, the ones that stayed in North America just never got big.
This is what the continents looked like back then. Their shape still,
Yeah, 50 million years ago. This is what I found as an accurate representation.
Well, it almost looks except for South America and North America together, it almost looks like what we have now.
Yeah, it looks pretty similar.
Minus the massive ocean.
Yeah, and Europe is a mess. Europe is just absolutely a pit up here. But it makes island hopping really easy if you're a little bitty primate. So now we have to talk about something really cool, the tropical Fayum. So the Fayum is this location in modern-day Egypt. It's not typically a place that you would think would be, the go-to for ancient primates. But in the Oligocene, the Fayum was this super lush, ridiculously humid location. It was a playground for these first true anthropoid primates. So when I say anthropoid primates, I mean no lemurs, lorises, or galagos. Your anthropoids are going to include your old world monkeys and your new world monkeys. So tarsiers are also excluded.
So they've already went over the Madagascar at this point.
We're going to touch on the lemurs a little bit later.
Okay.
The lemurs, we're coming back to see the lemurs in a second. So put a pin in the Strepsirrhines for now. So the Oligocene is going to be this period that South America is also going to see the arrival of their own primates, likely these rafters from Africa, and it's probably going to be proteopithecids. So parapithecids, oligopithecids, propliopithecids, and proteopithecids are all going to see this mass diversification in Africa. And if you don't want to learn the difference between those, good decision, because they're very similar. Those guys are all really similar. The only thing you need to know is that proteopithecids have dentition of an old or of a New World monkey, which is really interesting because all of these other guys have the classic 2-1-2-3 formula that we see in Old World monkeys that we as humans have, but proteopithecids have the 2-1-3-3. So they've got 3 premolars, typically. Some of them have lost them in the modern day, but ancestral stock, that's going to be their classic dentition. So this is a cool picture of the Fayum, like what maybe the Fayum would have looked like. And you've just got all of these different, like, anthropoid primates living together and occupying this zone at the same time. Because something that isn't really appreciated, or I don't think is appreciated very often, is that right after the dinosaurs went extinct in our KPG extinction, we see this weird dwarfing going on in all of the mammals around the world because nothing has really had a chance to grow in size and seize niches that are perfect for larger animals. So things are just kind of little. It probably would have been very cute. and that would have been the same case over in the Fayum. You've got a bunch of these relatively small monkeys hanging out, chilling, doing their thing, and basically occupying the cohabiting this same location, the Fayum being this, and I mean the Nile wasn't even a thing yet. So this is a cool location. So why is the Fayum important? Why do I keep harping on it? It's usually the cradle of the catarrhines. By the middle of the Oligocene, the Old and New World monkeys had likely already split, with a small band of maybe proteopithecids of a very diminutive size having made their way to South America by accidental rafting. Now, people like to diss the rafting hypothesis because they think that it's not very likely. And when I say people, I mean creationists. And that's ridiculous because, one, the currents were very different. It would have been, I think, if my memory serves, it would have taken about 11 days to raft over, straight over to South America from Africa, which isn't too bad. But furthermore, the animals that we're talking about here, the first proteopithecids that made it over there, it's looking like they were probably very small. And I can back that up with a pretty recent study that is...
Like a bottleneck thing?
Yeah. And it probably wasn't 2 also. Like, it was probably a small population of them that made it all the way over there. And if memory serves too, primates aren't the only ones that got there by rafting, which suggests that large storms that maybe battered the western coast of Africa were just up to no good and washing animals over. But yeah, so the hominoids, basically the apes, we don't see any of these guys yet. Apes aren't around at this point in time. They're still just all we're seeing really is the Old World monkey type.
We still have our tail. Everyone still have their tails.
Oh yeah, everyone's got tails. It's big tail energy going on right now. And the Old World monkeys are seemingly limited to Africa. So while there's still primates in other locations at this time, none of them look like what we think of when we think of a monkey, right? Even in Asia, Asia's still got these tarsiers running around. They've got like omomyids just doing their deal, very similar to eosimias that we just mentioned. But yeah, nothing like what we typically think of when we think of a monkey. It wouldn't be long before the Miocene would come, though, and when the Miocene shows up, we get a real live Planet of the Apes with large-bodied tailless primates that are actually just living in Europe and in Asia. And this
Miocene, is that when they got cold, started getting cold, like the Ice Age came around?
No, the Miocene is actually still decently warm-ish. I mean, it's not going to be like Pliocene weather that's pushing everything back into Africa. We're still pretty good weather-wise, but we're going to talk about the Miocene in a second, because the Miocene brings one of the big pressures of the Miocene is going to be the emergence of grasslands. So, yeah, so the diversification that we see of the Miocene apes, though, never would have happened if we didn't get this crazy experimentation by the monkeys that lived in the Fayum. So here's some very cool monkeys that lived all around the world during the time period that we're kind of considering here. Again, we've got Ruenweia over here, or Ruenweia, sorry, over here, just still chilling, big chilling in Texas. And we've got Oligotarsius over here in China. Way down here, this little like brown fellow is going to be Opidium, chilling also in the Fayum, Aegyptopithecus in the Fayum, and Catopithecus in the Fayum. So these guys are all just relaxing, chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. So what were the lemurs doing? That's what you said earlier, and that's the one that I remember that I was like, he's forgetting the lemurs, because everyone knows the lemurs. How did they end up in Madagascar? What's the deal with that?
Yeah, I didn't know if they went to Madagascar themselves or Madagascar took them with them when it left.
Yeah, no, but you were right the first time. Yeah, they migrated. They ended up in Madagascar, and the migration to Madagascar, weirdly enough, based on the currents, would have taken less time than it took for the proteopithecids to get to South America. So it would have taken about 30 days to get from the Horn of Africa to Madagascar. So the Strepsirrhines, here's something weird though that I don't think people tend to appreciate. The Strepsirrhines in general are going to enjoy this weirdly broad occupation of the globe before they end up isolated in Madagascar, and after that too. So 30 million years ago, we find lemur-like primates like bug-to-lemur, that can be, found in like Pakistan, India, these kinds of locations. And lemurs ended up in Madagascar at like 40 to 52 million years ago. So basically, even though the lemurs became isolated in Madagascar, other lemurs who weren't isolated in Madagascar were big chilling outside of that island nation for quite some time. So what happened, right? Why did lemurs disappear everywhere besides Madagascar? And the idea is that they were basically just outcompeted during the Miocene, and this island nation of Madagascar becomes their last stronghold. And of course, they're still there today. And the diversification that we see in Madagascar, just because it's such a weird habitat, is going to yield the mega lemurs. So you get gorilla-sized lemurs like Archaeoindris, and that's some of these guys we see over here on the side. I mean, these guys just look like gorillas, right? Except they've got these little snouts. They would have been really cute. It would have been like if you crossed a bear and a gorilla, probably. But yeah, we've got some really good teeth and jaws from Archaeoindris, and I think there's another more Archaeoindrids that we have too that weren't quite as big as I always can never pronounce this one. Fontoyontii.
Yeah, the baby looks cute, but the mama or daddy looks kind of. I want to mess with him.
I wouldn't want to mess with. I wouldn't either. Yeah, and so yeah, something that's interesting about this too is that, and this is like a side note that I think is, maybe I'm the only one, but I think this is interesting. So there's this phenomena in sexual dimorphism called Wrench's rule, and it's essentially this idea that the larger the animal gets, the more likely it is to be sexually dimorphic, because females tend to occupy ideal body size given an environment or a habitat, and males occupy the extremes of competition, typically. This is not by any stretch of the imagination a rule in the sense that it's called Wrench's rule. Like, we see violations to this all the time. And these indrids are a perfect example of that, because we have male and female Archaeoindris, and they're the same size. So we've got these huge gorilla bear things wandering around Madagascar, and they're monomorphic, which is to be expected because almost all lemurs are monomorphic, which is pretty rare among or not rare, it's just uncommon in primates for the males and females to be like identical, basically. Usually they've got, different colored pelage, like their fur is different, or they're different sizes, or they have different sized canines, whatever. But yeah, the lemurs don't really care about that. They're kind of just like, yeah, no, it's good, we're good. And the big lemurs were no exception. So now we got to ring in the Miocene. I love the Miocene. The Miocene is our Planet of the Apes, and it's a game changer for primates in general because, like I said, you get this establishment of the grasslands, and this is a new niche for intrepid monkeys. They can be gramnivores, they can eat grass, and they can be omnivores, they can come down from the trees. So the sweeping grasslands spanned even up into Europe, which led to the evolution of this insane variety of new primates called apes. So yeah,
Never heard of them before.
Yeah, I know. They're so interesting. So the duration of the Miocene sees apes in Europe. These would be like your Dryopithecids, Africa, which is your Proconsolids and the hominoids, and in Asia, which would be your Asian hominoids, and some Dryopithecids that managed to make it over there. So the human lineage is just a small piece of the pie. So let's look at Africa first. So these are the reconstructions and drawings and things like that. But our Proconsolids, which are ape-like primates, are going to be pretty isolated to East Africa, maybe. And the reason I say maybe is because it's really possible that these guys were everywhere and East Africa was just really good at preserving them. But some of these guys here that we see are really, really cool, and I love them. So this guy right here is going to be, or girl, I should say, is going to be Afropithecus. So Afropithecus has big, big canine teeth in males and females because they probably use them to process food. So they use them like big can openers to feed on like hard fruits and stuff like that. which is awesome. Proconsul is up here on the upper right, and these guys can be found. Some of our best representation of them is actually found on an island in Lake Victoria, which is neat because it's just like you've got this island of apes just big chilling out there, which, I like that. I think that's cool. And Limnopithecus is also chilling out during this time period. Limnopithecus is going to be here on the bottom right, and then Dendropithecus, which is going to be over here on the left. So these are all just some cool African apes. I don't know. I like them. They're proconsulates, though, so they're not true hominoids. And, of course, Sahelanthropus chilensis. We love Sahelanthropus chilensis. This is our very late Miocene ape from about 7 million years ago. I say probably, let me rephrase that, potentially the first in our lineage. And the reason we say that is because it possesses several derived characteristics, which make it a really good candidate. And it's found in Chad, so it's the right location too. But we also have apes just relaxing in Europe, which is really neat. We love seeing the apes in Europe, which I don't know. I like the idea of it. So Dendropithecus is going to be hanging out around here.
Yeah, I've heard about the European apes recently. I'm not sure when they left our family tree.
Yeah, so they would have gone up there pretty early, and I just said Dendropithecus. What I meant to say was Pliopithecus. Dendropithecus and Pliopithecus are always depicted as having like similar fur color, which is this weird brown and white. But Pliopithecus is in the Czech Republic. Oreopithecus is going to be in Italy. They actually call this one the abominable coal man, which is just silly, but they found it in a coal mine. So it's, whatever. I like it. It's kind of dumb. Oranopithecus is going to be big chillin' in Greece. And then we have Pierolopithecus over in Spain. And these guys they're all just really cool. Some of them, mainly Oreopithecus, have they look like secondary adaptations for walking on two legs. And I say secondary because this guy wouldn't have been walking everywhere strolling on 2 feet, but it's certainly more adapted than, say, Pierolopithecus or Pliopithecus or, Oranopithecus here. It's just interesting. It's neat. Maybe if we find out those Tracheilos footprints are legitimate, we can pin them on Oreopithecus, except they're not, right? The Tracheilos prints are dumb. And then, of course, we have our beginning of an expansion into Southeast Asia with Shivapithecus, which is hanging out in India. And as you said, the gibbons are also on the move, but they have a much poorer fossil record. So we're just going to talk about Shivapithecus because Shivapithecus is cute. This is potentially the ancestor of all the orangs, which is neat.
Yeah, it's too bad apparently forests and jungles aren't very good for fossils, as I've heard.
Oh, I know. Isn't that so sad? Okay, so the Pliocene, all about Ardi. So the next two epochs, the Pliocene and the Pleistocene, we're going to see temperatures drop. It's going to push the primates back into the warmer tropics. This is going to be your death knell for the European apes, sadly. And those apes that are not firmly established in Asia. In the latter, only Gigantopithecus and the Hylobatids, as well as the ancestors of modern orangs, so potentially something like Shivapithecus, would seemingly eke out a living. So this is going to be an interesting deal, right? Because it seems like, based off of the patterns that we're seeing spread across the Middle East, Europe, and Southeast Asia, that we would have had a pretty decent menagerie of apes living in Asia during this time period. But the problem is they couldn't handle the change in climate, which probably fragmented a lot of the forests. And we see two extremes on how organisms adapted. The Hylobatids got really small and went up in the trees, and the Gigantopithecids were just like, no, we're going to get bigger. And that's what they did. And the Gigantopithecids did really well for themselves until about 10,000 years ago, when humans, I think it was 10,000 years ago, when humans kind of roasted them and they couldn't really hang around anymore. But yeah, so then we also see in Africa, ape diversity is also going to drop dramatically, and the monkeys are going to start flourishing instead. And that's why today, if we consider the Miocene the age of the planet of the apes, we would call today the planet of the monkeys, just because the monkeys have this insane diversity by primate standards today. I mean, we've got insane guinan diversity, we've got langur diversity, macaques, baboons, all of the New World monkeys, leaf monkeys. It's just insane. Lots of different monkeys.
Real fast, we have a question that says, Erica, do we have a good idea of the family lineage that led to Gigantopithecus?
No, we don't. So I've heard a couple of people propose that it's going to be from the stock like Shiva pithecus that just kind of blew up in size. I don't know that that's the case though, because if memory serves, when I was looking into this previously, there are some diagnostic skull characteristics that don't seem to resonate with Shiva pithecus through to Gigantopithecus. It's possible. You would think that it would be a better case, though, right? Because Gigantopithecus is like a big orang. That's usually what it's presented as. But we actually don't know that it's a big orang because the fossil record for Gigantopithecus is pretty limited to teeth and jaws. Like, I don't think we have much, if any, postcrania. So we don't really know much about it besides the fact that it was a big ape. I mean, so we'll see, though. Hopefully we figure more out. The gibbons, I saw the other day that there was a recent discovery of some nice gibbon postcrania in Asia that's like the oldest postcrania of a hylobatid that we have. So maybe, yeah, I'm holding out hope that we'll see more for Gigantopithecus too. It would be really nice to get like a full skeleton or even like mostly complete. But yeah, unfortunately, during this time period, like it's just not owing itself to great fossilization for a lot of our primates in general, let alone like the ones that are living, ones that are living in these.
So it's getting colder. Plus, there's more grass. There's less trees and more grass.
Previously, that's how it was. Like the more grass was a nice consequence of the Miocene. But as we get into the Pliocene, everything is kind of being squished back into Africa and into the line of the equator. So yeah, it's the grass is probably still just fine, but the apes, yeah, they're not. It's the climate is becoming too much for them up north, so they don't really survive past the Miocene, unfortunately, which sucks. Like it would be awesome if we still had crazy ape diversity today, but we just don't. But in Africa, even though the diversity is dropping, this is presenting an excellent opportunity for some plucky hominins that are going to manage to survive and dominate this period. And at this point, this is going to be the Ardipithecus genus. So Ardipithecus cadaver.
Yeah, too bad those hominid apes didn't survive at all.
Yeah. Well, that's the irony, right? Is that it's like the hominoids weren't doing so hot when compared to the proconsulids. But all of a sudden, the hominoids just really explode in this time period, and they're just doing really, really well. So here's some Ardipithecus ramidus, like a little Ardipithecus ramidus family hanging out on the left, and they're found in Ethiopia. So yeah, and I love Ardipithecus. I think it's really cool. They're sexually monomorphic, which is neat for an ape.
You'll tell them look out behind them.
Yeah, I know. Really, yeah. The deer sees it, but they don't. Luckily, they're in the trees. Hopefully, they'll do okay. Yeah. So the Pleistocene comes next. The Pleistocene and the hominin hustle. So hominins exploded in diversity during the Pleistocene. The Australopithecines likely emerged from the previously mentioned Ardipithecus stock and would see two main morphs, the gracile forms, so Australopithecus in the classic sense, and you get Anamensis, Afarensis, and Africanus, and their robust form. And the reason I call them Australopithecines is because they can be called Australopithecines, but I was taught to call them Paranthropines. So you get Paranthropus aethiopicus, robustus, and boisei, and those are those big-faced, bipedal, living alongside early and mid Homo apes. They just, they're megadonts. They've got these honking molars, and they're just grinding things and chilling out on the savannah. So, Paranthropines did okay. And then from the gracile Australopithecines, we see the genus Homo emerge and bloom. And members of the Homo genus will leave Africa and eventually colonize the entire planet. The details of this are very, very involved because potentially multiple species left Africa at different junctures, Homo habilis, erectus, and Homo sapiens. So I picked this chart because I like it. I think that it's a pretty easy one to understand, even though I don't 100% agree with it just because it's not what I was taught. So what we see here is Europe at the top, Africa in the Near East, and Asia and Australia. And early Homo is this big line right here, and we see, there's the first departure, and you end in Homo floresiensis, early Homo. So that's in line with what we currently, the current literature with Homo floresiensis emerging from like habilis probably. But then the interesting thing is we see this split off right here in this stock with the Dmanisi specimens and into Eastern Homo erectus. So that's going to be like your Denisovans specimens, right? And the northern Homo erectus is sometimes what the Dmanisi specimens are called because they've got such small brain cases, even though their postcrania is pretty derived. And that's where you're going to see, those eastern guys headed out there. So this whole area is pretty ancient. This is a pretty ancient like departure from Africa, but they did really well because they lasted a long time.
Yeah, I've heard that Erectus was like the longest living Homo species we had.
Yeah, Erectus does really well. And here's the thing, though. So you can say Erectus lasted for a really long time, and that's true even if you split it into multiple species, because it's looking more and more like we see Homo erectus, right? Erectus proper. And then we also have Homo ergaster, which is like small-brained Homo erectus. And that's what you see here. So Homo ergaster is kind of an early guy hanging out, right? And would eventually yield 3 stock of Homo heidelbergensis. And heidelbergensis is where you're going to see humans essentially come from, and Neanderthals. So heidelbergensis leaves, and you see, Neanderthalensis come from that.
And the Denisovans.
Denisovans. Yeah. So that's the thing. It's looking like we're seeing heidelbergensis yield Denisovans, in my opinion, because we see this extra emergence here, and then we see Denisovans Denisovans diversifying too a little bit later. The real question is what's going on with this line here, this Homo erectus line that like kind of diversifies out into Asia. And they kind of just do Homo erectus things in Asia and then kind of die out. And then
I was wondering about Homo. Why do you opinion question for you? Why do you think that Homo erectus never? I think the land bridge might have been there by now. Why do you think they ever went over the land bridge to North America?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a good question. If I had to guess, I think it's just because Homo erectus, the species, we don't really find it as far north as we find the Neanderthals, late Homo sapiens, or rather archaic Homo sapiens, and Denisovans. And in my opinion, that's because it just didn't reach the cognitive capability to be able to cope with that kind of weather. And physically, it wasn't able to do it either. So, Neanderthals, they go pretty far north. And that's because they're wearing clothes, right? Like they're wearing furs. They know how to use fire, like adeptly.
So maybe Homo heidelbergensis were the first one to invent clothes.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, so that's a really good question. I don't know. I mean, I hesitate to say yes or no on that because, as far as I know, there could have been a population of like literally Homo habilis that was like, hey, what if I put on the skin of this dead thing that I just ate bones from and carrion? So
I guess it might be also the thing that when we lost the excess fur and the thinner hair and stuff.
Yeah, so the fur is a biggie, and the thing is like that was a huge benefit to us losing that fur because it lets us sweat really well, as you know. But the additional problem with that is now we can't readily go north. Right, until we take the fur of other things and wear it instead. So that's the bummer of it all, right? Is that it's like we just lost this and now we need it again. And luckily we were intelligent. Our ancestors and cousins were intelligent enough to figure out that you could just take it from the things you're eating. But yeah, if I had to guess, I would think Erectus just didn't cross the land bridge because land bridge was so far north, and going up there and crossing it would require being able to stay warm. And while we know Erectus used fire, I don't think fire is going to be good enough. Like it's not a good enough substitute for clothes, at least not all the time. So it's a tricky one. I think we're going to continue to find more out about our ancestors in that sense, who was using what and when. I mean, there was a paper just this year that showed us that Neanderthals were doing knots, like they were capable of making knots and using ropes and things like that. Which is a huge step. I mean, God, that's an insane level of cognition. So,
yeah, it's weird. The Homo habilis, the Neanderthals and the Denisovans. It's weird.
Yeah.
They split enough to be different species, but not far enough that we couldn't get on with them.
No, I know. That's a dicey thing. And that really threw a wrench into this idea of like, okay, well, are they separate species or are they not? Now, I am of the personal opinion that you can be reproductively, capable with one another as two separate species. just because we know that like American paddlefish and Chinese paddlefish can interbreed, and they're definitely separate species. So I think that reproductive isolation isn't necessarily the only way that we can see speciation. I think that novel genetic and morphologic characteristics can sometimes be adequate. But it really all boils down to the fact that species are arbitrary human concepts, right? Like species are just something that we made up so that we can comprehend how many animals there are.
So is this us then?
Sorry, repeat that.
So this is us, I'm guessing.
Oh, yes, yeah. Sorry, the chart. Yes, yeah, this is us. So this is the migrations of human populations, and it's got this cute color-coded graph here. And I just like it. I think it's a cool graph that shows in a relatively intuitive way when things happened and where we arrived various places. So you'll notice the blue, the cooler colors are going to be pretty late. This is like a recent arrival, right, in these locations.
This is thousands of years, like 200,000 years, 15,000 years.
Yeah. I mean, it's recent. Yeah, and all the, these darker reds and hotter colors too. It's interesting that we see this movement up through the Middle East, and then they're just like shoo right into Australia. I like that. I think that's kind of a cool deal. And we see relatively early emergence in like Asia and in Europe around the same time periods, and then like pretty late. They're getting up north pretty late, and that's because those climates are a lot to deal with.
Another question for you. I know that we met up with the Neanderthals in Europe and stuff, but did we meet up with the Homo? Did we overlap with the Homo erectus at all, or were they gone by the time we got there?
It's anyone's guess. I would say yes. I am of the opinion that Homo erectus probably lasted a lot longer than we give it credit for. Typically, in a lot of charts and papers and things that you see, you're going to see the succession of Homo erectus, like Asian, European, and African Homo erectus, by Denisovans, Heidelbergensis, and Sapiens, respectively. Which is great. I mean, that's cool. But at the same time, it's like I don't know. I find it really hard to believe that Homo erectus, being such a prolific species, is just going to up and disappear right when we see diversification like that. And really and truly, you could just, given how morphologically diverse some people like to categorize Homo erectus as, you could almost just keep those labels, right? It's a weird one. I think Homo erectus lasted longer than we say it did. That's the long and short of it. I think we're going to find support for that at some point, but that's just me. Anyways, hominins are awesome. That's the long and short of it. But yeah, then we see some other cool primates in the Pleistocene. This is my last slide. I just wanted to talk about these guys because I like them. We already talked about Archaeoindris, so our big lemurs, and about Gigantopithecus as well. But Therapithecus and Dinopithecus are also really cool, and these are just giant baboons and geladas. Like, they're just huge. We're talking, like, as you can see in this picture here, like lion-sized. And that would have been very intimidating. So I don't know. I like them. That's all I've got.
Yeah, I recognize that other picture of the Gigantopithecus and the tiger running away.
Yeah, that's from Eons. I cribbed it from Eons. All right. Let me just pull up the chat here. Just in case we want to answer any questions before we move on. Pull you up here. And hold on, it's definitely just about to show the
Eons.
audio.
I cribbed it from Eons.
I knew it. Okay. All right, sweet. Yeah, so that's all I got.
All right, sweet. Oh.
Yeah, so any other questions or anything like that before I go get dinner?
Yeah, off topic. I think it's so are you gonna put your skulls out for decoration Halloween?
Yeah, the thing is that this is a year round. My skulls are year round. I just love them. But yeah, I'll probably put like a Santa hat on the hominid and on our Afarensis and also on our Smilodon for Christmas and stuff like that. They're spooky enough as it is to be like Halloween decorations though. So just leave them hanging around.
So, do I've heard of the gibbons and the orangutans because I've heard that they migrated to Asia and then we migrated back to Africa.
That they did that?
Yeah, all of us,
Oh yeah.
In general, left Africa, went to Asia to do the gibbons and the orangutan thing. Then we, as the gorillas, chimps, humans lineages went back to Africa after that.
Yeah. I don't think there's any support for that. I think that it's way more, given just how many apes were hanging around too in Europe. I think that if you're gonna say that something came back to Africa rather than evolving there, which is the current support, is that it's likely a shoot off from the proconsolids or from the stock that proconsolids and hominoids came from. But yeah, I think if you're gonna say that, then there's just not enough support for it. If you're going to be like some kind of ape came back into Africa and evolved there, if anything, it's going to be one of the Dryopithecids hanging out in Europe. Okay. But I don't think there's any support for that.
Oh, somebody says he had a question about the Sibida up above.
Oh, Sediba. Yeah, wait, let me see. Let's see. I see Gigantopithecus. I like a teacup. Okay, no, I don't see that. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Scott, I'm looking. Hold on, I'm still checking. Maybe I missed it. If you see it, holler.
Well, there's
Fence for the body. Teacup. Okay. Standing for Truth and was in Speed's channel the other day talking a long Lee Burger calling Sediba mixed species, like several different species. But yeah, no, there's no way. First of all, I think that I have not seen anything by Lee Burger suggesting that Lee Burger thinks that Australopithecus sediba is a mix of two hominins. But on top of that, the literature alone precludes the double hominin thing. And I'm planning on going over this very, very soon. If anything, to what Standing basically points to a single paper for that claim. He points to a paper by Ella Bin and Yoel Rock that looks at the lumbar vertebra of the Malapa hominins, MH1 and MH2, and they're basically like, yeah, we think that that MH1 is of one kind of hominin, that the lumbar vertebra are of one kind of hominin, and that the lumbar vertebra of MH2 are of a completely different kind of hominin. And let's grant, first of all, that's from an unpublished work by Ella Bin and Yoel Rock. That was not published in any kind of journal, nothing like that. It's something you can find on ResearchGate, but it's like from a symposium.
So are those people like real creationist things or real?
No, they're from Tel Aviv University. They're perfectly legitimate bioanthropologists. But here's the kicker. Yoel Rock has since then published a separate paper on Australopithecus sediba. He's a co-author on a paper that is talking about Australopithecus sediba and the nature behind it, what kind of hominid it is, etc. And that paper treats it as a perfectly legitimate species, not as a mixed hominin. So Yoel Rock has since backtracked on that idea, leaving Bin as the only individual who thinks that it's two separate hominins. And there is a wealth. When I say wealth, there's several papers that cover just the vertebral column of the Malapa hominins and is basically like, no, this isn't two different hominins. What we're seeing instead is likely two different life histories, because you've got this very unique representation of Australopithecus sediba where you have an adult female and a juvenile male. So these two are very, very different. And a juvenile male is going to have lumbar vertebrae that are indicative of a juvenile, whereas the adult female is going to have adult female vertebra. And this is something that you can like cross-check with the life histories of modern extant apes and of course humans, which are apes, but I'm using it colloquially. Yeah, that whole thing is bunk, and we're going to get into some serious detail in this next video that I have on why. And Standing's claim about the Lee Burger thing, I haven't seen it. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. I think that's bonkers. That whole claim is bonkers. I reached out actually to Ella Ben since then, and I was basically like, hey, do you still hold this opinion? And she does. Yeah, she still thinks that. Yola Rock does not, though. So what are you gonna do? I don't personally find that very compelling that Ella Ben still thinks that, just because Alan Fiducia still thinks that birds didn't evolve from dinosaurs. So
Yeah. So when is your first paper coming out?
When is what? Oh, my paper?
Yeah. When is your first peer review paper coming out?
Oh God, I don't know. I got to submit my thesis and get it approved first before I submit it to a couple of journals and see if anyone will take it. But yeah, I'm still in the period where I've got thousands of cells of Excel cells that I've imported into R, and I'm trying to analyze it. And I'm not good at working R, so that's where I'm at in my thesis.
You're not a Dr. Gibbon yet, then.
God, no. I'm just getting my master's. I'm not a PhD yet either. I'm not even a PhD candidate yet. I hope to be. I hope to be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll have lots of questions after this is over with. Usually after it happens, your brain goes blank during the things, and all of a sudden you're like, damn, I should have asked that.
I know. What you can always hit me up on Twitter.
All right. Do you have any, before we go, do you have any future videos
Yeah. I've
Yeah.
got a premiere on Monday. I've got it all uploaded and ready to go. It's my genetics video response to the Brain Trust. It's probably going to be my last one to them, because I don't think they're probably going to answer the questions that I have. And unless they do, then I'm not going to engage if they're not going to answer my questions. And I hope to get out a video. Oh God, I don't know that it's going to happen. I really hope I can get a video out tomorrow that's just a general response to Standing's, the one I was just talking about. That's a general response to Standing's miscarriage of representing Australopithecus sediba and Homo habilis. But we'll see. Yeah. It may be Saturday.
You ever gonna finish any of your series?
Oh God, that's another whole thing. Yeah, it turns out the thesis and YouTube thing is hard to juggle. And whenever I'm I need to do something today, I need to be productive, I'm always I guess the thesis better take priority.
Yeah. Schoolwork.
Yeah. If it makes you feel any better, it's the less fun option. I mean, I love my master's program, and I love everything that goes along with that. But I spent probably 12 hours last week just trying to suss out what variations of Semnopithecus are currently recognized by by science, and then going backwards to my data, which is from 1995, and trying to parse out whether Semnopithecus entellus is actually Semnopithecus entellus or if it's now something else, which is par for the course. Primate cladistics is a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, not that, but I have several videos on my hard drive that I gotta edit and upload to do stuff, but lately it's either sleep or work.
Oh God, I know how it goes. It's that really do be like that.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you for being on here today. Hopefully, if we ever have another idea and stuff, we can have a schedule. Oh, that reminds me. You did want to do a thing on? Didn't you want to do something on Sasquatch and the Yeti and stuff? And
oh God, yeah. I really. Oh my God, I really want to talk about the big boy primate cryptids, just because that's a really fun subject to talk about. Hold on just a second. Now, almost done. Okay, cool. Thanks. My food just got here, but yes. I would love to talk about that at some point. Bigfoot is a weird thing, and I really, really like to talk about Bigfoot and aliens for that matter. I don't know. I think it's fun. It's a fun.
The primate aliens.
God, yeah, that'd be awesome. But then they wouldn't be primates because they wouldn't be here, unless I don't know. That'd be weird. That'd be an interesting sci-fi topic.
Well, hope to see your video tomorrow and the one Monday too.
Yeah, perfect. All right. See ya, guys.
Enjoy the randomness. See ya. Bye.
work and screw everyone else in the house. Like, okay.
My dad's pretty
My-
savvy, so that's good.
That's nice. Mine is not. He's not tech savvy. He's like which as a radiologist is absolutely insane to me because he relies on tech a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad was kind of tech savvy only because I got my first computer, an old Apple computer. It was like I had instruction. I had disk instructions how to use a computer, so I gave him the test run. He knew, and he learned the basics at least.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
But speaking of
Well-
tech and humans and stuff, welcome to Talking Time with Caffeine, the only podcast where we talk about stuff and we discuss stuff.
Stuff and things.
Returning
the only
for
one.
the first time since October because of her busy schedule, it's Erica.
That's great. Oh my gosh, it has been that long. Here we're talking about Australopithecines and basically like the late Miocene, early Pliocene hominins today, I believe. Yes, is that the plan?
Yeah, anything we since we branched off from the pan genius.
Yeah, yep, that's it. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you wanted to, because I know you're doing this kind of stepwise, and I wasn't sure if you wanted to, like, the Paranthropines, because they're robust Australopithecines, or if you wanted to...
Anything really. There's so many topics of primates we can talk about in the hominids and all the primates. We could like 20 episodes of primates alone of each branch.
That's a good point. You know how to suck up to me, Vandalia, because I love... Go ahead, Walker. You're about to say something, and I...
Oh, I was just going to say that I'd say Paranthropines probably fit in just as much as any other lineage. Yeah, it's hominids.
That's probably true. I'm gonna leave. I mean, I don't know how we want to do
That's how
this.
much time we have, of course.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I kind of beefed up my old human evolution PowerPoint, so I've got that. If we want to reference anything, I've got all my visuals ready if we need to.
Visuals are always good. Pictures to go with our words, always nice. Before we
Yeah.
start-
Well,
Before
go
we
ahead.
Start real fast. I was wondering. So, are you? Is it official? Were you approved? Are you an official master of the universe now?
oh my God, I wish. No, I'm still waiting on my external examiners, but hopefully within this next week or two, depending on how my external advisors feel about hopping on the good foot on that, we'll get that master's approved. Especially because I start my PhD in the fall, so I really need that master's to hurry up and be approved. And get my marks.
Doctor to your master first.
Yeah, really. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I mean, and plus, I don't know. You know, I submitted that master's. I submitted my thesis like a month and a half ago, so it's like I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, suddenly I refuse to revisit it. Like, I will not open that document because I know I'm going to find like a million things I should have changed, a million things I should have said better, all that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to look at it until I get my marks.
And you just hope, and you just pray and hope that your reviewer isn't as thorough as you are.
Yeah, that's the thing though. I got I think I've told you guys this before, or maybe not, but I sent my thesis off to my advisor a month before my thesis was due, and the day before, less than 24 hours, I get it back from him with all of the critiques that he has. So I got like 2 hours of sleep that night while I was like frantically editing my manuscript. Everyone else had got it back to me, but my advisor was like, he was somewhere with no Wi-Fi. And so when he like literally got back and was like, uh-oh.
Do you mind if he wants to join? You mind?
Oh yeah, of course. I'm fine with it. That looks cool.
Totally.
I'll send the link on Twitter. But yeah, when you do officially do that, I want somebody to have a drawing of Erica in her Gibbon form doing the He-Man pose.
Yeah, that's what I need to. Yeah, I need to doodle that or something because I'm just so ready to get it back. And I've talked to all my other colleagues because we were staggered out in submitting because we all had to redo our projects. So I'm kind of middle of the road. There are some people who submitted before me. Some people I'm sure have submitted now, but submitted after me. And we were all like, who's got, like, how long does it take before you get your marks? And I've got some people who got it like within a month, and I've got some who are still waiting, just like me. So I have no idea when I'm finally going to get my grade. But I'm hoping it's a passing one. That's all I care about at this point. If it could be like the 1 point to not passing, I don't care. As
So
long as I pass now.
As long as you get that, as long as you're D and non-F, you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't know how master's grading systems work, but C's get degrees, so.
It's master's grading. It's UK master's grading. So like they've got all this weird stuff where like a 70 and up is like a high pass, like you pass with honors, and then a 60 and up is like medium pass, and then a 50 and up is like you just did pass, and you don't want to get below a 50. So it's like it's really weird. I don't know. Don't ask me about it. I was there for 9 months. I still don't fully understand.
That is fair.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. They totally do.
Man,
Most
publishing is hard.
Yeah, it's the thing is too is that it's like you write something and you're like, this is really good, and then you get some other eyes on it and they're like, steaming pile. Here's all the things you need to change, and you're like, it was so obvious. Why didn't I see it?
So I guess we should start at the beginning. What was the cause for Art to say goodbye to our chimp and bonobo pan cousins?
Oh wow, yeah, that's a good question. It kind of depends on who you ask. I mean, ultimately that split occurred because of geology. It was a tectonic shift. The Eastern African Rift Valley Formation is ultimately what split that population. And as Walker, I'm sure, and Nestleg will both sympathize that next part coming out of the trees, and whether we're coming out of the trees as a suspensory adapted primate or an arboreal quadruped, or even if we descended as an arboreal quadruped and then move around as a knuckle-walking quadruped before moving into that bipedality, that's the big question right now.
I've heard hypotheses or theories that our ancestors were always bipedal, and then the other ones became more quadruped.
Oh yeah, I was just thinking about the same hypothesis, alternative hypothesis, where like the ancestral of the common ancestor of all great apes, the orangutans, gorillas, chimpanzees, and us, were all like arboreal, but we stood upright in the trees with our hands up above us. So we had a upright posture, not necessarily bipedalism on the ground, but then from going bipedal in the trees to bipedal in the grounds is an alternative way to the knuckle walking stage.
Yeah,
Yes.
Walker's professor, one of the folks at his uni, actually.
My minor advisor.
Yeah, released a paper somewhat recently about suspensory adaptation and evolution, human evolution.
So
The question though is very important. It has a lot of bearing on like not just the evolution of humans, but also the evolution of gorillans and pannons, because these guys are both knuckle walkers to this day. They both have that ability to lock their knuckles when they're moving about on the ground. And if it is the case that we descend from a suspensory adapted primate, right? Because we're more closely related to the pannons than they are to the gorillas, then what we're looking at here is two separate emergences of knuckle walking, two different states, pannons after our split, and one for gorillas and their kin.
It's the phylogenetic bracket hypothesis. Like if you look at two basally derived lineages, and if they share some traits, then you can presume that they are probably plesiomorphic,
right,
present in the ancestor. Then, but of course, there are some caveats with that, with perhaps convergent evolution, maybe. That's an alternative explanation for this. Yeah. And it's also interesting to note that there are some distinct differences in the way chimpanzees knuckle walk as opposed to gorillas. But of course, the defense of the knuckle walking ancestrally is then, but maybe the difference occurred later on, but the ancestor was still knuckle walking by itself. So yeah, it's also weird. It's the only way we could really say one or the other is with just more fossils of the early beginnings of the hominid.
Which is hard because the Miocene hates apes.
Right.
Well, the Miocene loved apes, but the fossil preservation of apes is a different story.
Yeah, it's an interesting one too, because when you look at the climate of the Miocene up in Europe, this area where the apes were just really thriving, it really could lend itself to this suspensory adaptation versus a knuckle walker, because this adaptation would have allowed these animals to come down similar to how gibbons do it and meander across these kind of dry woodlands on 2 feet, albeit somewhat awkwardly, but they could have done it. I mean, gibbons, again, they do it today, and they've got that really divergent toe in the back. But we start this journey kind of as far as what is conventionally accepted right now with the classic Sahelanthropus chilensis.
Is that where you started off in your game? You're playing occasionally.
Yeah. The Tomai. Actually, that game starts off with an ambiguous pre-split. Who we don't have yet. I mean, the record for the Pannons, for example, the fossil record for the Pannons, horrible compared to the hominids, because the area that they're living in this heavily forested kind of jungle on the other side of the Eastern African Rift, it doesn't lend itself to preserving fossils very well. We run into the same problem once Southeast Asia starts, get past Schivapithecus. You start getting into these areas with Gigantopithecus and early gibbon relatives where you're barely finding anything out there. Nothing would fossilize. The soil's too acidic. On top of the fact that you're dealing with a jungle environment where, taphonomically speaking, stuff is just getting carried all over the place. And compare that to these nice savannas where for whatever reason we get a decent preservation. I mean, the hominin fossil record is surprisingly good, and I don't think people appreciate that enough. Like, yes, it's spotty. All fossil records are spotty, but the hominins do pretty well as far as what we've got in this line. Yeah, that's therein lies.
This is an image that I've seen regarding the alternative hypothesis, like with the ancestor were up in the trees with their hands in the air, just like they don't care. Right. But and then all the other apes just went their own way. Like we stayed upright on the ground, and the orangutans just stayed more or less in the trees. Of course, occasionally they come on the ground, but the orangutans really love staying in the trees. So please don't destroy their homes, please. Right.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's this alternative hypothesis is kind of. I mean, I would. You've almost got decent support for it now. Like, it's almost a nice competitor to this idea of coming to the ground and the knuckle walker first.
So, do we know if this is a time of where the Sahara was actually green stuff, or is this?
It alternated back and forth quite a bit, actually. It was going back and forth. I think the period for it was like 100,000 years or so.
For the swap, today is it not 20,000? Is it 20,000? It might be 100,000. I don't know. You would know more than me, Walker.
Oh, well, probably not. But it's either way. It's on the scale of thousands of years, and we're talking about a process that occurred over 8 to 10 million years. So it was definitely going back and forth, and that may have been a cause for speciation and adaptive radiations and stuff like that.
Yeah, that especially too the oscillation of the Sahara from this arid, uncrossable desert to something that could be considered lush in comparison is facilitated or limited the ability of hominins to leave Africa, right? Crossing that area and getting up and out into Europe after the Miocene kind of starts to wind down and you lose the apes up in Europe. This is what's going to allow them to either leave or not. Crossing the Sahara is hard enough as a big brain extant member of genus Homo. It's not going to happen very easily if you're sporting 500 cc's as a gracile australopith, right? And yet early Homo somehow managed to do it. We know they did
at least three times.
Yeah, we know they managed to do it. So whether they waited until this was a kind of a lush period for moving up and outwards or not, maybe they braved the desert. We don't really know yet. That's the cool part about
somebody go ask them.
Yeah.
Nice. That'd be nice.
one of the reasons why the human line fossils are more common is because like most of the apes stayed in forests, right? Like in the more acidic ground, that's really bad at preserving fossils. But could also be another reason why, like perhaps we just tend to look for human fossils as opposed to the ape fossils, or the other ape fossils. Yeah.
So that's actually a really interesting question. That's the topic of my research. So I'm researching essentially biases in the fossil record, and the causes and how they affect inference, essentially. So yeah, the answer is I don't know yet.
Yeah.
Keyword yet. I'll be able to get back to you in a few months.
I think it's both. Because like we also have the same thing with dinosaurs. Like every few weeks or every week, actually, we have a new species of dinosaur. But we wait for a long time for a non-dinosaur to appear. Suddenly, wow, something new. That is not a dinosaur.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are a narcissistic species, I think, and we like big lizards. So we see. Dapper would be so upset if I called that. If you hear me call that sort of big lizard.
Hey, so what was on
rolling
this
in his
thing?
grave.
Do we know? I know you did videos on this like a few months, almost a year ago now, a few months ago. But do we? I know genetics is hard to trace in fossils, but do we have any idea where in that 6 million span that the fusion 2 chromosome happened?
Your guess would be as good as mine. I mean, we know it had to happen after the Pannon split, right? Because
it could actually have happened before, because when, like in the ancestral population, you can have the fused chromosome like lingering around in the population, but when the population split, the fused chromosome got fixed in one lineage and lost in the other lineage.
Yeah,
incomplete lineage sorting is also possible. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, it's okay, then I'll rephrase. Somewhere around that split.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the problem with a lot of genetic mutations is we can count up the number of differences between two different species, right? And use that as an estimate to estimate divergences. But we can't look at a specific mutation and estimate when that mutation happened. It's more about the quantity of differences rather than obviously it is the specificity of differences when you're building phylogenetic trees, but it's impossible to just estimate when specific differences occurred. There's a substitution. I was just going to say, for instance, there could be a substitution on some gene that happened, 300,000 years ago before the last common ancestor of humans, or it could have happened, 6 million years ago. And there's no way we could know when that nucleotide swapped around.
Yeah, perhaps you could use the telomeric sequence and see how much it has deviated from the original.
That's true. It
Yeah,
could be dated.
although perhaps it is a bad idea, because the telomeric sequences could have been subtelomeric sequences from the start, because of course you don't have an end-to-end fusion, you have your ribosome translocation, and most of the telomeres were lost, but then only the ends of the subtelomeric regions, which were already deviating from the normal TTA-GTG pattern from the beginning. So from that you might overestimate the age, perhaps. Yeah.
We've got the DNA for Neanderthals and Devonisans. Do we know if that combination is in them too?
Yeah, I think
it was.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
So we know what happened before them then. Pretty much.
Yeah. Right.
So somewhere between either just before the split or before the split between us and the Neanderthals and Denisovans. Yeah. Although Denisovans were, I don't think we have direct evidence of Denisovans, the chromosome 2, but they were closer to the Neanderthals, so they would have probably have them too.
So
because
we've
narrowed
down a little bit.
Oh, really? Do we have chromosome 2 from Denisovans too?
Well, I mean, I haven't looked at that specifically, but we do have full genome sequences. So I would assume that would include chromosome 2.
All right.
Cool. So we narrowed down just a little bit.
Yeah.
Next we need Homo erectus.
Yeah.
And then
Heidelbergensis.
already.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That'd be incredible. It would be really nice to have some of those. I think they have attempted pulling DNA from Homo floresiensis. They've tried that.
It didn't work.
Yeah, it did not work. They went for a molar, I believe. They drilled into a molar. But they were also thinking that maybe, this was several years ago, so maybe we can try with better tech. The problem is you really don't want to destroy too many of those molars. You don't have any of them. I mean, this story begins a long time ago, and there's so many details that we don't have narrowed down. That's the cool part of it.
Yeah.
I think we can at the very least say that when we're starting with Sahelanthropus and moving forward, we're dealing with something that is at least sometimes spending time upright. We've got that nice foramen magnum at the base of the skull that's oriented in such a way that really is something that's probably moving about with its head held at the top of the vertebral column. And there's been some recent work that has come out recently, Macchiarelli et al. Versus kind of Guy et al. with dealing with that potentially Sahelanthropus chilensis femur, medial femur. And I don't know that I buy it. This is my personal opinion, but I think that we can attribute that femur with any confidence to Sahelanthropus, particularly because it's found quite a ways away, and it definitely looks more like some of the other Miocene apes that are lurking around at that time. And it's all fine and dandy, if you want to look at this cross section of this kind of middle of the femur and say, oh wow, this looks a lot like something that we would see with the chimpanzee. Therefore, this is not even a habitual biped. But that doesn't do anything to kind of
attribute it.
It's not even that. It doesn't deal with the foramen magnum at all. Like if you read Macchiarelli et al., they don't talk about the position and angle of the foramen magnum at the base of the skull, which we have. So I don't think that you can, with any confidence, say that this femur belongs to whoever the skull belongs to mine. But that's my opinion, and I've talked to some anthropologists about it, some biological anthropologists, and the sentiment tends to be the same, at least with the ones that I've talked to, where they're like, look, whoever owns the skull, we're moving around upright a lot. Whether it's in the trees or on the ground, we can't say. But this isn't going to be something that's an obligate quadruped, like what we see a lot with extant apes.
Mm.
The deal with that femur just gets that femur is just it's kind of throwing a monkey wrench, if you will, into we can't even for sure say who it belongs to.
Yeah, but I thought that the evolutionists were accepting everything blindly from the science from the scientist. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I do love to see. I also love that some of our mutual friends like to say that me personally, my favorite hominin is actually quadruped, and it's like no one's been paying attention. My favorite hominin is Ardipithecus ramidus, not Sahelanthropus chilensis. So, and even then, we're waiting on that acceptance because Guy et al. It's a pre-release, right? Being reviewed in Nature, his response, where he's like, hey, let's consider the femur alongside other attributed specimens. We can't take it in a vacuum, which is what Macchiarelli et al. did. They took that cross-section, they did an excellent comparison to a bunch of other hominins and hominids and hominoids, but they didn't consider it with all of the other material, why they did that, I don't know. I don't know why they didn't consider them all together. I don't think that it belongs to Sahelanthropus, but I'm also not an anthropologist.
Yeah.
So
yeah, me and Walker joked about this before you got on, but so what's those species were on the Ark? What's those?
Yeah, that's a question. I do love the argument about who's an ape and who is a hominin. It's like asking, this is the classic. It's like asking who is the cat and who is the dog. It's silly and it's a dumb.
It's the best way to determine how transitional a transitional species is.
Yeah, I
love
the creationists are still around in a million years or so. I love to say this is the Chihuahua kind. This is the poodle kind.
Yeah. So we got Sahelanthropus and we've got the questions about whether or not this guy is moving around bipedally or even upright. And then you got Aroran. You got Aroran tugenensis, whose name means original man. And Aroran is the next guy kind of on the list, 6-ish million years ago. And this guy, I think we can say with decent confidence is a biped, right? Albeit an awkward one, but you look at the femoral head, because we've got some great femur material from Auroran, and this guy's probably moving around on two. Whether it's in the trees or on the ground, again, is the question, because therein lies the problem. Upright doesn't necessarily mean terrestrial biped.
So were we still like were we omnivores at this point, herbivores still, or are we going the carnivore route yet?
Well, we go back and forth, but as far as obligate omnivory, we, generally speaking, Ardipithecus ramidus, who is in between Auroran and your Australopithecines, is pegged as an omnivore. But then the Australopithecines, both gracile and robust, you're seeing some heavy herbivory and food from these guys. A lot of the microwear of these teeth, especially for Paranthropus. I mean, these guys just have these megadont molars in the back, and they're sitting around all day grinding up their food to the degree that they've actually got a mandible adaptation where they grind from side to side instead of up and down like we do.
I would like to think that they are the pandas of the hominins because they don't eat bamboo, at least I think, but they eat mostly vegetation.
Yeah.
Tubers, sedges, grasses. I mean, they're sitting around in all likelihood, they're sitting around all day long and eating like nothing but the gracile Australopithecines who take this a different direction and are, in all likelihood, primarily frugivorous, but with opportunistic omnivory. I mean, we're pegging them as something more similar to our extant panins.
Yeah, that was my next question. You mentioned it earlier. What's the difference in the split between the robust and the
gracile Australopithecines?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
the jaw robustness, the size of their molars, just how heavy set their skulls were, stuff like that.
You got a nice sagittal crest on these on a lot of these paranthropines, and that sagittal crest is for the anchoring of the temporalis, right? So you've got these really massive jaw muscles, and they're not for doing anything but chewing grasses, sedges, and tubers, which again you can tell by looking at the microwear on their teeth. They've got these nice slicings and pitting patterns, very similar to what we see with gorillas, but like gorillas, the thinking is that they probably preferred the delicious sweet fruits when they could have them, but were fallback species. So when times were rough, they could indeed process these grosser, drier, but very, very robust and consistently around foods. Mm-hmm. I think hominins me.
Is there like maybe an explanation of why we have the split between the gracile and the robust Australopithecines? Maybe is there like a sort of niche partitioning happening there?
It's probably climatic change, and I mean it's probably going to be we get this massive change in the paranthropines, who are consistently later than the Australopithecines. I mean, Paranthropus. All of the Paranthropus species were contemporaneous with members of genus Homo, which is incredible. So some people propose, the big question, of course, is from whom did Paranthropus split off, right? Was it the likes of Australopithecus anamensis? Was it something earlier? Or was it as late as Australopithecus afarensis and Africanus? We don't know. That's, again, the cool part, but the gracile Australopithecines go extinct, at least according to current
I guess that's the one sad part about this big game, this big Hunger Games we had in Africa.
I know. Sorry, Walker.
I was just going to say the idea of niche partitioning being a primary driver in the evolution of, Paranthropines and early genus Homo. Yeah, that's a very well established idea in paleoanthropology. He keeps coming up. Professor Straight, my minor advisor, he's one of the ones that was doing the work on Paranthropus teeth and their diet, and he was the one figuring all that stuff out. And that's basically his position. So, it's a pretty well-supported position for sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting deal. I mean, we tend to forget that a lot of the hominins were living contemporaneous with one another and exploring different resources. That's the name of the game. And it used to be a much more crowded place in Africa on these plains.
And depending on how far apart they were, that might be interbreeding with each other.
Yeah. I mean, that's another good question. How much hybridization is going on? You run into some interesting issues with the remains, particularly of the gracile australopiths, because we've got such a variable species going on here, or a genus, I suppose you would say. The big question, of course, and what I care about is are they sexually dimorphic? We don't know. Recently, some of the most recent work in 2015 has come out. My advisor is of the opinion that they were sexually dimorphic, but some 2015 research came out and was essentially like, all right, if we're comparing Lucy, one of the smallest Australopithecus specimens that we've got, with kind of Mooney Man, one of the largest Australopithecus species that we've got, specimens that we've got, we see what has to be this massive sexual dimorphism. But that's not considering all the intermediate specimens. So what we might actually be seeing is variability temporally, because we can't actually place as it living at the same time literally, right? So you might have these kind of comings and goings of larger body sizes and smaller body sizes across 100,000 years. But they might have been very sexually dimorphic. I mean, depending on how you measure it, you can have them falling in line with humans as slight to moderate dimorphism in body size, or they could fall in line with gorillas at 50%. Males 50% or greater than females, which is pretty intense. But what we do know is that their canines are not sexually dimorphic. That we can say with certainty, which it's not very common that you've got no dimorphism in the teeth and a lot of dimorphism in the body size. Usually these two are linked. But we're also dealing with the hominins, which lost to our heavy canines very early. So maybe if there is dimorphism, it would have lent itself more to this body size and large-scale intimidation rather than the teeth. Which I just love that. I love the teeth, so I'm biased. But
So have we started getting less coarse hair fur at this point, or are we still a little big coarse hair bunch?
we don't know. That's a really good question. I mean, I'm from what I understand, the most recent thinking on the matter is that the Australopithecines were still pretty hairy. I mean, I think the way that they kind of gauge that is in accordance with efficiency on bipedality, because once you get very efficient bipedal locomotion, you start to the organism starts to lend itself more to persistence hunting, which would require efficient and numerous eccrine glands for sweating. So I don't know. I tend to think, I mean, they tend to be pretty hairy, but until we can get, I mean, the hair doesn't preserve, right? So until we can get some good genetics, good question.
So I heard, at least in the videos, at least the old history videos, that eventually we started eating bone marrow.
That's going to be later, probably.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is that, your Australopithecus members, and I'm speaking about the gracile ones. I know I tend to, I don't know how you guys feel, but I tend to be like, if I'm talking about robust Australopithecines, I'm like, it's Paranthropus.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
We're not the robust ones. We're the others.
Yeah, we're gracile.
Gracile.
Yeah, we're gracile.
I keep on trying to say. I keep wanting to say gentle.
Well, that's pretty much what it means.
Yeah, I mean, it's you've got like these much lankier organisms with very kind of slender jaws, at least in comparison. And you see them, you don't think they're slender, but you see them
it is something you wouldn't expect. Like the stereotype is that the vegan is like really like meek and small, and even like the meat eater like really buff and strong. But it's the other way around.
Yeah, in reality, the Paranthropines were basically
expectation, reality.
When you're vegan, I wouldn't want to run into a Paranthropine.
No.
Like if you're seeing these guys out in, I mean, these are guys that the males probably could have clocked you and killed you. I mean, they are heavy set
Beefy
animals, and beefy boys, large absolute units of hominins. And then you've got our poor little piddly gracile Australopithecines are wandering around, scavenging. And I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I think we've got pretty solid support that these guys are using at least tools on the level of pannins, associated scrape marks on some bones and things like that. So they're the kind of guys that are walking around eating fruit when they feel like it. Takes hair loss. Yeah, no, we'll take it. Yeah. Yeah, the hair loss is an interesting one. What do you guys think about the What do you guys think about the reason for hair loss?
I found this paper a few days ago. I think it's be interesting. Like there is a hypothesis that the ancestors they had really bad parasites like ticks, for example, and then the chimpanzees solved the problem by excessive grooming, but we solved it by losing our hair, or most of our hair at least.
That reminds me. Speaking of ticks, what's that thing about where our head lice is similar to chimps, but our pubic lice is similar to gorillas?
Oh yeah,
That's a fun one.
Yeah.
Erica?
Implications is a bit embarrassing, although perhaps not. Hopefully not.
I don't
Yeah,
think it's
that's
necessarily embarrassing, but
that's an interesting one. I don't really know what to make of that. That tale is a bit grotesque in the sense that how we're acquiring these different types of body lice. If you want to, my memory is poor on this one, Walker. Do you want to take it?
well, so the idea is essentially that there are two species of lice that inhabit human hair, right? You have the head lice or crab lice, and then you have like pubic lice. And phylogenetically,
I thought the pubic lice were the crab lice because they are called.
Oh wait,
crabs,
yes, you're right. Sorry,
Yeah, right.
sorry.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But so you would expect that either these colonization events happened after these different lineages diverged, so there wouldn't necessarily be correlation between hominid phylogeny and these hair lice phylogeny, or the opposite hypothesis would be these they were ancestral, right? We inherited the lice essentially from our ancestors, and then you would see a matching of the different species of lice with the same pattern of humans. Well, not necessarily humans, all hominids. And interestingly, so it does match the phylogeny, essentially. You can overlay the lice phylogeny with hominid phylogeny. It matches quite well. But there's one anachronism there, and it's that the human head lice matches the chimpanzee. But the pubic lice is actually a sister lineage to gorillas. So it sort of opens the question as to how we got pubic lice from gorillas.
like were we always, was it they both always there and it separated, we lost our hair, or was it there later?
It could be something like incomplete lineage sorting, but well, actually, no, I don't think it can, because I think the divergence estimate between the pubic lice and gorilla lice is like 2 million years or something like that. So it was something around the time of Homo habilis or, Paranthropines.
Do gorilla lice also just go all over the body, or just in the same area as in us? Like
so originally, before we did a phylogenetic analysis of these different species of lice, we had assumed that, the pubic lice and the head lice share common ancestry that's relatively recently, and they split off whenever humans started losing our hair, right? Because, it almost creates two islands of hair for them to inhabit, two separate ecosystems that are relatively difficult to traverse just because, they're not super close. They don't interact too terribly often.
Like a continental drift or a...
yeah, sort of. Yeah, it's a sort of an isolating event.
Yeah.
Whereas, other hominids don't have that divide because they have more hair than us.
I mean, do the lice of gorillas, like the lice that they have, do they only prefer one spot, or do they occur all over the body in them, all over the body?
I don't know. I would assume it's more or less all over the body, but I'm not totally sure. I can't say with any certainty there.
Go
ahead. Sorry.
I think one thing, unlike us, they have more places to roam in our less hairy, less hairy body.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
interesting. It's not even that we're less hairy. I mean, we have the same amount of hair follicles, more or less, than the likes of pannons. Gorillas, I believe, are quite a bit hairier than us and the pannons. But our hair is vellus hair. We have very fine hair all over our body.
We see a bug coming out. We could see it more than they probably could.
Yeah, and some people propose that this ability to assess potential mates for parasites is what caused the hair loss. I tend to lean more towards we're living on an open savanna. and we're
It's hot.
doing a lot of resistance hunting. It's hot. We need to sweat. We've got to come up with some way to cope with this intense heat, because there aren't any really consistently savanna-dwelling primates today that are hominoids, right? I mean, we've got Australopithecus that are hanging out, but they kind of deal with it in a different way. A lot of them just keep shade. Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
One could make the argument we already have compared to the other primates. Humans are the sexy ape that has
you just did a video.
Yeah.
You just did a video on our sweat loss like last week. So
well, water efficient and sweating. I mean, these two things are irreparably tied because of the environment that we're living in. Humans are hominins. We're supremely adapted for our climate, as is typical.
Right.
We, instead of seeking shade, though, we tended to just say, screw it, we'll deal with the heat. We'll just sweat.
It maybe has also to do with the fact that we tend to or at least the ancestors tend to did long distance running, pursuing prey over basically just an endurance contest. Eventually they will tire out, but with our sweat we will stay active for a longer time, and then we can go for the kill basically.
And to that point, we also are better at than any of the other hominoids at preserving water. So even though we sweat our water, we're still more efficient with it. We don't have to consume, or rather imbibe in as much water as our cousins do. So even though we're losing it all over our body pretty much all the time, but especially in heat, we're still better at managing our water. Water efficiency and water management was a huge hominin specialty, especially once you get into genus Homo. I mean, the Australopithecines, we're looking at organisms that are probably still pretty hairy. They're not that good at sweating. Any meat that they're eating, they're probably scavenging or getting quite lucky. And they're still likely spending some time in the trees. I mean, we look at kind of our why do feathers preserve, but it seems like fur doesn't, or am I wrong? I'm wrong, aren't I? I don't know. I mean, I think most of our feather preservation is just really good luck. And you've got 170 million years to preserve some feathers. You've got 7 million years to preserve fur on.
Yeah, there are some birds that have a few naked spots. Like for example, the vultures have their entire head and neck basically naked, and that's probably because they get very dirty when they are eating the carcasses of right. And also ostriches have their head and neck are naked, but only their wing feathers. They still have wing feathers. Perhaps maybe for a type of sexual selection. But I also have heard that they can cool down using their feathers, basically, too. They can generate air currents to cool themselves down with their wings. So it's maybe also a reason,
I don't think there's a bias towards feather preservation over hair preservation. I think it's a nice sampling bias due to the period of time that we've got. Because we've actually got preserved fur on some of our mammal fossils. We've got Darwinius massilae is a great example. We've got that nice ring of fur on this whole animal. But Darwinius massilae, Ida, fell into a highly eutrophic lake and was preserved at the bottom. Right. Whereas most of the hominins are falling into pits or being carried into caves or
maybe not. Or maybe
it's just not conducive to fossilizing any of the fur. We're not seeing that kind of taphonomy in the areas that the hominins are
or being carried in giant nests.
About the sweating, we probably lost our hair because of more efficient heat regulation. With less hair, you evaporate more of your sweat, and you can cool yourself down more easily than with the thicker fur. But if the paranthropines were not really that active, would that mean that they were more furrier than the gracehole or the gracehole?
We have no idea.
Yeah,
that's an interesting question for sure.
It could be. It could be. I mean, these guys are sitting around probably and browsing all day. An interesting thing too is that their postcrania is pretty robust, which doesn't really. I mean, that kind of clocks well with what we expect from organisms that require these really complicated hindguts for absorbing
Right.
nutrients from a lot of grass. Like your obligate herbivores, or even habitual herbivores, they tend to have more complicated guts than us monogastrics that consume quite a bit of meat and mostly rely on easy to digest or vegetation like fruits. So okay, sorry.
Would the gracile Australopithecines do active pursuit hunting, like running on airplay, or?
Yeah, we have no idea. I'm inclined to believe no, because we're not Australopithecines. While they're fine on 2 feet, and they certainly were bipedal on the ground, these guys weren't knuckle walking. We know that for sure.
Right.
The big bowl-shaped pelvis for a really nice pelvic floor for holding those organs when you're moving around upright. Mostly inline halix or great toe. We're seeing a femoral head that is much more in line with later Homo than anything we see in the Pannons. Valgus knee.
Erica,
Sorry,
we totally put that together ourselves. That wasn't a real thing.
Yeah, I love that. I really do. I really do love the answers in Genesis. Australopithecus afarensis as a knuckle walker.
Yeah.
Yeah, golly, that's just such a stretch. I honestly hate that reconstruction with a burning passion, even though it's quite well done.
And
yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I'm sorry he keeps coming up, but that the paper that they based that on was once again by my professor. I asked him, and he said, "No, that's not correct at all. That's very dumb." Because his paper, he's never suggested that Australopithecines were knuckle walkers. He suggested that humans evolved from some sort of knuckle walking ancestor, and Australopithecines retain some plesiomorphic characteristics, like there's a distal ridge essentially that is for when you lock your knuckles when you're knuckle walking.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's what they based it off of, this ability to lock the knuckles. And I mean, this would be, I don't even know how you would compare that one plesiomorphic trait versus the suite of apomorphies for this standing upright blows my mind. I can't even imagine thinking that Australopithecines were knuckle walkers. No one proposes that.
Okay, I have two questions real fast. One, do we know if any of them left Africa before the Homo genius?
It depends. It depends. Homo floresiensis and Homo luzonensis are, by some accounts, more Australopithecine-like than Homo-like. There have been buzz in the paleoanthropological community that maybe they should be defined as Australopithecines. And if that's the case, then some Australopithecus must have left Africa at some point. But it could be that they've just got these that they're kind of relic hominins, that they've kind of got these basal traits that were conducive to the area that they lived. We don't know. It's a really good question, but I don't know.
I have heard like a few years ago. I've heard like there was one European hominin, at least. But I don't remember specifically what species it was. It wasn't Homo, I think. And I think Arn Ra also mentioned it in one of his videos on the Noah's Flood, if I remember correctly.
Maybe. I mean, I'm thinking like when you're looking at dispersal out of Africa, the out of Africa hypothesis, and Walker can correct me if I'm wrong on this, because I know he knows more about kind of the later genus Homo and those dispersal events, but it applies mostly to Homo sapiens. Like Homo sapiens is coming out of Africa as sort of a single group, but there are dispersals prior from other hominins.
Because I know the we split. I think we split from the Neanderthals and Denisovans when they came out of Africa before us, and then the Homo erectus came out of Africa even earlier, and they lots of splits there.
Yeah, they went all crazy.
The story is a bit. It's a bit more convoluted just because there was so much hybridization and interbreeding back and forth between African populations, Middle Eastern populations, all that kind of stuff. But yes, that is generally considered to be like the primary cause of speciation between humans, Neanderthals, and Denisovans.
And also if the hobbits came from the habilis, and that's even another came out thing.
Well, yeah, and then you've got some people who even think Homo habilis and associated species like Homo gatinewensis and Homo rudolfensis, that they've got more Australopithecine-like traits too. I mean, you've got to. The problem is the line's got to be drawn somewhere, and because we've got such a gradient, it's very difficult to decide where that is. Generally speaking, you can be a hominin if you've got hints at bipedality, and you've got reduced dentition, especially those canine, and a more parabolic trending palate, which is why we started at Sahelanthropus as a hominin. Now, what the difference between Australopithecus and genus Homo is becomes even muddier, because you've got Australopithecines that have decently large brains, sort of as we're moving more recently on the timeline, and you've got habilins, quote unquote, that have really small brains. So, and then you've got the whole issue of regional variation and potential for sexual dimorphism, and it becomes a huge muddle with regard to who comes when, right? And you can't really draw this linear pathway as far as so and so beget so and so beget so and so beget so and so. Instead, what we're looking at is this one gigantic transition, right? As traits are moving from the basal suite to the derived suite. And this includes efficient bipedality, large brain case size, the dental arcade, and things of that nature.
You look at these family trees. We go at the split. Like lots of them are totally different. Hardly any of them agree sometimes. Like, are we connected to this branch or that branch? Do we fluff?
Yeah. One really confident stepwise move that at least my human evolution textbook will make is they feel confident enough to say Australopithecus anamensis probably is in direct lineage with Australopithecus afarensis. And then they will very tentatively link, and I don't know about this one, Ardipithecus ramidus as prior to Australopithecus anamensis, but as eventually moving it down the line. And if that isn't the case, then I am of the opinion personally that the Australopithecines are probably not as dimorphic as we think they were. I think that we know with relative certainty, at least this is what I get from the big head honcho on canine sexual dimorphism in primates, Michael J. Platkin. Ardipithecus ramidus is not dimorphic in its canines. The males and females have decently large canines that project beyond the tooth row, but unlike chimps, which are moderately dimorphic, slightly to moderately in their canines, the Ardipithecine or Ardipithecus ramidus not. Neither is Ardipithecus cadava. And if that's the case, it has huge implications for how we're assessing the Australopithecines, in my opinion. But that being said, sexual dimorphism can come and go relatively quickly. It's not necessarily once it's there forever, or once it leaves, it's gone forever. It's dependent a lot on sexual selection, and preferences change. And those preferences might change depending on the climate. If you're a female and you're living in an area that is, super arid, you might find there's a merit in picking a mate that is good enough at securing resources to be as big as he is.
So
it's much like. So go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, it's much like. Sorry.
I was gonna say, so sexual selection was a thing back then in our ancestry too. Maybe
it's always the thing. Yeah, what Walker said. Sexual selection is always at play, and when we're talking about social species, this is even more so the case. Female choosiness and males competing, that level will switch around. The level to which males are competing for access to females and females are actively choosing their males is heavily dependent on environment. It's dependent on group size. It's dependent on just a myriad of different factors, and we to impose social systems based off of levels of sexual dimorphism. And I don't think that we can do that. I don't know that we can necessarily make that move. Gibbons, for instance, are monomorphic. The males and females look identical, except sometimes they've got pelage difference. The colors of the fur are different. They're super aggressive. These are not peaceful animals. So the idea of imposing on Ardipithecus ramidus that these are the peaceful, monogamous apes is let's see, I want to make stupid jokes and then appearing disappearance of the male genitalia, coming and going womp womp. Good one, Nestle. And you compare that with like your callitrichins, right? Your modern marmosets and tamarins, who are also monomorphic, and they mate for life. I mean, they're not even socially monogamous. They're like true monogamous, truly pair bonded, and they're really chill.
So we didn't make the walrus journey where we have a big harem of one big male and like all the females go to him.
Well, maybe. I mean, it depends, because some people propose that the Australopithecines were super dimorphic, and they might have been. I am just of the opinion that if you're going to make the link with Ardipithecus ramidus, you're almost making that move that at least with Anamensis, you have, typically speaking, acquiring sexual dimorphism takes longer than losing it. At least that's...
But there also been a cultural element, like for example, today with humans, there are also cultures that are like, they have polygamy, and some other cultures are like monogamous, or mostly monogamous.
Well,
and there's a recent push for polyamory, for acceptance of polyamory too. So,
well, polygamy is also supremely different than one-sex polygamy, polygyny or polyandry. The social conditions to get a polyandrous primate are very unique. That's one female with access to multiple males. And species that twin a lot, like marmosets, one female she'll do paternal confusion, right? So she'll mate with two males, and then both males think that the offspring is theirs. So she's got two males kind of working to keep her happy. And neither male knows if the offspring is his. Then on the other side, you've got polygyny with gorillas, where you've got a harem situation, one male, multiple females. But interestingly enough, in some groups, you've got both. So in geladas, for example, these cercopithecoid primates, they're Ethiopian baboons, essentially. They live on these vast highland plains. You've got multi-level organization. So they live in groups with multiple males and multiple females, but the small groups, you've got one male, multiple females, small harems that compose a larger group. Primates are confusing. They're super social, and they're creating these arbitrary groups and then losing them when the climate changes.
Yeah, with Brainbug here, I was gotta make that thing. I'm just glad we don't have like the arthropods, where as soon as the male mates with the female, it becomes female's lunch.
Yeah, I'm also quite glad about that.
You don't want to be an arthropod, because when you don't want to be an arthropod male. Usually, if there's
especially not a praying mantis or a spider.
Yeah, a lot of the sexual dimorphism that we see in arthropods favors females. In fact, mammals are unique in that the sexual dimorphism is male biased. So males are typically larger than females in mammals. In the majority of the animal kingdom, this is reversed. You've got, and it has to do with your strategy for reproduction. So if you're a female and you have to lay a lot of eggs, which is the case with a lot of organisms that aren't mammals, you want to be big. Right, you've got to be big in order to produce a lot of those eggs. And if you're a male and there's big females, it's usually conducive, or it's usually conducive to your success to be a bit smaller and a bit sneakier. But that's not always the case. So yeah, I love sexual dimorphism. I think it's really interesting in both ways.
There's a question in the chat.
Oh, out of Africa too?
I have not heard of it. Maybe. Can you clarify, Lisa?
I mean, is this the idea of like humans leaving Africa at two separate times? So you've got Homo sapiens leaving at one point and then leaving again at kind of in a punctuated fashion? Could happen. I mean, I don't know nearly as much about late genus Homo as I early genus Homo.
Maybe she thought. Maybe she made. I think a long time ago there was this theory about we left Africa after we left Africa once, and we went on the East Coast around, Australia, and then maybe after the big Toba explosion, we left Africa again and went up around again.
Well,
there were.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Walker. You go ahead.
I was just going to say there are anatomically modern humans that lived outside of Africa that actually, I don't know if they necessarily count as anatomically modern humans, because they lived before the last common ancestor of living modern humans, right? But morphologically, they pretty much had all of the synapomorphies and autapomorphies that characterize modern humans. There's some skulls from the Middle East and stuff that have these early modern humans, I guess. I think that's probably the best way to describe them, early modern humans.
Although like the out of Africa, I think it's not really conducive to viewed as one single event. Like for example, I helped with Jackson Wheat about a video. I think it's called The Ancestor's Tale, where we talked about how different humans are related genealogically speaking. Like
That's good video, by the way.
yeah, that's actually a good like with just simple or complex models of population interbreeding between continental groups. There's actually a really good chance that everybody is descended from one person living in Asia like a few thousand years ago. So there are also humans going back to Africa too. So it's just like one thing going from Africa to Eurasia and you're done. There's always a back and forth between different populations as well.
Back migration. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So that's, obviously we know that humans interbred with Neanderthals. We still have, introgressive elements in our genome from Neanderthals. And recently, in the past 2 or 3 years, the traditional story is like, oh, all humans outside of Africa have introgressive elements from Neanderthals. Within the past few years, we sort of found that even sub-Saharan African populations that you wouldn't expect to have Neanderthal DNA have Neanderthal DNA. And one of the most likely explanations for this is actually back migration, right? So humans would go to the Middle East, interbreed with Neanderthals, and then go back to Africa and, have kids with the people in Africa.
I like the terminology that Concordance uses, the genetic bucket chain, basically passing all the genes from one neighbor to the next and such, and then they will eventually make their way in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, I just remember I heard that not many of the African people genome don't have very less of hardly any of the Neanderthal DNA.
Yeah, they have very little Neanderthal DNA. Traditionally, all non-African populations have about 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA. Sub-Saharan African populations have about 0.3, right? Yeah. And that also is possible that that's statistical noise.
Yeah, they are less ooga booga.
Yeah, but interestingly, also the areas that are hypothesized to be introgressive are typically non-coding, which suggests that one of the reasons that most non-African populations carry Neanderthal and Denisovan DNA is because we were sort of just stealing their genes because they were already adapted to Europe and Asia. So that's kind of cool.
Is that a term for it? Like where you basically steal, quote unquote, steal genes that are.
It's just called adaptive. Yeah, it's called adaptive introgression.
I also heard that
sapiens move.
Yeah. I also heard that we have it was more. I think this is right. It was more. I remember it was either more Neanderthal males and female Homo sapiens, or male Homo sapiens and female Neanderthals past lineage. I forget which one it was. We had more.
Yeah. Oh crap! I will have to get back to you on that one because I do know the answer. I just can't remember.
I don't know. So yeah, boot that Walker's way. I want to make a quick correction though from something kind of we were saying earlier. Mm-hmm. Generally speaking, as far as I'm aware, the current literature does not associate the Toba supereruption with the bottleneck in the human population. That was an idea that was tossed around for a while, but when you actually go and you look at the tufts from the volcanic eruption in Indonesia and you associate with populations that were milling about in Africa, you can't make that connection. We can't make it at this point. It could be that it had an impact, but as far as what caused the bottleneck, it's not generally assumed that the Toba eruption is responsible. If memory serves, the current idea for what caused the bottleneck is just the founder effect. It's just people leaving Africa, founding new locations, and kind of inbreeding for a while prior to mixing.
And that's why we have more genetic diversity in Africa than we do the rest of the world.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. So, that's an interesting one because speaking of the creationists, they do love to talk about the bottleneck. They love this idea. Never mind the fact, this is hilarious to me. Speaking of things about creationists that are hilarious, they love.
They're about genes, huh?
Well, yeah, they love to take conventional ideas and be like, see, this matches what we think, like the Carnian pluvial episode and assigning that to it rained for 2 million years. Look, there was a global flood.
It's the Nostradamus effect.
Yeah,
basically.
but even if it was true, that bottleneck happened 17,000 years ago. Like 17,000 years compared to the 4,000 years ago bottleneck. Totally different.
That's exactly the problem. Like with the bottleneck or with the Carnian pluvial episode, we're talking about a period of 2 million years of the global moist climate, and we're talking about a bottleneck that is significantly older than what they need. So,
significantly older than they think the world is.
Right, exactly. So alluding to some event and then being like, see, this worked for us, and then applying it to what they think, that doesn't work. Like temporally, it's not possible. So that's why they have to do the whole, radiometric dating doesn't work unless it's carbon dating less than 5,000 years and used to validate the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay, where's the line? Where does it stop working, and why does it stop working there? It blows my mind that these people, I mean, listen, this is about hominins. Let's talk about hominins, not the creation.
Yeah. So
much more fun topic.
So since you put all that time making your presentation, why don't you share it?
Yeah, we can see it. I mean, it's just
I want to make all that work go for nothing.
Well, it's a PowerPoint I've had for a while. I edited it a little bit for this presentation, but I actually made this years ago for a conversation with my IRL creationist colleague. But I can show it. Yeah, I mean, it's just I like the visuals in it.
Yeah.
Also, sorry for presenting. I was presenting the interesting paper or review paper that I found it, and that doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so can you guys see all this?
Yeah, looks great.
All right. It's living hominoids. The key traits to focus on when we're looking at human evolution. We're looking at bipedal locomotion and the different kinds of traits that go with that. This is a great picture for looking at the traits that must change. Head being held vertically, our large bulbous crania, reduced prognathism, a shortening of the lower back, our wide bowl-like pelvis, etc., etc. And then this is a comparison of the differences between a human skull and the skull of a modern chimpanzee, which they share a lot, but they are different in a lot of ways as well. For one, you've got this really nice, heavy supraorbital ridge or brow ridge for your chimps. We could go on to that for a long time, but I mostly just want to show some of our fossils that we've been talking about. So this is the skull of Sahelanthropus chidensis. Brain case size, what we see in chimps. It's got a lot of very classic hominin traits, but it's mostly just a Miocene ape. But the big key is that foramen magnum, as you can see here in the chimpanzee, the angle of the foramen magnum and the location is much more intermediate when we're looking at Sahelanthropus chidensis in comparison to what we see in Homo sapiens. We're going from this acute angle down in chimps to something that is approaching a right angle, still obtuse. And then once we reach Australopithecus africanus or africanus, depending on who you talk to, we're seeing it finally get acute or finally grow.
What is the angle? What is the angle about? Like, is it just brain size, or does it what does it correlate to? The angle.
What does the foramen magnum correlate to?
Is this for the foramen magnum? Is this the angle?
Yeah. So the foramen magnum angle and location is related to bipedality. So it's related to how you hold your head when you walk. A foramen magnum that's nice and underneath the skull is supporting this classic upright, right on the top of the vertebral column, the skull, like almost like a lollipop, right? And being able to move efficiently with that head being held high on top and bearing the weight directly underneath the skull. And this is kind of a nice way of looking at it. Sahelanthropus has a foramen magnum that is intermediate of chimps and modern humans. Chimps being something that is obligately quadrupedal and knuckle walking, and modern humans being obligate bipeds. Aurorantuganensis, we mostly just have the femoral head. This animal, we definitely just approximate the brain case size based off of associated species. There's some really great work on the bipedal nature of Aurorantuganensis, and you have to look at the femoral head, and you can see that this animal is trending towards bipedality. Ardipithecus cadava, a member of Ardipithecus. I love Ardipithecus. I think it's a great great genus rather. And this guy is also going to be a biped, but the interesting thing about these guys and about Ardipithecus ramidus as well is they're still holding. Let's see if I can find a good picture of it. Yeah, so F down here at the bottom right. These guys are still holding their helix to the side. They've got a super divergent helix. In fact, it's more divergent than what we see in Pan troglodytes, and yet it's still got this foramen magnum that's more that's more ventral, more held underneath the skull, and its hips are more similar to Homo sapiens or to Pan troglodytes. So what that suggests is that potentially this organism was capable of moving about bipedally in the trees really, really well, and then was somewhat awkward when it was moving bipedally on the ground. Or was a biped?
I have a question. Like, given that the Ardipithecus has so many plesiomorphic features, is it also possible that Ardipithecus is actually more closely related to chimpanzees? Maybe a possibility, or is it more parsimonious to suggest that it's more closely related to our line?
I think Ardipithecus ramidus is definitely a hominin. Now, whether or not it's within our lineage is going to be up for debate.
I mean not directly ancestral. I mean just more closely related to us. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think I am of the opinion, and it's current conventional thinking, that Ardipithecus ramidus is closer to humans than it is to chimps. And the reason is because although it's got this very odd specialized toe, is not necessarily chimp-like. It's unique to both humans and chimps. It's got a very unique way of moving about that we don't really see in any extant organism. So, in my opinion, I mean, the hand is more precision grip, more similar to a human. The bowl-shaped pelvis is more human-like. The way it holds its skull, again, more human-like. And you've also got this reduction in the canine tooth. So I'm of the opinion that Ardipithecus ramidus is a hominin and is more closely related to humans than it is to chimps. But there are people who push back on that. There are definitely people who push back on that.
Maybe this goes back to the image I shared earlier, like with the common ancestor living in the trees with the hands up above the head. Could Ardipithecus maybe lived like that, with the the opposing helix on the feet, grabbing branches, and then
Yeah, that's the thinking, is that this guy is definitely girl. Actually, Artie is thought to be female, the flagship specimen. But she's moving around in the trees for sure. That back foot, that orthograde posture when it's in the trees, is definitely going to find itself in that divergent helix. That's great for gripping the limbs of the tree while you're moving around. But that being said,
sorry. So this time we were going on we were on the ground, but we were occasionally going back to the trees for like maybe.
I would argue that we're in the trees and occasionally coming to the ground. I would argue it's the opposite. That Ardipithecus ramidus.
Is there any sign of? Sorry, so there's a delay. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Is there any sign that Ardipithecus was knuckle walking too? Like perhaps on the ground, when it was on the ground, it was knuckle walking, or?
No, I believe it has the same locking mechanism that we see in the Australopithecines, but it's likely that that's a relic, because this organism, again, it's everything about its setup. It biomechanically speaks to something that holds its weight upright. From the shape of the pelvis, even if it's in the trees, it's moving about upright in the trees. So there is nothing with Ardipithecus ramidus that supports, in my opinion, a knuckle walker in particular.
So Ardipithecus, it looks a lot like in the image that I shared earlier with the of course with the ancestor with the hands above the head. It's more like that. More like that.
Yeah, we're talking a bipedal clamberer.
Yeah.
Something that's moving upright through the trees, very similar to what we see in gibbons and orangs today.
Right,
But not suspensory. So we're not seeing something that's hanging around, like using its arms to actually hang. We're talking about something that is clambering with all four limbs.
So, do we have the ability? Were we tool using at this point?
Potentially, but usually the earliest tools are attributed to the Australopithecines, and depending on how you group Kenyanthropus platyops, which is, I don't know, that's a real weird one. This is an organism that is very, very old, potentially contemporaneous with some members of Ardipithecus ramidus, is probably using tools, has this orthognathic face that's very flat, and isn't classified as strictly as an Australopithecine. It's a very weird one.
And we were definitely probably still prey at this point.
Oh,
Yeah,
for sure.
probably.
Well,
I mean,
also-
we can still pray now.
Yeah, well, the Turkana boy is Australopithecine, right? Australopithecus africanus.
Turkana boy is Australopithecus africanus.
Yeah, and he died from some sort of bird of prey, right?
Yeah.
So we were definitely still getting preyed on at this point. We were not the apex predators of the savannah.
And yeah, I would even argue that being a mesopredator, like pretty much once you get into the Australopithecines, you're looking at something that is a predator, like much like a fox, right? Like a fox preys on other animals and is also preyed upon.
You remember the very old and faked YouTube video where there was like a baby being carried by an eagle, right? Do you remember that? That was faked, but for Australopithecus afarensis, that was real life.
Well, yeah, we're much. Yeah, they're smaller than we are. Most of the Australopithecines are. Humans are kind of big. I mean, we're kind of a big animal. When compared to some of the other apes, we're by no means the biggest, but
are we technically a megafauna? Technically speaking, right? Yeah.
Well, actually, wait, no. The definition for megafauna is anything over 100 kilograms. So I think yeah. But I think generally humans are not megafauna.
in our ideal form, quote unquote, probably not.
Speaking of Turkana boy, I was watching a documentary a few years ago about him and about the early paleontology of that time, and
right.
They said documentary. I don't know if it was true or not because it might have been elaborate. They said that first the guy who discovered it wasn't like a knowledge for it because that's around the time they had that one find in England, and people were more towards that than they were to the Africa thing.
Yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead, Walker.
Oh no, I was just agreeing. Go for it.
Oh no, I was just going to say, the origins of humanity being in Africa was a tooth and nail fight. Mostly because people were really racist back in the day. It was really hard to finally get everyone to see that yes, the cradle of humanity is East Africa. We are an ape species that arose in the African continent, and very specifically likely in the east, as far as when the hominins are first beginning, or in centrals of Chad, seeing Sahelanthropus over there. But climatically speaking, it's very conducive to hominins in East Africa 7-ish million years ago. And then we see this migration down to the south, and in South Africa.
Yeah, there's actually a really funny story about that. The guy who discovered Java Man, I don't remember his name. I think he was some Dutch dude. But basically, he discovered Java Man in he discovered Java Man in 1908 or something like that. And this was the height of, this was around the time of, what's his name? Piltdown Man. And so just nobody cared about Java Man at all. Just no one cared. And he personally thought that it was a super important find, and he was a huge fan of his find and all that kind of stuff. And so out of spite, basically, he buried the original bones of Java Man, under his front porch. He's like, okay, if no one cares about it, I'm just going to, put it in concrete. And after Piltdown Man was sort of confirmed as a hoax, people had to go to his house and dig up the bones of Java Man.
Yeah,
you finally came back, huh?
And that's the classic, because Piltdown Man was hoaxed partially because there was this big fight in the paleoanthropological community of inhuman evolution. What came first? Were we a big-brained ape or a small-brained biped first? Or quadrupedal ape, I should say, or a small-brained biped first. And the answer with Piltdown Man seemed to point to this very prognathous apish face with this big old brain, right? Because it's a human skull, human maxilla, back of the skull too, and an orangutan jaw that was then filed to match the proportions needed. And with the likes of Java Man and indeed some of the Australopithecines, what we start to see is, no, we've got this small, diminutive, itty-bitty brained, prognathic biped that's wandering around East Africa first.
This is also something that the creationists often overlook. Is like they say like, Piltdown Man just fooled the entire evolutionist community, and they will just blindly accept it. But when more evidence came in, we saw more fossils in Africa, and also a different picture in the evolution of humans. So and that is how, and then slowly, even before it was finally determined to be fake. Mm-hmm. The scientists were still questioning how relevant Piltdown Man was to the human evolutionary story. So it's not like they were. It's not like they were just awing over the Piltdown Man, over the altar. They were worshipping over the altar of the museum. Like, but still, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, the Piltdown Man thing definitely did play into biases, and I've heard people say that it set the study of human evolution back like 20 years or something.
Right.
It definitely prevented us from actually doing good science for a while.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
As the bias was mostly on the I think the British, right? The British. They were like they were mostly all proud of their British ape man, right? Like wow, humans came from the island of.
They love that, and the thing is, most of the anthropologists worth their salt too. Were like, okay, this is really weird. Why is it that someone is proposing the origin of humanity in the UK, climatically speaking, the opposite of conducive to any kind of ape? It's not a good place to live if you don't have the big brain for accommodating these.
It's also a bit ironic, like the falsification or the eventual realization that Piltdown Man was a fraud actually proved Darwin right, because Darwin originally proposed that humans came from Africa.
Yep.
So yeah.
And Wallace thought that humans were a sister species to gibbons, actually.
So really?
Wallace was a bit wrong, but Huxley and Darwin were huge proponents of. They were really into the idea that we were African great apes, which is correct.
Yeah.
Obviously.
And you can't blame Wallace either, because the posture of the gibbon really does lend itself to the bipedality of humans. I mean, these little critters, they've got really long arms, but when they come down from the trees, they hold their up like this and they walk around on 2 feet.
Really, it's really funny to see them walking.
Yeah, they're very cute.
Yeah, I just hate that they're still using that thing against us. Like, that was a fraud, so all of it's a fraud.
Well, obviously, in real science, no one cares.
No one cares. Literally, no one cares.
It's a historical lesson, right? Like, it's something that's taught about, but at the same time, like, it's not. No one's including like Piltdown Man in any studies, No.
Oh my God, no. And the thing is that, like, oh boy, if you want to talk about hoaxes of antiquity, like biblical antiquity, that have existed through the years, I really don't think we want to play the hoaxes invalidate the entire field game, because antiquity is chock full of them. The point is too, like, it's almost Piltdown Man was almost a blessing in disguise, because allowing for this hoax that went kind of under the radar of some paleoanthropologists forced everyone to look at every subsequent hominin with incredible scrutiny. So now we know every fossil that comes through, everyone looks at it with combs through the morphology with a fine-tooth comb. Make sure, give us the in situ pictures. Give us, the process of pulling it up out of the ground.
And that's probably why that one that North America was like immediately like struck down.
No anthropologist thought Nebraska Man was anything but a peccary tooth. The peccary, right, Walker?
Yeah, that's what it turned out to be. I don't think they had any specific identification of it initially, but it was sort of taken and run with by like popular media and stuff like that.
Yeah. Anthropologists this up and being like, yes, a hominin tooth. This was randos who kind of picked up the molar and were like, oh, this looks kind of human-like, which, yeah, peccaries are omnivores. So a lot of omnivores have these same low-crowned crushing molars combined with slicing carnassials or premolars.
Yeah, the question is the question was but how they get to America in the first place? Right now, at that time, only primates in America were the New World monkeys that's wrapped over that point.
Yeah, and you've got some really, really, really old Cretaceous primates as well. Once you get kind of into the Cenozoic, you see some of the early primates popping up in North America. Usually, like mostly Dapids and Omomyids that are popping up, and then they go extinct, which sucks.
Oh, did the primates first originate in North America?
Yeah.
Like
Although
yeah.
so it's iffy. It's
Yeah,
iffy.
we talked about that on our primate migration. That they were you said they were more primomorphs, the pre-primate primates.
Right. It's very difficult to pick the first primate, right? Like Purgatorius was considered for a long time to be the first primate. Some people still think it is. Some people think it's a Plesidapiform. And some people propose that, like, I think it's Ruangwea is in Texas, definitive Omomyid. This is definitely a primate, and we've also got some Adapids popping up here and there. But as actual primate, things were still kind of crushed together at that point. So it might have popped up in China. It might have popped up in North America. You can't definitively say either way because primatomorphs are so similar to primates. And what we consider a primate occupies that gradient kind of. So
Are you saying they are transitional?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like where's that line between primate morphs and primates? Like where's that line between humans and apes? Where's that?
Usually, it's just defined phylogenetically.
Yeah. But it's also interesting to note, when you look at the complete group of placental mammals, it divides into like three major groups. Like you have the Afrotheres, which are which originated in Africa. They are the elephants, the manatees, and tenrecs. You have the Xenarthrans. They are in South America, like the sloths, the armadillos, and such, and some anteaters, not all of them. And then you have another group, the big group, the Boreoeutheria, which splits into the Laurasiotheria, where you have like the ungulates and the carnivorans and such. And our group is the Euarchontogliers, which like, if I remember correctly, the Euarchontogliers originated in Europe. And so perhaps the common ancestor of like rodents, rabbits, and primates originate in Europe, but then some of them migrated to North America and then became the primates, perhaps. So maybe one possibility for the primate ancestors.
Yeah, I mean, primates are very close with rodents, lagomorphs, and I think chiropterans too. I mean, genetically speaking, I don't know it's as close as
Vegetarians.
Yeah, the chiropterans are now like they were previously considered close to primates, but genetics, like really, I also
they're very basal though.
Yeah,
they're very basal Boreoeutherians.
I helped Jackson Beat with a video on bat evolution too. Like, it's also like we showed how the genetics really changed the position of bats. Was
that the co-op he did with Tony Reed?
Sorry?
The bat evolution, was that the co-op when he did co-op with Tony Reed?
Oh yeah, yes, exactly. That's the one. Yeah. And there's also an interesting idea about the bat evolution. Like the bats basically divided into two groups, traditionally speaking. Now not anymore, but they were used to be divided into two. There's the small, tiny microbats and the big megabats. And the big megabats were once considered to be flying primates, basically.
Yeah. Wait, so is that not like are microbats not monophyletic anymore?
No, not anymore. No, like the megabats, the megabats nest within the microbats now.
That's interesting. That's new to me.
Yeah, back to the brain size and jaws. I heard that some part of the thing that our brain got bigger is because we got the ability to chew our food more easily. We had more room for our brain to grow.
Yeah, so some people think that the shrinking of the dental arcade had to do with allowing for that brain case growth, rather. So, shrink the jaw and make room for this big globular skull on the back. A recent paper, though, and that to be the case when we're looking at the paleontology, that we don't actually see the shrinking of the dental arcade correspond so strongly with this growth of the brain case size, which begs the question, okay, well then why did the dental arcade shrink? Like, why did we get a smaller parabolic palate smaller teeth, the shrinking of the canine,
Mhm.
tooth row? And that's a really good question. I'm not sure. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
There's an interesting pattern in our overall morphology. Like if you look at the juvenile chimpanzees, they are really, really human-like. When you look at the profile, right? Like you have like a very big head and a small jaw. But when they grow up and become adults, then you have really, really these the jaw like really. How do you call it? They prognate forward.
Yeah,
Right?
they get they get more pragmatic. The
Yeah.
orbital ridge gets more intense.
Really, yeah.
Yeah,
But we stay younger in some sense. We like the technical term is I think neoteny, right?
It's retained neoteny. At humans, absolutely. Our adult skull, our adult face is much more similar to our infant face than an infant chimp is to an adult chimp.
Yeah.
And this is even more extreme in the likes of the Cercopithecus. I mean, like a baby baboon has much more orthognathtic face, and then you look at adult males, and they've got a full muzzle. I mean, their muzzle is enormous. And a huge supraorbital ridge.
Have you seen like these realistic depictions of anime characters, like with the really big eyes and such? These are really.
No, but that's gross.
It's really creepy. But that's basically how we look from the chimpanzee's perspective. We are like really like baby apes or baby like adult babies.
Yeah. I was gonna say off topic, I got a spammer on the Twitch stream of this broadcast.
Oh
What's
no!
Oh my.
Yeah,
Twitch.
yeah, we can become famous by buying views.
Nice.
Oh no!
But anyway,
But might the smaller jaw be just a consequence of neoteny, or is it maybe a more deeper reason for why we have smaller jaws? Or
It could be. I mean, it might be too just a metabolic consequence of eventually growing to cook our food. I mean, we do experience that reduction in canine tooth size, but our teeth stay pretty megadont until you start getting into Homo. I mean, megadonty is like one of the defining characteristics of Australopithecines. You lose the canines, but you keep the big teeth, or you don't lose them. You reduce the canines, but you got these big old honking teeth, big incisors, big molars. Big honking molars, yeah. And so it could be that it's
big chonkers.
Yeah, big. It could just be that it's a result of eventually getting into kind of genus Homo, right? And just being able to cook our food and being able to consume meat that doesn't actually involve biting organisms with our teeth,
right?
Or pulling them apart.
It's also interesting to see like. I've seen like the evolution of herbivorous mammals. They often divide their mouth into two parts. A crop, have like a space between with no teeth, like there's a toothless space, and then you have the molars behind it. And the reason why the division is that like herbivores first grab the food with the crop front teeth part, and then they chew with the back teeth part. But the primates, they basically manipulate their food with their hands. And that's why they have the same division in their mouth, basically.
Well, and the thing is, too, is primates are almost universally opportunistic omnivores. So even when we're like, herbivorous primates, it's like, yes, until it sees a bird egg or a lizard or an insect that it can come in and consume.
Protein.
Or the case of chimpanzees hunt down a monkey.
Or duiker too. Bonobos they love duiker. They'll go after little antelopes all day long.
I thought you said a biker, and I was like, dang.
Yeah, bikers. Yeah, they love the bikers.
I remember when I first saw a video of like a chimpanzee chasing down I don't know which species of monkey it was, but it was a monkey with a tail, and probably, and they just snapped the limbs of the monkey. Like I was like, oh no.
Well, that's an interesting thing.
Yeah.
They don't even the primates that are go into carnivory intentionally, like your panins, so bonobos and chimps. When they capture prey, they don't use their teeth. they physically rip it apart.
Yeah.
So the canines, that's partially why, like Panin, so chimps and bonobos, while they've got these really big, and you can see in the back here, they've got these really big, impressive canines compared to us, but they have actually already had a reduction compared to some of the other hominoids. So chimps have smaller canines than some of our Miocene apes, for example, which is very interesting. They don't need them. They use them mostly for intimidation, but even then, male canines aren't that much bigger than female canines in chimpanzees. They mostly fight with their arms and their strength, and that's how
don't go in a fist fight with a chimpanzee. You will always lose.
Yeah,
unless it's a baby, but then of course that's not a fair fight if you fight a baby.
I mean, I honestly might even lose to a baby chimp. Like those things are pretty lanky. They're pretty strong.
Unless you're a gorilla.
Yeah, you really don't want to go. Silverback would just rip you to pieces. Those guys are big boys. There's a reason they don't have any natural predators.
Yeah.
Not really. Anyway.
It's also an interesting question. Like, why are we so weak compared to the other apes?
Because we don't need to be strong.
Yeah.
Big muscles are they have a very high energy cost, right? Why grow big muscles when we can just throw an atlatl or something?
Yeah.
And 20% of what we eat goes to our brains. Like our caloric intake is the brain is an energy suck. It requires so much to be going. And the other big part that we can't forget here is that we're a cooperative species. Males and females, and males and males, and females, all of us get together in these big groups, and we use these big groups to beat other or kill them or hunt them or protect ourselves. So it's kind of an interesting deal.
It's a scene from like the remake of the Reboot of the Planet of the Apes, where Caesar was like, one twig, we are weak, but a bundle of twigs together, we are strong.
Was that the 60s version, the last version, or the new version?
No, it's the James Franco Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Yeah, well, it's cooperation and big brains. If you have those two things, strength is an absolute waste of time. Yeah. You don't need it.
It's also
imagine if we branched off from the robust hominids instead of the gracile hominids.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then we'd probably actually have flatter faces than we do now. They've got these really orthognathic faces. Some of those paranthropines. It's really weird to see some of the depictions of them. They've almost got flanges, like a orangutan would.
Right.
But yeah, you want the perfect recipe for losing muscle mass. And in fact, you can add a third one to it because, again, we're persistence hunters. We're runners. We can run better than almost every animal on the planet. So you've got
the difference between fast twitch muscles and slow twitch muscles, right? Like the
slow you've got a persistence. You've got a persistence hunter that lives in groups, that uses tools, and it is a recipe for a weak upper body, short of coordinated ability to throw.
I think we have also like more fine muscle control. Like when a chimp manipulates things, they use a lot of more strength to handle things, but we use more fine manipulative movements with our hands, right? Maybe.
Well, and that's why we can, like, even though we're 3 times weaker than a chimpanzee, we can deadly throw a spear or even a baseball with more power than a chimp can. A chimp can only lob. They can't coordinate all that strength into an actual precision throw. We can. And so you put a sharp rock or a pointy stick into the hands of an ancient hominin, and it may not be able to beat the chimp in arm wrestling, but as far as killing, we're deadly with that. I mean, that's our specialty.
Yes.
So,
so speaking of running, do we get that way running towards our prey or running away from our predators?
As far as persistence hunting, it's definitely chasing something down. Any predator that's coming after a human or an ancient hominin is going to be fast in the short run. And if we're not near a tree or near our friends, dead. You cannot outpace any of the predators on the savannah. They will. We
are among the even though we can run for a very far distance for a very long time without stopping. We are very slow too. Like we are one of the slowest animals on the planet. Well, at least the ones that can walk, of course. I'm a bit generalizing, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. God, Walker. Sorry, you were going to say something.
You're good. Well, I was just going to say it's kind of funny. Humans actually consistently beat horses in marathons.
Mm-hmm.
So,
we
I don't know.
lose the only animal that consistently outpaces humans, or there's a handful, so we'll only talk about the natural ones, is like ostriches, pretty much. Ostriches and camels. They're really, really good. And, they're, of course, interestingly enough, also evolved in these arid climates, where it's very important to be able to manage your water intake and continue for long periods of time.
And I also think dogs come close too, right?
Some
to
dogs.
us. Some dogs,
Well,
yeah.
things like gray
Siberian
wolves.
huskies.
Yeah, things like gray wolves, as well as African painted dogs, are also persistent hunters. Sorry.
Yeah.
So they have a very similar adaptive strategy.
Like
and they
maybe the
right
reason
for a long
why
time.
maybe the reason why we really liked the dogs and the horses is because they could keep up with us, or perhaps like
I mean, yeah, I mean, our lifestyle demands being able to go kind of slowly forever. I mean, we're a Terminator species. Like we pick something
it
that we
just
want to kill.
keeps
and then-
coming.
Well,
I
yeah,
also,
we pick something we want to kill and we chase it for 3 days. That's how we roll.
and I also heard
Or we destroy its
I
forest.
forget where it was at, but I heard that we had the hardest time domesticating or taming African animals because we grew up with them. Literally, they're used to us.
I mean, that I don't know. That could be the case. It's certainly interesting that we didn't domesticate anything until dogs, and that was what 50,000 years ago, depending on who you talk to. It's recent, not just in like the grand scheme of things, but even in our evolution as a
Did
300,000.
we domesticate dogs before we went to agriculture? I think we did, right? Before, like, dogs were
Yes.
older. Yeah.
Yeah, we domesticated dogs before, and that was like the first thing,
Yeah.
pretty much, and it wasn't even intentional.
And of course,
was
I heard they
accidental.
didn't. I heard they domesticated themselves first a little bit before we went and did the rest of the way.
We accidentally selected each other is how that went. I mean, it's really nice when you're living in the on the steppes, and there are all of these critters that are bigger than you that can kill you in an instant, to have a built-in alarm system. And they gained our refuse piles, and we gained early warning system for meaner predators.
Yeah.
Um,
Also,
it-
I have.
oh, go ahead.
I have seen like a video. I think it's the YouTuber called CCP Gray, who has like a video explaining why we domesticated horses and not the zebras, because zebras in the
Oh, yeah, I see that one.
while they are in Africa, their social group they aren't really nice to each other. No, not even to of course, not even to humans. But with horses, they have like a specific social group, like with one leader, and the rest are followers. So if a human domesticates the leader, and all the other ones just follow along with the leader. So you can more easily domesticate the horse compared to the zebra.
It's also no coincidence that we domesticated another omnivore. The domestication of the wolf, which are omnivores, people tend to think of them just as carnivorous, but they actually require the plant matter and the guts of the creatures that they eat in order to be healthy. A pure carnivorous diet for a dog, for instance, is horrible.
Yeah.
Cats, on the other hand,
When you see your dog eating grass, take a hint. give them more veggies.
You mean
yeah,
that-
but interestingly enough, the next animal to domesticate was cats. It was dogs first, and then it was cats, and they were both incidental. Humans didn't intentionally domesticate either of our companion animals. We domesticated one another. It was a mutual decision where we tolerated their presence and they tolerated ours, and we found this nice symbiosis with one another. It pests away, in dogs it was helping each other hunt and feed and warn each other.
And this
Yeah,
might,
you mean
but
both-
also it's been initially to we are planning, like Jackson Newton and I and also a few others are planning to do another video on the farmer's tale, where we go into the origins of agriculture, and the
yeah, he
same
just
thing
uploaded
might
that
be
video
true.
last night.
Yeah.
He just uploaded that video last night.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet, but I can explain. There was also a the same thing might be true with us and our the crop that we cultivate, because the initial pressure of humans and the plants we cultivate might have been also accidental, not deliberate domestication, like the plants in the absence of the big megafauna that basically dispersed their seeds. The plants now are in an environment dominated by humans, and then it's more beneficial for the plants to attract the humans for seed dispersal.
Is it true? I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard before we knew that Neanderthals and them were a sister group, that we thought they were our ancestors.
We went through. There was a lot of controversy about where Neanderthals fit, because the first Neanderthals were discovered in the early 1700s, right? And this was in a time before we even knew about like extinction. And so they just thought that these were like arthritic humans, essentially. So the very first two Neanderthals that we found were just misidentified as, modern Homo sapiens. It wasn't until the the mid 1800s. It was in 1840 something. I don't know. I just did a video about this, but it doesn't really matter.
Been there.
Yeah.
The video and it's out the other ear for me.
Yeah, but it was in the early, or not the early, I keep saying early. It was in the mid 1800s. It was discovered by this dude who worked at a quarry site, they were an industrial mining site, and they found these bones. They handed them off to a school teacher, and the school teacher was like, "Oh, that's weird." And so the school teacher presented them, and then 2 years later, Darwin's On the Origin of Species came out. And, there had already been evolutionary ideas like Lamarckianism and all that kind of stuff going around. So they were already sort of considered a species of human in some respect. But for the first 50 years of their existence, they were either characterized as a direct ancestor of humans, or they were not humans at all, and they were just some weird ape, right? And unsurprisingly, it was mostly creationists saying that, no, they're just an ape. They're too stupid to be humans. Whereas a lot of early evolutionists were the ones that were saying, "Oh, this is actually a direct ancestor of humans." Obviously, both are wrong. One's more wrong.
We be special. We be special.
Yeah.
I heard that actually Neanderthals might have a bigger brain than we had.
They did.
On average, they did. Yeah.
They did.
But it's more like they were bigger in the back end of the brain, right? Like they didn't have really.
It's an occipital lobe pressure, and they paid the price dearly for having those large brains. They required a lot more calorically to maintain these large brains, metabolically speaking, than we did, and it forced them to be specialists on the organs of the animals that they killed.
Oh, really?
They actually, we find butchering sites, and they leave a lot of the meat behind. The muscle attachments are still intact from, it doesn't look like they are actually carving the meat off of the bones. The hash marks are all around organ hotspots, and that's because the organs are really, really high calorically, especially the brain. They did a lot of crushing.
But why didn't they also eat the muscle? Why did they just left the muscle?
They butchered on site, and they butchered often. It wasn't worth it, calorically speaking, to kill an animal, a single animal, and take everything from it, than it was to kill multiple animals and steal the organs that are calorically beneficial to them.
I didn't know that, and maybe that's also why humans, or at least Homo sapiens, because we take the whole animal with us, I think, right?
Well, not only that, but we're generalists, so we were able to eat. We had a lower caloric, and humans can survive on a lot lower calories than we thrive on, right?
And we're like,
so we could eat a lot more stuff. We're garbage cans as far as what we can eat. We can eat almost anything. The definition of a generalist. It's just humans. We're great at it.
And we
can eat more things than our dogs, even, and especially cats. So the cats are really hyper carnivores. That they don't.
Well, and we're great at eating plants that are supposed to be poisonous. I mean,
right.
we eat a lot of plants that are deadly to a lot of other animals, and we do it for fun. Like we eat caffeine, for instance.
That's also maybe it's also maybe the leftover of our primate ancestors, where we eat a lot of leaves, and we developed a high tolerance to natural pesticides that plants produce to chase away.
Even compared to them, our stomachs, even compared to other primates, our stomachs are just incredibly robust.
Oh, really?
It's actually quite hard to poison a human compared to other organisms. We are highly tolerant. And it's because we're generalists. We mix with each other. So we spread out to all these different locations and acquired, decent resistances to certain things, certain foods for, and gaining certain things like a lactose tolerance, etc. And then we come back and we interbreed with each other, and everyone wins. So we're just...
It's actually funny. I was just thinking about that the other day, because I was like, man, I feed my pets purified water and all of these, things that I wouldn't even feed them like my food. Like I eat
Yeah.
junk food all the time that would probably kill 99% of animals.
Yeah, well,
Right.
it's that, and it's we eat like random rare stuff. Like if you drop a human in the middle of nowhere, right? We're probably going to be able to survive on whatever we find. Like what's the edible range of things for humans is huge compared to other animals. Now our big flaw is that we can't just eat any grass or
No.
plant that we find and have that actually be nutritious for us. Being an opportunistic or not opportunistic, obligate omnivore means that we've got a really nice range of things, but we do have to combine it all. We can't specialize in one or we lose out on the nutrients. So, eggs and bugs and plants and fruits and all sorts of different things. Meat, we scavenge, we actively hunt, we do all sorts of different stuff. We fish. That's another big one, is that we'll just go to the coastline and comb along the beach and eat what we find. It's incredible.
Yeah, I also heard that like with it was our fishing skills, Homo sapiens, that gave us some of our brain advances too.
Well, potentially. I mean, I think it's less that, and it's more our ability to eat whatever. I mean, ancient Neanderthals, for instance, too, they were capable of combing along the beach and eating crustaceans and different tidal pool animals when they felt the need to. But the advantage of humans is that we just didn't need as much calorically, and we could run for long periods of time.
There's also a possibility that our fire, like cooking with fire, is also give us an even more bigger range of.
We unlock the extra calories by cooking things. That's another. Yeah, that is another one.
Yeah, something are inedible without cooking even. Yeah.
Yep, that's true too. It breaks down certain dangerous chemical elements of the food.
What was the tuber that is toxic without cooking? Like I think it's cassava, right? Without cooking, or was another tuber? I don't know.
There's a lot of tubers that are like that. There are a lot of tubers and root systems that are like that. But yeah, we eat any and everything, and it makes us great at withstanding climatic change.
Yeah.
With Neanderthals, they have to follow the food. They can't just sit around and not incorporate meat into their diet. They have to incorporate these large animals, and particularly a lot of these calorie-rich organs. And so, when the climate changes and their prey animals move, they have to follow it. Humans can stick around wherever we please, and we'll probably find something to eat there. It's a reason why we were so good at colonizing basically the entire planet. And similarly, one of the most adaptive cercopithecoid monkeys is the rhesus macaque, which has a gut that's very similar to ours. They're the raccoons of the East. They eat whatever they want.
And they get whatever they want. If they ask us, where they are revered as holy, or I don't know. They get they are associated with a monkey god, right? In some areas of
Hanuman is one of them. But they get worshipped a lot. And coincidentally, as a side note, pretty much every culture that has monkeys living around it has some kind of mythology that relates to that monkey that has. Oh, the monkey comes from humans, or the humans come from the monkey. It's.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it usually spiritual elements to it, but they notice the similarities.
Yeah, and I think it's maybe the reason why like a hardcore creationism originated in the Europe, where there are no primates.
Probably.
I wonder like there are also no stories about like that in the Americas, because or maybe in South America, maybe where there are like the New World monkeys. Maybe there are some legends there, but I don't know. Are there surviving legends from like the South American, like the ancient civilization?
They've got monkeys incorporated all into their mythology. Howlers and spider monkeys and tamarins and all sorts of stuff. They love monkeys down there, but they also eat them sometimes. So there's that.
On most trees that I see online, there's no real connection between the Australopithecines and the Homos. Do we know where that connection might be? Which branch?
Like who begets who? I mean, Australopithecus afarensis and Australopithecus africanus have a lot of similarities with Homo habilis and Homo rudolfensis. Those guys, that's a very fine line between those guys. Also, more particularly, Australopithecus sediba and Homo habilis, rudolfensis, and gauchingensis. That line is very thin. And there's a reason people are like, oh, some Australopithecines should be in genus Homo. And then some people are like, well, some members of genus Homo should actually be Australopithecines.
That to me, that doesn't really matter. Like
both wrong, yeah.
it's an arbitrary distinction at this point. Right.
Always has been, always will be.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the anthropologists to just say, all right, we give up on taxonomy. Let's go with the phylogenetic code system. Right.
Yeah, the biological species concept. It's time to stop.
It's time to stop.
This is a big thing. I was confused. Like, since we're always where our ancestors were, like, are we still technically I still can't say that. I still can't say the word.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think it's more for convenience than anything else. Like, people name the Australopithecines, but you're right. I mean, that's why the hominini is like a whole thing, right? It's kind of like a way to umbrella us in, but we'll never know. I don't think who we. Well, maybe we will. I don't know if our DNA retrieving tech gets even better. Like, maybe we will, or we find some really well preserved Australopithecines. But I very much doubt that we'll be able to actually draw a direct lineage back through the Australopithecines to say we directly came from this one.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, pretty much any phylogenetic comparison that you do with Australopithecines and genus Homo will show that, like, Australopithecus is paraphyletic, right? Almost every study you do will show that, like, Australopithecus africanus is more closely related to us than Afarensis, and than it even is that Australopithecus africanus is to Afarensis, just because Afarensis is more basal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess that's also why most family tree phylogenetic tree species, most things are cousin species instead of direct ancestors. Like, oh, this is a cousin species.
Well, and that's why when someone's like, okay, humans probably came from an Australopithecus-like ancestor, something that probably was very similar to Australopithecus afarensis works in our family tree. Was it actually Australopithecus afarensis that then migrated south and begets Australopithecus africanus, and then we see genus Homo emerge? Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
The point of these transitional species is to show how this transition can occur, not how it did occur. It's very similar to in that way, it's very similar to the work on abiogenesis, where it's like we can show can come about, but we will likely never be able to show how it did come about.
Until we get that time machine, a conversation to go back and absorb it ourselves.
Fingers crossed.
It's really interesting. Like if you look up the concept of taxonomic boundary paradox, where can you screen share me for a moment from Dalia? It's like the concept where we've talked about, like, here with if you have the whole fossil record complete, then a taxonomic system of classification becomes impossible.
Yeah,
because then you will have a situation where one mother is a different species, a different genus, even a different family than the daughter at some point.
Life does not care about the arbitrary boundaries that humans want to create, and it's always been a gradient, and it always will be. And that's I don't know. That's what makes it so fun.
Oh.
So yeah, it's like when you were talking about the difference between is this an Australopithecine, is this another Homo, or what is it? Then you are getting to the point where the fossil record becomes so complete, the boundaries become meaningless anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's how you know you have really a really good fossil record there.
Yeah. That's the point. That's the problem, right? Is that the fossil record is getting too good. A good problem to have.
Yeah, they say we only have a few. They say we only have a few bones here and there, but we have like a lot more than that.
Yeah, they say. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, Walker, go ahead.
I was just gonna say one of their favorite things is like, we could fit all hominins into the back of a pickup truck or something.
Right.
It's like, dude, do you know how many bones you could fit into the back of a pickup truck? First of all, like.
And you can stack them pretty high too.
Yeah, if you're doing Tetris stacking, or even like if you crush them up or something, like you could put a lot of people into the back of a pickup truck.
Right.
Well, you could have like the complete you could have like the complete paleontologic history of like all beetles, and you could probably fit them in the back of a pickup truck because they're so small. I mean, it's a totally meaningless. Or well, beetles. Yeah, there are a lot of beetles. I should have picked another. Brain bug will get it.
Yeah, but also arthropods don't fossilize very well, so I think.
Also, shouldn't, like, if creationism is true, shouldn't there be none? Like, nothing at all?
Yeah.
Like, it's like sure, you have evidence, but no, look at how small it is. Like,
The problem with creationists is they don't care. That's the problem. Like, I've grown more jaded as the more time I spend talking to creationists, and a lot of a lot of them don't care.
I've seen the arguments going from there are no transitionals to we should expect millions of them to God just created transitional fossils.
They don't know what they think. They don't because they don't have a model. They don't have any way to cope with this, which is why Jensen. Oh God, I hate that we're talking about this on a science show. But that being said, it's important to note that like they've been dragged kicking and screaming into the concept of nested hierarchies, and now they're pretending they predicted it all along, as if none of us have been paying attention for the past 150 years when they've been saying there are no transitionals, there is no nested hierarchy. Cool. Show me a single source that was creationist in origin that was even okay with the idea, let alone one that predicted it prior to 2012. You won't find it.
Right. Yeah, before we go back to our main topic, I was going to say I watched you on Dan's 1,000 subscriber marathon thing, and you back your Reddit post. You said the Reddit creationists were smarter than the YouTube creationists.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They 100% are. The thing is that at least the ones on Reddit come up with original arguments. The ones on YouTube just regurgitate what they find elsewhere. The ones on Reddit, I mean, we had some regulars that would at least they were creative. I mean, although I will say we have had a couple of, and Walker knows this, as well. We've had a couple of online YouTube creationists that come up with original ideas. The problem is they're horrible. They're awful. Like they're not copacetic with anything else that same individual says. So, the fact, like the lesson learned of dealing with online creationists is that they really can and will just say anything. As long as they can stave off the immediate dunking that they're experiencing, they will contradict everything else they have said in the past.
Or when they are being dunked, then they will just remove the video.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's
I can speak of experience.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, there's very good reasons that if a professional creationist hasn't touched a topic, there's probably a good reason that they haven't touched the topic. They have at least somewhat of a reputation to, like they have to have at least some sort of pseudo credibility, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I have to clarify. They did not just remove the video because, of course, if you are being corrected, you can remove the video afterwards. But they said nothing about the correction. Like they just remove the video and pretend that nothing happens. That's the problem. Yeah.
I know it's just me. Some people like removing videos, not me. I like coming back at my old videos. I'm like, wow, that was terrible back then.
I think it's a learning experience. If you keep them up, you just post, "Hey, I was wrong about X, Y, Z." That's what you got to do. Yeah. And people are going to make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes.
Sometimes I come across one of my older comments of somewhere, and I see like, oh, why was I so stupid back then? Just a few years ago, yeah.
Like I have a video like 6-7 years ago where I was saying that I'm an intelligent designer. Of course, at that time I thought intelligent design was the same as theistic evolution. So I'm like, oh, I'm an intelligent designer. So I made a big thing.
You for that kind of stuff. Like everybody, you're always going to make mistakes, especially if you're on an online platform like this where every mistake you make is like immortalized. It's like you got to cut yourself a little bit of slack, just correct yourself and move on. And that's all you can do. But yeah, we don't see that a lot from our online friends, from some of our online pals here on YouTube, on www.youtube.com.
Yeah. So going back to the Lucy Fossil
Google University.
Where did we start? I know we have different diversity and stuff, but when did we get more from the Lucy side chimpanzee people to the more taller Homo sapiens that we
Homos we have now?
Oh, like body size wise?
Yeah.
Well, again, it depends on which Australopithecine you're talking about, because Katamudu man, an Australopithecus afarensis specimen, was 5'5" tall, which is quite big, even for like that rivals some of archaic Homo sapiens height. So you got to consider regional variation and indeed temporal variation. Different species today come and go almost in a cyclic nature depending on their climate. Sometimes you have bigger species and then they grow smaller as the trajectory of the planet changes, and then they get bigger again, and then when times are good. Populations, I should say.
I think they also became like more or better runners with Homo erectus, right? Like a better waistline with so you have a more stable gait when you are running, right? Compared to the Australopithecines.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got some real basal-looking Homo erectus in Dmanisi. These guys have these incredible brow ridges. I mean, their supraorbital ridge is just, it's Sahelanthropus-like almost. I mean, it's impressive. And so, these sometimes basal traits come back in style, I guess you would say. And again, that's the part where
they are really being retro hominins.
Yes, sexual selection throws a huge wrench into. You never know when something will pop up just because the females of the species were like, we're into that now. There it is. Okay.
Speaking of Homo erectus, were all those? They had a lot of diversity there. Were all of them subspecies or actually separate Homo erectus species?
Good question.
At this point, it doesn't really matter to me. Like like you can say like we for convention we just say that they are separate species based on a few distinct differences on the bones, but in real life, I wouldn't be surprised that they were all like really interbreeding different populations. Like maybe a situation where with the brown bears and polar bears, like they are separate on separate continent or land masses basically. But when they are together, then they just interbreed with no problem.
Right. Yeah, when Homo naledi first came out, there was a bunch of debate as to whether or not Homo naledi was Homo erectus or its own species. And to me, it's just like it's kind of a moot point. Like it's its own distinct population, right? It has its own lineage, right? And that's usually where I leave it.
Yeah, and
the species name is just for convention at this point.
Yeah. Well, the next generation of scientists I think there's going to be a big paradigm shift in how we address all this stuff. Because you're already ideally, I hope there's a big paradigm shift. I mean, they say what is the saying? Science changes as old people die, right? Like as tenure, rolls over into the next generation. But there's this whole idea too of like
is a construct. Wake up.
Yeah, I mean, there's this whole concept too of like what caused something to evolve, and they want to find one thing caused something. One singular pressure. That's asinine, in my opinion. It's never one thing. It's always a bunch of things. You can say, okay, well, maybe the primary, pressure for, large brains to evolve. Oh, I think the primary pressure was group size or sociality, or diet, or development, or whatever. It could be one of those things, but it's never going to be just one thing. And we'll never be able to, in my opinion, pin down, or rather we will very rarely be able to pin down which of those pressures came into play first.
Yes, spoiler alert. That reminds me. Is it like confirmed yet? Next Saturday, give or take, me, Jackson, and RJ are going to talk about speciation. You're
going to have a great conversation with them, especially Jackson. Jackson is passionate about speciation.
I might also be able to attend. I don't know at what time it will be. Maybe it will be at midnight for me.
It depends on when RJ wakes up and when Jackson gets out of work.
Cool.
But speaking of speciation and subspecies, why? It's confirmed now they're separate. But why was it that we used to think that the Neanderthals and sapiens were the same subspecies of the Homo sapiens back like 10, 20 years ago?
Well, Humans and Neanderthals, right? Modern humans and Neanderthals definitely did interbreed, right? Like that's
Right.
not really controversial. So it sort of brings into it sort of brings up the question, like, okay, well, how do you define a species? You know, what metric are you using? Because if you want to use the idea that, like, okay, if two organisms can interbreed and have viable offspring that can themselves go reproduce, right? Then humans and Neanderthals should be the same species. But there's a lot of different species concepts, right? So you have people like George Gaylord Simpson who would be like, no, that's dumb. We should be
By
defining...
that definition, the polar bear and the grizzly bear are same species.
Yeah, and same with like the lion and the tiger, right?
Yeah, right.
Hybridization will never. Yeah, you can't. I hate that as like the hard line for speciation.
It's not a hard line either, right? Because you also have things that are like, you have ring species, and you also have things that can sometimes hybridize and sometimes produce viable offspring. And you have some where, like, I guess this is a ring species, but A can hybridize with B, B can hybridize with C, but A and C can't hybridize.
Right.
So using that as a cutoff is...
Same species. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So using hybrid, I mean, obviously it's arbitrary to decide that's what the cutoff is in the first place, but then even then it has problems. It's a very problematic definition. Really there is no good definition of species.
The best that I've heard is it's species is organisms that tend to be reproductively isolated, but may be geographically isolated and may have some novel morphologic or genetic characteristic that separates them. It's like it could be a bunch of different things. In the end, the definition is it's entirely arbitrary.
I mean, if we're going with a specific definition, right? My favorite one is probably the evolutionary species concept by George Gaylord Simpson, which is just the idea that, like, a species is a lineage with its own evolutionary history.
Right.
It's just
I would also like if you look at the different species with the phylogenetic history based on not just the ancestry but also the genome within species, you see like a very bushy network perhaps, but between species you can see a more or less a neat bifurcating tree. And if you have that, then you can say, these are different species. But of course, there can be exceptions where you have like interbreeding events that make
also like incomplete lineage sorting.
Yeah,
right?
also true. Yeah, it's a really
huge
it's a really mess. Yeah, you never have unless you're talking about really anciently diverging lineages like arthropods and vertebrates. Then you don't. Unless you have that, you don't have a problem. But then you do not talk about species anymore. Then you're talking
It's one of those things. Like, everyone agrees that they're different, but how we define these differences and how we weight these differences is all extremely relative.
Yeah, I think maybe we should have like a
different
an arbitrary cutoff point. Like, unless you have this much admixture with another population, then we will treat you separately, perhaps. Like, I don't know.
That's sort of how they do it with viruses, but we've gone way off topic from human evolution by talking about viruses.
Yeah. Those are doing ERVs for humans, but I think the most recent speciation event we know about that we learned about is the Neanderthal splitting off from the
Denisovans,
that was
even that speciation event's kind of murky, just because Neanderthals had modern human, well, not actually our exact DNA, but because of these hybridization events, Neanderthals' mitochondrial DNA and their Y chromosomes was more closely related to ours.
Didn't you talk about like one individual whose one parent was a Denisovan and the other parent was a Neanderthal?
Yeah, that's there was a find from 2019 that's been colloquially called Denny.
Yeah,
that's what they named her. But it was it was a 10 or 11-year-old girl that was literally half Denisovan, half Neanderthal. Like, first generation hybrid. One parent was Denisovan, one parent was Neanderthal, which is honestly crazy that we even found that. That's extremely lucky, in my opinion.
Very lucky.
But
and you've got Homo heidelbergensis too that throws a monkey wrench further, because heidelbergensis likely left Africa in small portions as well, and probably did hybridize with Neanderthals and Denisovans when they interacted with one another. So you've got sapiens, you've got Denisovans, you've got Neanderthalensis, and if memory serves, Walker, there's some ghost lineage walking around who we've got no support for either.
Probably multiple ghost lineages.
Yeah, and
all we know is that we have archaic admixture. We don't know specifically what that came from. And if we get, there's a very, very good chance if we find, a tooth from this archaic lineage, and we're like, yes, this is what most of the archaic admixture comes from, there's still going to be like probably another small percentage that comes from something else. So it's such a squishy topic, which is why I think it's cool. That's why I want to research it, but that's okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still true or not, but I remember a long time ago they thought that the Heidelbergensis was the ancestor of both sapiens, Neanderthals, and Denisovians.
That's sort of the view I take, because I've sort of already given up on species concepts. So I think, if the ancestor of, if we could have a picture of the direct ancestor of Neanderthals, Denisovans, and modern humans, that thing would look and act and, be exactly like Homo heidelbergensis, right? So why not just call it Homo heidelbergensis?
I think I would I suspect if we could somehow obtain the DNA from all these fossils that we already have, even the Australopithecines, I think it would just be one big web, not a bifurcating tree, but also like many different vines growing between the branches too.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
all over. Yeah.
Kind of like the old banyan tree thing back in the early life.
Yeah.
That's why Gould, he sort of called it like the great bush of life instead of the great tree of life.
Of course, creationists misunderstand that as in saying, "Oh, common ancestry is all wrong." Like, no.
Common ancestry, in my opinion, is more support for common ancestry. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say I saw it.
More common ancestry means less common ancestry to the creationist.
I saw a post the other day by our pal Gunter Beckley where he was like, scientists are saying that human evolution is the origin of human evolution is a bushy mess, and then you go and you read the paper and it's like, no, first true hominin was because there's so many apes in the Miocene. It's like, yes. That's a good problem to have. That means we have too many specimens, right? It's just, I can't wrap my brain around how, I think for the most, and I like Gunter Beckley, but I think for the most part, a lot of these people like eyeball the paper, and then they're like, I see these adjectives that promote confusion. It's a blog post, great, awesome.
Speaking of the bushy tree, I think we all would, like, from the DNA that we already have, I think we all already see a bushy tree with the Denisovans, Neanderthals, and humans. And again, also in your video, Walker, you also mentioned like there's a ghost lineage of an even more ancient human where we got DNA from, too, right? Which may have been Homo erectus for all we know.
So actually, we don't have DNA from this archaic lineage.
Yeah.
What we do is we have DNA from modern humans, and we can compare the coalescence of that DNA to other populations of modern humans, right? And we can find that, like, okay, all of these, disparate populations have a coalescence time of just say like 300,000 years, right? And this could be from the Khoisan people, who are usually considered like the most basal modern human, however you want to define that, right? They usually have the oldest
mitochondrial DNA, right?
Well, and also Y chromosome, I believe.
Also Y chromosome.
Yeah, usually they're considered like the oldest population of modern humans, right? So we could compare, I guess, any other non-Khoisan population, right? So let's just say East Asian. We can compare that to a Khoisan individual, and we can say, okay, this gene has a coalescence time of, on average, about 300,000 years. And then we look at this West African population from like Cameroon or something, and we see that it has a section of DNA that coalesces back to like 1.5 million years ago, or like 2 million years ago. And so you think like, something's a little weird here, right? And so that's generally how we're detecting this super archaic admixture from, usually software, things like Argweaver and stuff like that. So we can sort of detect that these admixture events were occurring, very likely. But it is also possible that something like incomplete lineage sorting. But the fact that it's happening consistently, right? It's not just one region like this. It's like 20 regions like this. And they also form like linkage disequilibria and stuff like that. It very strongly points to some sort of archaic admixture.
Mm-hmm.
Two things real fast, two questions real fast. One, going back to there's no really line between species, that blur is there.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard some people argue that the Homo ergaster is his own species, but some thought it was another branch of Homo erectus.
Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic. Generally, I think the ergaster is usually relegated to really, really archaic-looking Homo erectus. So, like Deminisci, they're like, "Oh, it's Homo ergaster." It's like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's either a highly variable Homo erectus, or we can draw arbitrary lines at certain levels of variability and give them different names.
Yeah.
The naming is useful. It can be useful because it can help you kind of differentiate, what you're talking about. But you could also just use specimens for that, and effectively get the same effect.
That is something that the creationists also get a bit iffy about. Like the Neanderthals, are they Homo sapiens or are they a different species? Like
I could throw myself in oncoming traffic about how they deal with Neanderthals. The answer is broadly that
Neanderthals. Back when I was still going to church, some people were thinking about that Neanderthals were descendants of were Cain's first descendant.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that was a pretty popular view in the early like 1940s until 1970s or 80s. That sort of fell out of favor.
Yeah.
Kent Hovind's view that Neanderthals are some sort of like degenerated man, right? That they're just really old people. That was the consensus, quote unquote, from 1980 to 1990, and now it's sort of turning into they don't want to touch it at all because we have their DNA. Basically, that's what it's turning into.
Yeah, they can't.
Whether they can be considered a separate species or not is not really the point. We know that they are a separate population. Like humans today, everyone alive today is more closely related to each other than they are to Neanderthals.
Yeah, so that speaking of wanting to throw ourselves into oncoming traffic, there's this one creationist YouTuber. I'm pretty sure Erica calls him Monkey for Banana or something like that.
Yes,
You may have heard about him.
Yeah, you might have
One
heard
of his
about it.
favorite talking points is just they're fully human. They're fully human. They're fully human. Without ever defining what fully human means.
They would never do that. They can never do that. To define literally anything with regard to human evolution is to set themselves up for annihilation.
Yeah.
They can't do it. Of course he doesn't touch it. Of course Monkey doesn't touch it.
Oh,
And of course
if I define
he
human, then there can be a transitional fossil. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This individual is the definition of doubling down. I've never seen anything like it. And Monkey for Banana's Neanderthal position is a perfect, exemplary example of how doubling down works with creationists.
Mm-hmm.
Addresses nothing, reasserts point A.
I think
That's how that works.
I think what's the fallacy called when you make a statement that is so vague it has no meaning, but it conveys or it tries to convey a significant meaning even though there is none. Yeah.
I don't know, but whatever it is, it's certainly
argument from ambiguity, perhaps.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
And speaking of interbreeding, I also heard that it was their interbreeding with the Dovizens that let the Tibetans survive in higher altitudes.
Yes. Yeah. So there's a gene called the EPA something. I think it's EPAS1 or something like that. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, so that gene was actually found in Denisovan genomes, and then we looked and sequenced more human populations, and we're like, oh hey, Tibetans have. I could actually pull up a really cool figure on this.
Is that a hemoglobin gene or something else?
It's related to hemoglobin. Well, so it's a transcription factor, right?
All right.
It's a transcription factor that activates in hypoxic environments, and it basically turns on a bunch of hemoglobin proteins and stuff like that. Things that'll just recruit more oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
So let me pull
It doesn't change the hemoglobin protein itself, no.
No. Yeah, it's just it's a regulatory element.
Right.
Okay.
I'm gonna get some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Just knock that.
Yeah, keep those calls in frame.
Yeah. Oh, I
like those calls. Yeah.
I think I have like 3 minutes left before I need to wrap this up because
Oh, yeah.
I got to work at 5 and it's almost 4 o'clock now. So we can talk for like 30 minutes, give or take. But then even though I'd love to stay longer, I gotta pay those bills.
Okay. Oh, I found the figure. All right.
Somebody else in the chat mentions there are 2 different independent ways of adapting to high altitude.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's definitely possible.
Well, I think maybe talking about
Oh, yes. Actually,
maybe the one that the Andes people from the Andes Mountains did that too.
Yep. You're exactly correct. Yeah. So I remember hearing about this. This isn't something I'm super well informed on, but apparently mutations in the EPAS1 gene, that is what it's called, by the way, the mutations in the EPAS1 gene are highly correlated with all high altitude environments, including Andes populations. Although the people in the Andes probably didn't inherit it from Denisovans. Recent human evolution is also an extremely neat topic.
Yeah.
If you could share my screen super fast, right? I'll explain this figure. It's really neat, right? So this top bar, they basically just color coded all the different substitutions, right? This top bar, you see these 2 little green bars.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Denisovan haplotype, right? So they have all of these substitutions. This purple
what
is
does the vertical lines, black lines mean? Each vertical black line?
Those are the substitutions, right?
Substitutions.
Yeah, so you could say like, okay, here's the ancestral sequence, and this is a T, T, C, F. Not now, but you know what I mean.
Like if you look at basically from left to right, that's basically a sequence of the genome of one sequence.
Yeah. And like I said, the white space is ancestral genome.
Yeah. All right.
And the black space represents some sort of substitution. And actually, if you look at it, the Tibetans have the exact same substitutions that the Denisovans have, more or less, right? There's some differences and all this kind of stuff. So it's almost 100% confirmed that Denisovans inherited this.
I really like this diagram because it looks exactly like a barcode.
Yeah, it does. And then if you look at like Han Chinese populations, they probably did get some DNA from the Denisovans at this specific site, right? But it's present in a much lower frequency. And then you get down here and it's just basically noise. But yeah, it's very, very consistent. You have very solid linkage blocks that are shared between Tibetans and
how big is this space of the genome?
Let's see. I don't know. Well, this specific graph looks like it shows 95 specific sites. I don't know if that's the full size of the genome or just the variable sites.
All right. Basically, across our sequence, they only look at specific sites that are interspersed within that region. Basically.
Yeah. So if let's just say the gene is like 400 base pairs, right? They only have the 95 base pairs that are variable, and then So
it's not like one line is the neighbor of the other.
Not necessarily. No, I mean it could be. I could just be misreading this, but I don't think so. No. Yeah, so I don't know. I just think that's a really cool graph.
Nice. Oh.
All right. It's another minute. I had a question from a few topics back about the like the human lice of the head lice and the pubic lice. Our hair is basically divided into different regions, and I wonder why we retained our hair is or at least the very thick dark hair at certain places. Like of course our eyebrows give away our emotions. That's probably the reason why we have eyebrows still. But I wonder why we have hair on our armpits and also of course the genitalia area and such.
Yeah, there are different reasons for each of those, at least as far as I am aware. As gross as it is, the underarm hair actually helps facilitate more powerful body odor, which might have to do with the very little pheromonal and scent communication that hominoids do, which is to say not very much. But occasionally, it actually might just be a male thing, and females just have it due to correlated response. But this blast of smells is something that sometimes males tend to exude when they're getting into big fights, and then they just happen to be stinky on all other occasions too.
So if your opponent runs away with his hand in front of his nose, then you win the fight.
In the gym,
You stink so bad.
Yeah, you stank them out. You stank them out.
Yeah.
The eyebrows, it's great for communication. It's also good for keeping water and rain out of the eyes on downpours. Head hair is an interesting one.
I wish I had more of that sometimes, because when I'm sweating, if like I came with my eye, when I'm sweating outside, like my eyes are shield shut sometimes.
Yeah, the head hair is an interesting one. Some people have proposed that head hair, because there's actually no difference in the length to which males grow their head hair. So most of us, like, keeping close cropped hair is something of a new deal. But this long hair, like, I've got the perfect example of it. It covers my head and it covers my shoulders, the areas that are most exposed to the sun when you're bipedally moving around. So it actually might be a radiation protection or direct heat protection deal.
I don't know about it. Like there are some different hair types among humans. Like, for example, in certain African populations, you have like really this really bushy type of hair, like that curls, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't know if it changes the story around it. Maybe the curly type hair is new. Maybe
personally, I kind of worry with questions like these attributing these things, because obviously it could be that like longer hair covers our shoulders and stuff.
Yeah.
But it also could be complete, like maybe some sort of behavioral. Yeah, exactly. Right.
It could be sexual selection.
It could be some behavioral thing that we have no idea about and will never preserve. Right.
There's
a theoretically infinite number of pressures that could have caused it.
And that's why it's important to basically what I'm trying to do here. Maybe I haven't done it well enough, but it's essentially like you can offer explanations. That doesn't mean that they're the case, which is why it's been proposed. We can't prove it.
There's also a possibility of just genetic drift. Like there's a random mutation that causes our hair to grow long, and it just got fixed in the population for no specific selection reason. Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I was used to wonder if it was more or less Neanderthal DNA. Maybe probably not, but that they had some guys' chest hairs really, really hairy, other ones like more smooth.
The dimorphism in hair is really interesting. My professor, or my advisor, Plotkin, he's proposed that it could just be an androgen consequence. So it's just like a consequence of the hormones that differ between males and females that happen to act on the hair that we have. And because we've changed from being covered, like the interesting thing is like those terminal hairs that males get on their chests, when women are exposed to higher levels of androgens, they get that too. So it's possibly just a difference in hormones.
Might be the hair loss a byproduct of neoteny. Like if you with neoteny, you often have different levels of hormones where you have like less pronounced adult features. Maybe that's also related to the hair loss.
It could be. Yeah, it could be. I mean, a lot of the whole concept of pubic hair, like that's been proposed by many people. Again, as Walker, astutely mentioned, you run into some dangerous territory when you're talking about what is effectively evolutionary psychology.
Right.
But it has been proposed that the reason why pubic hair is a thing is so that we can properly distinguish between those who are sexually mature and those who are not.
Yeah. Also, I think since I probably besides us, it seemed like maybe Homo erectus were the most diverse besides us.
I
had an insane range.
Diverse.
What? They meant spread out more, maybe.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like morphologically. I was like, I don't know that we even approach this.
Did they have? I don't know if it was just us. Did they have different? Do we know if they had different melatones? Like we have like more. The higher up north we go,
I would suspect that it's the same pattern, unless they have a lot of hair. But I would suspect that the Homo erectus would have the same type of hair pattern that we have.
We don't have any I guess we're about to go with this. We don't have any Homo erectus genomes, right? So we don't know what their melanin production looked like. But since we do have Neanderthal genomes, we can tell that Neanderthals also displayed a very wide array of, skin color diversity, implying, at least to me, that that's a very human thing. So I would be honestly surprised if Homo erectus didn't have a large amount of skin color diversity.
Also, this maybe interesting to come back with what Erica mentioned about Neanderthals focusing on the organs. Like when you eat organs, you also eat like a lot of vitamin D, and you don't need the lighter skin to get enough sunlight for vitamin D production. Like for example, I think about the Inuits, right? They eat a lot of vitamin D from their diet. And that's why they also have like a more darker skin tone, even though they are at a very high latitude. Too.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, the skin color is just it's a response to the environment. That's it.
Yeah, it depends. Get you enough vitamin D from the sunlight, or do you need or do you already have vitamin D in your diet? Then you don't need to have a lighter skin tone.
Well, I wish I had some of that because I get sunburned so easily.
Dude, I was sitting outside for a lunch for like 2 hours, and I came back looking like a lobster.
Oh my god. Yeah, you got it. It doesn't take much. My dad's half Pakistani, and so I've got 1/4 Pakistani going on, and I've got that. It's very difficult for me to get sunburned. It's
Consider yourself lucky.
Is your ancestry Irish by coincidence, Walker?
No, mostly English.
But I was also close in the British Isles. Yeah,
I'm not going to say it's wrong.
Yeah, the British Isles. Yeah.
So, if any of you took that ancestry DNA or other things?
I have not. No.
I'm really suspicious about the validity of the test, and also the reason why you should take a test. Like it might give you the wrong impression. Like it might even enforce the race realism idea, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
So, yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I took one a few years ago. I took it on camera. It was hard since I'm a terrible spitter. So since I can drink anything for it, I spent the whole video trying to spin in a tube.
I've done haplotyping on myself before, but I've never done it at I've never sent it off to a different thing.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. I mean, obviously the technology is great and it works superbly, but like doing it on a mass level like that with the ancestry, I imagine there's probably quite a bit of guesstimation going on.
For sure.
It's really dependent on your data. Like if you have they want to correlate your markers with other markers that they found in other regions, but if they increase the sampling size, maybe the set of markers that are unique to one region changes if they update their system. It's really dependent.
Sure. Yeah. Well, and also, I think your cultural heritage is very different from your genetic heritage.
Yeah.
Right. Like my girlfriend's family is Native American, and unsurprisingly, her ancestry test came back like 30% Native and like 70% European.
Yeah, I like
historical things.
Yeah, there is an anthropologist. I forget his name. There's an anthropologist who often does talks, and he says he gets a lot of questions about whether they are descendant from Vikings. Oh, am I descendant from Vikings? But he explains that if you're European, everyone in Europe is descendant from Vikings. And probably everyone, if you go back far enough, everyone is descendant from Vikings eventually.
Go back far enough. People say a lot of people are descended from Genghis Khan too.
Yeah.
But,
right.
Yeah, that's the thing about off topic. I think about racism. We all can still interbreed of each other. We can all get along with each other.
Racism is whack.
Yeah, it's also if you look just at the mitochondrial haplotypes and also the Y chromosome haplotypes, basically all non-Africans are just a subset of Africans. So you're an African phylogenetically speaking. So it's not really to say that we are separate when we are just within the same group. It's really idiotic for me.
Also, like diversity and stuff. Like it's the same with languages. Like in America, we have like maybe 6 or 7 dialects in each country, but over in England, where it came from, we have like
there's like 50 million dialects.
Yeah, that's a great analogy for the founder effect. Actually, that's an excellent analogy.
Like we can go like America, we go like 10, 20, they go like 30 miles, or give or take. You give a different dialect on the south. But I heard in England you can go like maybe 10 miles that way in your different dialect.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah. It's also like the evolution of language is also. I think it pretty much maps the. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. It also correlates with the genealogy of humans, right? Like
Yeah. So there's someone at my school who does work on that, and I think it's really interesting.
Yeah.
And yes, it does. It extremely strongly correlates.
Yeah. Of course. There are also like of course French. Probably also have a lot of ancestry with Germans, probably too. So it's not a one-to-one relationship. Right? Yeah.
Plus, it's like not just direct lines. Also, like with proso and like we have horizontal gene transfer. Like England.
Oh yeah.
Originally,
Yeah.
it might be Germanic at first, but then when the Normans invaded, we have some French in there too.
Mm-hmm.
And
And that's
even
even-
it depends on the on the specific contact between groups, and you can have a very unique languages appear from that interaction. But I also had a question about with the hair. Like, do non-human apes also have like a similar hair pattern? Like they have like the hair on their eyebrows are thicker than the rest of the face, and do they also have like thicker hair on the scalp and also thicker hair on the armpits, like a similar pattern than we have, or not?
I don't know.
I don't think they do. The thing about a lot of apes is that they still have these superorbital ridges, right? They got these big old brows, and they can do lots of expression with those brows. So they don't really require the hair on the brows like we do, because we've lost these massive ridges that allow us to express to the same degree. As far as their armpits go and the tops of their heads, I don't think so. I don't think that they've got the same pattern as we do. Now, follicles, right? We have the same number, right, as the panids.
So there is no difference between the hair on their groin in amount and type compared to their chest hair, perhaps, or like.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think they have that differentiation that the same that we do. I don't think so. But the kind, hair is one of the big differences between us and some of the other apes. But of course, they also differ from one another. I mean, you see the type of hair that male orangutans grow, these massive, long, draping hair on their arms that, is effectively all over their body. That kind of hair that terminates at that length isn't seen in other primates, except for us on the tops of our heads, which is kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And fortunately, at least for the guys, we lose our top hair more than we lose our other body hair first.
Is there a similar pattern of balding in chimpanzee or in other apes?
Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm asking if there is there a
okay.
pattern.
I thought you said that.
I don't know. Is there like a pattern of balding maybe?
Their hair thins, but it doesn't, because they don't differentiate between the hairs on the tops of their heads as they do from the rest of their body. It mostly just thins out and grays all over.
Do also male chimps have like beards, perhaps? Like I don't know if that's also a thing. Like
if memory serves, I think males and females are fairly identical. They actually grow hair on their face and on the rest of their bodies. Like you can look to Macaca fascicularis, the long-tailed macaques. They get these really beautiful mustaches and beards and things like that, but both sexes have them. So they don't differentiate in the same way we do. It's really interesting when you look at how males and females and humans differ in how we grow our hair, because that kind of makes us sexually dimorphic in a unique way. We're not really that dimorphic, males and females.
In terms of like our skeleton, nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
there are distinct differences, like in pelvis size and such.
Pelvis size, and males tend to have denser bones. But
and wasn't that
stature tends to be pretty similar.
Wasn't that the thing of your paper you wrote?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I focused on dimorphism of the canine teeth, though, across extant primates. So I looked at not body size or anything like that. I was specifically concerned with the canines.
So we're gonna get a chance to read it. We're gonna get a chance to read your paper.
It's going to be a long time. You're going to have to wait a long time because I have get it approved. It first has to be approved by my MRes, and then I have to actually submit it to a journal, and that's another 6 month to a year process of actually getting published to a journal. And you're not allowed to talk about it until it's published, really. So I can't even really
legally.
Yeah, legally. But if they find out, they can you're publishing. They can take that away. They can be like, oh, if you're talking where anybody can ask what you've done, then they can just say no, we're not publishing you anymore, which sucks.
Yeah,
So,
I was joking.
Might be the case. Oh, okay, sorry. Go ahead.
So I can't wait. When it's finally published, years later, people have you as a source in their future papers.
I mean, that'd be cool if they think my results are good enough. I mean, I think my results are great, but I also wrote the paper. So it's like, and it's, you're putting way too much excitement. It is not an exciting paper to read. I like it because I like the subject, but most people aren't that interested in teeth differences.
I guess it's excited because I know someone who's has a paper published now.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. We'll see.
I mean, you already know people with published papers, right? You've talked to Dan before.
Oh yeah.
So you know people.
Of course, he doesn't advertise it very much. So
No. Scientists don't. It's to me, it's sketchy whenever people are like, "Hey, remember he has a PhD from Harvard." Most scientists don't care.
PhD, yeah. My fiance, he loves King of the Hill. That one quote from King of the Hill where Hank's talking about Christian rock, and he's like, "You're not making Christianity better. You're just making rock and roll worse."
Yeah.
It's like that's how I feel about Nathaniel Jansen's Harvard PhD. It's not making Nathaniel Jansen more. It's making Harvard seem worse of a university.
Yeah. Like when they are mentioning the PhD and the institution without the special what topic it is, that should raise an eyebrow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Jansen, he's developmental biology or something like that. Like something developmental.
I think it's cellular.
Is it cell bio? Maybe it is. I might be wrong. It is.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it's not.
They never tell. They never tell. So how would we know?
It's from Harvard.
It's from Harvard.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. What it is not is genetics, though. We know that much.
Yeah. But about my question about it seems like when it comes to the skeleton, we aren't that much sexually dimorphic. But when it comes to our facial features, more of the superficial aspects, we are more sexually dimorphic. So perhaps maybe that's also an interesting aspect of human evolution when our sexual dimorphism switched from being skeletal to more facial sexual dimorphism.
Yeah, and there's also it's proposed too that it might have to do a lot with the androgens for the facial hair and stuff like that, but also for upper body strength. So males are obviously males and females track pretty close as far as lower body. They're pretty similar. A lot of the persistence running and endurance stuff, those records tend to be really close. But upper body males tend to outpace females by I think it's 30%, something like that, which isn't insignificant. Not dimorphism wise. So that proposes, interestingly enough, since male chimpanzees are about 30% larger than females, that kind of is interesting. That almost suggests that the sexual dimorphism isn't skeletal, but it's muscular. And it's limited to the upper body, which is strange. It almost suggests that the competition, it matches with the competition type though, right? Males, they fight using their upper bodies, so it suggests maybe the fighting that they're doing over females, and that's on average, of course.
I mean, it might be also maybe I'm being sexist about this, but maybe it's also because females tend to carry around the babies and males maybe carry around more of the spears or such. Maybe I'm being.
Are you talking about as an evolutionary pressure?
Yeah,
and not necessarily getting the workout in.
Right.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, the interesting thing is at least in archaic humans and in Neanderthalensis, it doesn't look like there's a huge division of labor until you start appreciating agriculture. There are a lot of females that are buried with hunting equipment and things like that, and have similar, especially Neanderthals, have similar physical abnormalities. So pathology, they're being harmed in the same way, which suggests that with Neanderthals, they weren't partitioning that labor very much. Females were getting hurt in a lot of the same ways as males were.
Yeah, I heard that too, that before the agriculture happened, before the Ice Age ended, that both males and females had to survive, help each other survive.
I've also seen a recent paper, like last year, there was a paper about how it showed that even females in our own species also hunted regularly. Even though like males have more, on average, more upper body strength, with tools like the atlatl, I think it's called, it basically equalizes the strength difference between.
Yeah.
I
think it sort of asks which begets which, right? Like, of course, it does seem like there's a general trend in hunter-gatherer societies for, like, men to do hunting and women to do gathering, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was an evolutionary pressure to be that way. It could have been the
cultural,
opposite,
maybe.
right?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, it is definitionally cultural.
Yeah.
But it also could have been the opposite, right? Like, it could have been, on average, men are slightly stronger, so it was, more favorable for them to be the hunters.
They could carry the big mastodon bones back.
When you're hunting with like for example, the a spear or the atlatl, how do you call it again? The extension of the spear.
Atlatl? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I call it. That's probably a southern redneck version of saying it.
Right. But when you're hunting like that, then your upper body arm strength doesn't really become much of a factor. It's just
that's true.
It's just a matter of how precise you can.
But by the development of that, it could have also been fixed into the population already, like those cultural factors.
Yeah, the thinking too is that it's male competition that is what differentiates the strength difference from males and females. It is almost universally accepted that whatever the female body type is the ideal for the species. That's what's going to be most robust with regard to accepting climatic change and things of that nature, because they're the ones that actually have to raise the offspring. Males usually have the competition aspect that comes into play. So potentially males are competing stronger than females because they're competing with one another, and then they utilize that in hunting, and that difference isn't appreciated very much because, especially early on, it's not that noticeable, particularly because you have to think muscles versus just like visually looking at stature. Males and females are pretty similar. They tend to be oh, go ahead, sorry.
Although there was actually a video I've seen by Fox with the V and not an F. They did a video about marriage, like monogamy versus polygamy, and they mentioned a tribe where the males they don't compete for females. They basically treat every child as their own child, no matter whose father it is. They don't care. They don't care whose child it is. It's just everyone's child is my child, basically, in the tribe.
Village living. And paternal confusion. Like paternal. It's got this sexual arms race between males trying to inseminate as many females as possible and females trying to confuse paternity and defend against infanticide and get as many resources from as many males as possible. And this sexual arms race kind of decreases as cognition comes into play, but it doesn't mean that it totally goes out the window. Early human ancestors, Australopithecines and the like, probably did engage in this kind of thing, worry about the infanticide and paternal confusion and such.
That'd be a thing if like I know some species they do that, and some like maybe insect species, other things that if females could hold different male sperm in them, and then like they had babies, they don't know who the father is because it sex with lots of people.
Well, and that's how they do it. I mean, they confuse paternity in promiscuous species. That's the whole point. That's why females get promiscuous, is because they're trying to defend their offspring and secure resources. But going back to something we said earlier. I think that there's this really interesting cultural facet, I guess, where like hunting is the cool thing. Like you want to be hunters. Women should be hunters. Awesome. And while women did hunt, females did hunt. We know that. Yeah. Gathering is the sleeper source of metabolic gain. Gathering, this was something that occurred every now and again. It's an everyday thing, and it's probably why many humans were matrilineal and formed these matrilines, because the females, similar to elephants, were the ones that knew where the gathering spots are. It's another aspect of the grandmother hypothesis that kind of to humans and how we do reproduction, why women do menopause, because old women, the ones who stay in their natal groups, the ones who help raise the offspring that aren't theirs anymore, also remember the old spots that are reliable for the tribe as they're moving around nomadically. And they've shown this in modern hunter-gatherer tribes. Old women at certain times of the year bring in the most calories any member of the society, which is really, really interesting. What that suggests is that there's a huge benefit to gathering, and gathering is cognitively going to have a huge payoff for these organisms as they can secure these.
I would suspect that the hunter-gatherer were, of course, they were hunting too, but I think most of their food comes from gathering, because you can not really rely all the time on like hunting big game all the time. Like it's not really a smart thing to do it every single day to try to hunt. Like you probably would only hunt in the right season, for example. That's
is that what you're going for in your game, a matriarchal society in your ancestors game?
No. Now, I mean, the whole point of all this stuff is like, traditionally, historically, there's been this, man-hunter lens that's applied over human evolution. But the reality is that both sexes played very important roles in keeping the society moving, and they worked together, and the lines were not bimodal. It's not like females only did hunting and males only, or females gathering and males only did hunting. What we see from paleopathology is injuries cross that line a lot. And what we see from modern hunter-gatherers is that everyone does everything and pitches in on raising each other's kids and securing resources. It's just, it takes a village is kind of the moral of the story. And to put it under the girl power, girls did all the stuff, or men did all the stuff, that's silly. It's a waste of time. Everyone did everything in many situations.
Well, as much as I love to talk forever, people gotta get their Big Macs. I gotta get right.
I have one last question in the chat. Like, if I remember correctly, chimps also have a menstrual cycle, right? So, is there a difference in terms of the length, like the timing of the menstrual cycle between us?
I don't know about menstruation. I know that the big difference between humans and chimps with regard to female reproduction is estrus. So female chimps, they go in, that is just incredibly obvious. Their hind end swells to, it's like the size of a dinner plate. It's very obvious to everyone which females are in estrus. Humans have...
Thank God that doesn't happen to us anymore.
Yeah. Humans called concealed ovulation. Of course, that implies that it's intentionally hidden. It could just be a consequence. But there is the fact of the matter that it does this paternity further, because a female, this is getting into the evolutionary psych stuff that's really dangerous and not great a lot of the time. But theoretically, if you're a female, females tend to know when they are ovulating, but males, it's not as obvious. So they use paternity and, maybe sneak off and mate with a very robust, powerful male that tends to get a lot of females, and then settle down pairwise with a who is really good at raising offspring. That's like the red-pilled, horrific idea behind concealed ovulation. The reality of it is we have no idea why humans do concealed ovulation. There could be a million different reasons. So that's the big difference.
One of the typical just show stories that I have heard is like we have a concealed ovulation because it invites the men to be more caring for longer term, to be more caring.
He has no idea. There are a number of different benefits for females with concealed ovulation, especially if the female is aware of when she's ovulating, which most women are. There's.
Yeah, we kind of.
Go ahead.
So we kind of hit a lot of stuff once we start wearing clothes,
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. It's an interesting deal, but yeah, chimps and bonobos, they both menstruate. It's just not as, to my understanding, it's not as intense as human menstruation.
So a few shout outs real fast before we go. Ness here, he took a few months ago. He took a video that we made of nuclear energy and made it more condensed and full of pictures.
Cool.
Yes, it's more like a cut version of the Hangout. Yeah, and the original Hangout was like 3 hours, so I made a 1 hour version of it, with annotated visual aids for it.
Awesome.
Yeah,
like an abridged version.
Of course, with Von Dahlia's permission, of course.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
never hurts having an abridged version of, because most of my podcast, like today, most of my podcasts are rambling about everything at the end of the sun.
Not a bad thing.
Yeah.
True.
Also, although I have to say, like when I was making this video, my entire laptop was full. Like there was no space left. Like it's not like can I even finish this video? Like, would you let me? Like I just made it barely.
I hate having to go back. Okay, do I need this file in my computer anymore? Like delete. Do I still need?
Yeah,
this?
really, yeah.
Yeah. But also, like Erica, I'd love to have you back again, talking about different things. We can talk about the pan branch, the gorilla branch. You know,
There wouldn't be much. I mean, we can talk about the extants, but there's really not much to talk about as far as like the leading up to them. Our fossil record is incredibly poor for the Panons and for gorillas alike. We have actually, I think we've got more from orangs than we do from either of them. But you know me, I can always talk about primates. I've always got something to say about primates.
Although this is probably a fringe view. I have seen one individual suggesting that some of the fossils, like the paranthropines, for example, are the ancestors of gorillas, not related to you. Yeah, it's a fringe view. I know.
Yeah, they're wrong.
Yeah.
No.
So basically, they want to explain why don't we have fossils of chimpanzee or gorilla ancestors, and then they will say, but these are the ancestors. Yeah.
People don't like taxonomy. People don't like the luck aspect of it. Like, you know what? If you live in a rainforest, we don't know about you. I'm really sorry. You should have lived on the plains. Like,
yeah, and I also I remember a while back you talking about how people might have ever thought about breeding humans and chimps. Has anyone ever thought about breeding chimps and gorillas?
yeah, I'm sure they have. They would have a harder time though. There's a much larger gap to cross than with humans and panons. I am of the opinion, and the literature, as far as I understand, is of the opinion that the biggest problem with human-chimp hybridization is the zona pellucida around the egg of both species, which gate checks rather the sperm. So if you really wanted to try, the name of the game would be actually direct in vitro fertilization, which to my knowledge, and I hope that this remains true, no one has tried. So, but someone probably has. You know,
it's really uncomfortable to think that it might be possible, but it shouldn't be tried.
It shouldn't be tried. I am actually of the opinion that it probably is possible. With the level of hybridization that we tend to see amongst other animals, I see no reason as to why if you could bypass that.
I actually hope it is not possible, because if it's not possible, then it would not be a problem. But if it is possible, then oh god.
Someone probably tried it somewhere. And how far they got, I don't know.
Also, the question would be if it is possible, will they be infertile hybrids or fertile hybrids?
We don't know.
Lions and tigers.
We have. I think we have made a hybrid between a camel and a llama, right? Like
I have no idea.
Like an artificial hybrid between the two.
I want to say yes.
Yeah, I think I showed that for it.
They are more distantly related than we are to chimps. So it's
as is usually the case.
Yeah.
So besides possible reappearances on here, which hopefully is in 6 months, 6 months again, what's up coming up on your channel?
Me? Oh man, I'm hoping to have a couple of videos come out next week. I'm hoping to get. I've got my videos scripted and recorded. The KPG extinction, so I'm very excited about that. I'm hoping to get something out about the bite-sized bust for carbon-14 dating, specifically C14 in dinosaurs, coal, and diamonds. Because that's creation.
Are you doing a video on the KPG extinction and the survivors of the extinction event?
Yeah.
I have a series on Earth's mass extinction.
Yeah, that's the last thing you haven't done.
I have some suggestions of often we focus on the surviving mammals of the KPG extinction, but I know of some very interesting crocodile relatives that also survived the extinction event.
It's a weird deal. It's all burglars.
I'm looking forward to that one most of all from you, the last one, because since that's the birth the primates came from that extinction.
Yeah, that's the truth. And then I'm hoping to get a video on Gaia streaming services for ancient humans in Antarctica, which is it's absolutely a miscarriage of science. It's horrific. It's as bad, if not worse, than some of the stuff creationists have put out. It's absolutely incredible. No one pays attention to the woo. The ancient aliens people need a smackdown. That's for sure.
I know I made.
Long term, I want to get intelligent design. I think that'd be a cool long video. History of intelligent design and why it's Garbo. But other than that,
Yeah, I know I made a joke about it on your video, but your bite-sized 36-minute bite-sized bust.
I know.
Yeah. I'm
sorry.
The elephant video was one of my favorite videos in the recent
Oh,
time.
nice.
Well, Walker wrote most of it, so credit to him on that.
Well, I mean, okay, so I wrote the parts about elephant phylogeny because that was sort of a script that I had sitting around a while ago. But then you also modified a lot of it. So I wouldn't contribute any. I wouldn't say either of us did like all of it or the majority. I was pretty even.
I got so many comments on that video of people being like, "Wait, why did you do a new species per generation? Why wouldn't it be, this, that, and the other thing?" It's like, look, it's just priming Walker's part where he's like, even if we use population growth rates, you're still not getting enough. It's
I would have liked the title to be changed from bite-sized to chomp-sized.
I know, but it's bite-sized. My video range is obscene. It could be 5 minutes or it could be 3 hours. So it's bite-sized compared to the 3 hours.
The thing, even on YouTube, we're peer reviewing each other, not just one thing.
There you go.
Walker does something, is peer reviewed by Erica, and vice versa.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we throw ideas around. Not just me and Erica, but all the YouTube creation busters, quote unquote, throw ideas to each other all the time.
We got the geology guys do so much legwork for me. I mean,
and they're so hidden. No one knows who they are. It's sad.
No one knows who they are, and they do so much of the work. I mean, from checking my scripts to giving me sources. I mean, I don't know what I would do for Colton and Denny.
Whatever happened to Anon last year?
He's
I don't
behind
know.
the
Mysterious. How mysterious? I don't know. He vanished.
I don't know who it is. Anon?
Corporal Anon. He had a YouTube channel for 30 seconds.
I did that. That upsets me too much.
Well, that explains why I don't know about him.
He made at least 2 appearances on my channel. He talked about the geological history, and
he does all the geology legwork for me.
Dude. Yeah.
If I talk about geology, even Corporal Anon has eyeballed it for sure. All right. Cool.
Well, hey, if you guys can, in the private chat or tweet me the links, your paper links and stuff I can put in the description, so I can start putting some sources in my things. If you have any.
You got it.
Oh yeah, of course. I'll send you that right now.
And also, you guys have you guys want to say your catchphrases that you end your things with?
Oh, thank you for being here, my gentle and very modern apes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a catchphrase. I'm lame.
No. Trying to think hard of a catchphrase. Stay ape.
There we go.
As I always say, never stop learning and enjoy the randomness. We'll see y'all next time. Bye. Hey, thanks for watching my podcast or Let's Play. If you want to help support my channel, you can make a monthly or yearly pledge on Patreon, or just a one-time donation on Vimeo, PayPal, or Cash App. For those looking for something to wear, we have some shirts, hats, and other stylish things in our merch store. If you enjoy gaming, you can always follow and sub to me on Twitch. For those who don't want to give money, I have an Amazon and Steam wish list who can help the channel out. And of course, just liking, leaving a comment, and sharing this video helps more than you can imagine. And always remember to never stop learning and enjoy the randomness.